Harper Audio presents Edge of Battle by Dale Brown. Performed by Mike McShane. Copyright 2006 by Air Battle Force Incorporated. Production copyright 2006 by HarperCollins Publishers. Prologue. Somewhere south of Glamis, California, May 2007. The youngest child in the group, an 11-month-old girl, died sometime before midnight. A victim of a rattlesnake bite the day before, suffered when her mother set the baby down in the darkness near an unseen nest. The infant was buried in the desert of Southern California, just a few miles north of the border that they had worked so hard to cross. Two other children, one a 4-year-old girl, the other an 11-year-old boy, wept for their infant sibling, but their bodies were too dehydrated from spending almost 2 days in the desert to shed any tears. It was all the same to Victor Flores, the 17-year-old coyote, or human smuggler, escorting the group of 12 migrants across the Southern California border. It was sad, of course, the baby dying. He prayed with the others for the baby's safe deliverance into heaven, hugged the mother, and wept with her. But one less child meant one less cry in the night to alert the Border Patrol, one less reason to slow down on their long trek across the desert, and, of course, there were no refunds. It was $500 a head, Federal Highway 2 in Mexico to Interstate 10 in the United States of America. No refunds. Cash on the table. Besides, he thought ruefully, children had no business out here. He was seeing lots more mothers and their children these days on these trips across the border, not just the men. That was a frightening trend. Things were bad in Mexico and probably had been forever, but typically the family stayed in Mexico. The father went to search for work, and he returned months later with cash. He stayed long enough to crank out another child or two, then departed again. The exodus of women and children from Mexico meant that things were only getting worse there. Not that the economic, sociological, or political situation was looking any better in the United States these days, but it was a heck of a lot better than in Mexico. The calendar said it was spring, but daytime temperatures had soared above 90 degrees Fahrenheit every day since the group was dropped off beside Federal Highway 2, about 10 miles south of the border. They camped when Victor told them they needed to stop, crossed Interstate 8 on foot at night when Victor told them to. It was much easier to see oncoming cars at night than in the daytime, where heat shimmering off the pavement made even huge big rigs invisible until just a few 100 feet away, and stopped and made shelters with their spare clothing in dusty gullies and washes when Victor said it was time to hide. Flores had a sixth sense about danger, and almost always managed to get his pollos, or chickens, what the coyotes called their clientele, into hiding before the Border Patrol appeared. He even somehow managed to evade helicopters and underground sensors. He knew his route well, so they traveled at night. That usually meant a more comfortable journey, but in the arid, cloudless air, the desert released its sun-baked warmth quickly at night, and now the temperature was in the low 40s. The pollos baked during the day and shivered at night. There was no way around it. It was a hard journey, but the work and the money at the end of the trail hopefully made the sacrifice worth it. Victor's specialty was the El Centro Border Patrol region of eastern Imperial County, between Yuma, Arizona, and El Centro, California, what the coyotes called the Montañas del Chocolate, or Chocolate Mountain region of Southern California, an area of roughly 2,000 square miles. He led a small group of migrants all the way north to Interstate 10, somewhere between Blythe and Indio, California. With decent weather and a cooperative group, Victor could escort a group of 12 along that route to his drop-off point in 2 days, sometimes less, with almost 100% probability of success. For an additional fee, he would take pollos as far as they desired: Los Angeles, Las Vegas, Sacramento, Reno, even Dallas, Texas, if they desired. But the real money was in the short trek across the deserts of Southern California. Most migrants hooked up with friends or relatives quickly once they got to the farming communities of the Coachella or Imperial Valleys, or along the interstate highways, and Victor's prices for travel beyond Southern California were steep. It was safer traveling with him than trying to take the bus or trains, since the Border Patrol checked IDs of Hispanic-looking individuals frequently on those two conveyances. Victor charged mightily for the safety and convenience of longer-distance trips, but it was well worth it. Victor never bragged about his skills at evading the authorities, but he never denied them either. It was good for business. But he was not gifted with any sort of extrasensory perception. He was successful because he was smart, patient, and didn't get greedy, unlike many of his friends who also worked the migrant underground railroads. Where other coyotes took 20 migrants in more conspicuous vans and rental trucks, Victor took a maximum of 12 in smaller vehicles. When others raced and took unnecessary risks to do the job in 1 or 2 days and were caught at least half the time, Victor was careful, took extra time, and made it 95% of the time. Many thought he was good at his job because he was a bébé del angel, or angel baby, born in the United States. Perhaps most folks wouldn't consider being born in an artichoke field in Riverside County near Thermal, California, an angelic thing. But Victor had something that his friends didn't have: a real American birth certificate. About 10 miles north of the border, just before daybreak, Victor came upon his nest, and after removing a few branches and rocks and a sand-covered canvas tarp, his pride and joy was revealed: a 1993 Chevy Suburban with 4-wheel drive. Before doing anything else, he started inspecting the outside of the vehicle. ¿Qué usted está haciendo? What are you doing? One of the male pollos asked in Spanish, with a definite Eastern European accent. This guy was somewhat different than the others. Victor at first thought he was a federale, but he had paid cash and observed all of the security precautions without question or hesitation. He wore sunglasses all the time except when walking at night, so it was impossible to see his eyes. His hands were rough and his skin toughened by the sun, but he didn't carry himself like a farm worker. Of course, more and more migrants using Victor's service were not farm workers. This guy looked tough, like he was accustomed to fighting or violence, but at the same time, he was not pushy or edgy. He seemed very much in control of himself, capable of springing into action, but very content not to do so right now. An army deserter, maybe, or some sort of fugitive from justice or prison escapee trying to sneak back in the United States. Victor vowed to keep an eye on him. But he was not his biggest concern now. Compompresión primero, Victor replied. Very few of his clients ever spoke to him, which was probably best. This was business, pure and simple. He believed these were his people, even though he was an American. But he wasn't in this line of work to help his fellow Mexicans. He was doing this to make money. Besides, in this business, except for the question, how much to L.A. or how much to the I-10, the only ones who ever asked questions were federales. Checking first, maybe the Border Patrol inspected or Bugmayate or the Lobos sabotaged it. The man looked at the beat-up Suburban and chuckled when he heard Victor refer to it as his yacht. Lobos? Los contrabandistas, Victor replied. But you're a smuggler, the man said. Victor smiled a pearly white smile and corrected himself. Los contrabandistas malvados, the evil smugglers. I smuggle honest workers who want to do honest work, never drugs or weapons. The man nodded, a half-humorous, half-skeptical expression on his face. A man of principle, I see. Principles? Victor had never thought of himself like that. He wasn't even sure what it meant. But if it meant not moving drugs or weapons across the border, he supposed he had some. He shrugged and went back to work, noticing that neither the man nor any of the other pollos offered to help him. Yep, just business. He was the driver. They were his passengers. After not discovering any evidence of tampering, Victor uncovered a second hiding place and pulled out a canvas bag containing a battery and ignition components. He filled the battery with water from his water jugs, quickly reassembled the parts in his SUV, and fired it up. The pollos let out a little cheer when the big vehicle started, amid a disturbingly large cloud of black smoke. With his client's help, he eased the truck out of the depression, and they clambered aboard quickly and wordlessly, thankful they didn't have to walk for a while. They followed dirt roads and trails for several miles then crossed the Coachella Canal and entered Patton Valley. A large portion of the environmentally sensitive Glamis Dunes Desert was closed to vehicles, and the off-highway vehicle enthusiasts, afraid of losing all their favorite driving sites, patrolled the off-limits areas, just as well as the police and park rangers, so Victor was careful to avoid the off-limits areas that trapped so many other coyotes. He stayed on dirt roads and trails, being careful to keep moving and not pull off into a parking area because he didn't have a camping permit, and anyone stopping in a camping area had to display a mirror hanger or be cited on the spot. He crossed Wash Road, north of Ogilvy Camp off-highway vehicle area, emerged onto Ted Kipf Road, and headed northwest toward the town of Glamis, occasionally pulling off into a hidden OHV trailering area and mixing in with the dune buggy riders, when his senses told him the patrols were nearby. His trusty land yacht did well in the sandy desert and low hills of Patton Valley. A few Poyos got out at Glamis, ahead of schedule, but it was entirely up to them. Glamis was near the fertile Coachella Valley farming region, and there was work around if you knew where to ask. But, of course, there were plenty of Border Patrol agents hereabouts as well. Victor stopped long enough to gas up and let the two migrants out, then hurried back onto the road. He took Highway 78 north around the southern end of the Chocolate Mountain Gunnery Range, then exited on Imperial Gables Road. A turn onto Low Road, past Main Street into the town of Imperial Gables, then a left onto a dirt road northbound, through fields of every imaginable kind of produce. They made several turn-offs and stops, sometimes prompted by a signal from a worker in the fields that the Border Patrol was nearby, but most times by Victor's sense of nearby trouble. After nearly 20 miles of negotiating the dirt farm roads, they emerged onto Wiley Well Road, and it was an easy cruise north to the intersection with Chuckawalla Valley Road, just south of Interstate 10, shortly after sunset. Unlike Imperial Dunes and Sand Hills, this area was lush and green, thanks to the series of irrigation canals that crisscrossed the area, right up to the areas beside the freeway that had no irrigation, where the earth immediately turned to its natural hard-baked sand. There was a closed fruit and vegetable stand, a self-serve gas station, and a large dirt open area with a few portable bathrooms where truckers could turn around and park for the night, awaiting another load. Victor did not pull into the turnaround area, but stayed just off Chuckawalla Valley Road, near an irrigation control valve sticking out of the fields near the road, trying to make himself look like a repairman or a farmer. "Pull up there," the military-looking man said, pointing to the truck parking area. True to form, he was still wearing his sunglasses. "No, senor. Demasiado visible." The man nodded toward the parking area. "They don't seem to think it's too conspicuous," he said. There were 4 produce trailers parked there, 2 tandem rigs, a beat-up old pickup that looked like it belonged to a ranch foreman, and a large brown and green panel truck with fat off-road tires that Victor recognized, and his warning alarms immediately started sounding. "That is my ride," the man said. "It looks like mis amigos have already arrived. Take me over there." "You can walk, sir," Victor said. "Nos asustan?" the man asked, smiling derisively. Victor said nothing. He didn't like being insulted, but getting in a customer's face was bad for business. He ignored the remark about his courage, took a clipboard, put on a straw cowboy hat, and went out beside the irrigation manifold sticking out of the ground to make it look like he was taking water pressure readings. He carefully looked up and down Chuckawalla Valley Road and Interstate 10, then waved at his Suburban, and the rest of the migrants quickly jumped out. The mother of the dead baby girl gave him a hug as she stepped past him, and they all had satisfied, albeit tired and worrisome expressions on their faces. Within seconds, they had disappeared into the fields. It was a tough business, Victor thought. 1 out of every 20 Poyos he dropped off near the interstate highway, mostly young children or older women, would be killed trying to cross it. 2 of this group of 10 would be caught by the Border Patrol within a matter of days. They'd be taken to a processing center in Yuma or El Centro, photographed, fingerprinted, ID'd if possible, and questioned. If they resisted or complained, they would be taken to the Border Patrol detention facility at El Centro, Yuma, or San Diego for booking on federal immigration violation charges. If they were smart, stayed cool, and said, "We are just here to work," they would be treated fairly well by the Americans. They'd be fed, clothed if necessary, given a fast medical checkup, and within a few hours taken to the border crossing at Mexicali, or Tecate, and turned over to Mexican authorities with their possessions. Their real troubles would begin then. If they or their families had money, they could pay their bail by bribing their way out of jail on the spot. If not, they'd be taken to jail until they could raise bail. Their clothes and all possessions would be taken away. They'd be given prison rags to wear, and they would serve as virtual slaves for the federales in any number of menial, dangerous, or even criminal tasks. Anything from road crews to prostitution to drug running to robbery, anything to raise the bail money and secure a release. To Victor's dismay, the tough-looking man was still there beside the Suburban by the time Victor made sure his pollos were on their way. Victor said nothing as he walked around to get in, but the man asked, "Where did they go?" "No sé," Victor replied. "To work, I suppose." Well, it's Victor Flores, late, as usual," he heard. It was none other than Ernesto Fuerza, probably the most notorious and successful smuggler on the U.S.-Mexico border. Tall, young, good-looking, wearing a dark military-looking utility uniform without any badges or patches, black fatigue cap over a black-and-white patterned bandana, long hair and goatee, and well-cared-for military-style boots, laced all the way up. Fuerza has successfully made a worldwide reputation for himself, not as a criminal, but as an entrepreneur, satisfying the needs of Americans and Mexican immigrants alike. And also because Fuerza had no compunction whatsoever to abandon his pollos if the federales closed in on him. It was widely suspected that Fuerza had ditched one of his trucks filled with migrants in the middle of the desert and escaped, except the authorities never showed up until days later to find over 50 migrants dead inside from heat stroke. Fuerza nodded to the European. "I told you it would have been better for you to come with me, Senor Zakharov. Dovolny v bezopasny polgodnik." "We only speak Spanish here, senor," the man named Zakharov said in Spanish. "See that you or your men do not forget again, or I may have to cancel our contract." Fuerza lowered his eyes but offered no other apology. "Any difficulties, senor?" he asked in a low, menacing voice. "Of course not. Everything according to plan, exactly as promised. It would be better if we departed right away." Fuerza scowled at Victor. "He made us wait too long in this area, which could easily alert the Border Patrol. I thought you said this location was secure." "We took precautions," Fuerza said. "But if young Flores here would learn to get his ass in gear and be on time, we wouldn't have any concerns at all. Next time, Senor Zakharov, you should come with me." "It was operationally dangerous to all go in one vehicle," the man named Zakharov said. The little hairs on the back of Victor's neck began to stand up. This was no ordinary migrant worker smuggling job, nor even a fugitive entry. These guys looked and acted as if they were on a mission. Something was amiss here, he decided, and the sooner he was gone from here, the better. He was extremely relieved when Zakharov said, "No matter, let us be on our way." He reached behind him, and Victor thought the shit was going to hit then. But to his surprise, Zakharov pulled out a $100 bill from his pocket and handed it to Victor. "Buen trabajo, senor. Good job. Perhaps we will meet again. I'm sure this will buy your absolute silence." Victor managed a polite nod and accepted the money with a shaking hand. "Buy yourself a life, Flores," Fuerza said, as he spun on a heel and left with the two men. Victor got into his Suburban as fast as he could, without looking like he was panicking. Fuerza and the others had just crossed Wiley-Well Road and were almost back at the panel truck, when suddenly a white and green Border Patrol van pulled up and parked directly behind it, blue, red, and yellow lights flashing. 2 Border Patrol agents got out of the van. The agent on the driver's side had a microphone to his lips and was aiming the vehicle's spotlight in the other hand. His partner had a large portable spotlight in one, and his other was filled with plastic handcuffs. "La atención! Esta es la frontera de Estados Unidos patrulla," the first agent's voice said over the vehicle's loudspeaker. Victor was about to start up the Suburban and jam it into reverse, hoping to get away from the area, but the headlights and flashing lights of a second Border Patrol van suddenly appeared in his rearview mirror, blocking his exit. "Esta es la frontera patrulla," another voice said over the loudspeaker from the van behind him. Usted en el Suburban! Puso sobre parte la ventana! Ora! Shit, Victor cursed at himself. This is unbelievable. He was about to get popped with Ernesto Fuerza, the biggest coyote in Mexico, and a mean-looking dude who looked like a big-time terrorist on a hair trigger. He stuck both hands out of his window. Spotlights began moving in his direction. Damn, it was all over. Victor looked in his side mirror and thought he saw a few of his pollos in the back of the Border Patrol van behind him. That was worse. They would finger him as their smuggler just to show cooperation with the authorities. He was screwed. You two, turn around, kneel down, hands behind your head, the first agent ordered in Spanish over the loudspeaker. Fuerza and Zakharov did as they were told. When they complied, the agent radioed, You inside the truck, get away from the door, and get down on your knees. No resista. His partner stepped up to the truck, inspected the latch, found it unlocked, undogged it, and moved back to the van. You, inside the truck, lift open the door slowly. Pongo sus manos en su cabeza y no salga de vehículo hasta ordenado para Hasatan. Repeat, put your hands on your head and do not exit the vehicle until ordered to do so. The lift door to the truck began to slowly open, and both agents carefully directed their spotlights inside. As Victor watched, a familiar-looking Border Patrol agent swept his spotlight inside Victor's Suburban, opened the driver's door, grabbed Victor's left wrist, pulled it around outside the window frame, and then wrapped a plastic handcuff strap around both wrists, securing Victor to the door. We meet again. Hey, Victor? U.S. Border Patrol agent Paul Purdy said in Spanish, La tercera vez es el encanto. Stay put and relax, okay, partner? We'll do the driving from now on. I have nothing to do with any of this, Agent Purdy, Victor said in perfect English. I'm just here taking a nap. You know very well I'm an American. I've got ID. Save it for your arrest statement, Victor, Purdy said. Unlike many of the veteran Border Patrol agents in this sector, Purdy was tall, rather boyish, and friendly, with an old-fashioned flat-top haircut and a silver-gray mustache. He was somewhere in his mid to late 50s, old for a field agent of today, but probably rather typical of the breed from a generation earlier. Two of your recent clients already gave you up. Now shut up and just relax, okay, amigo? You've probably been on the road a couple days. Take it easy. Besides, you know I'll tell the prosecutors anything you tell me now. So if you're lying, you'll be caught in a lie, and that'll make it worse for you. Purdy and the other agent from the second unit started walking toward Fuerza's truck, spotlight scanning every inch of the outside. Victor could see just the very far left edge of the inside of the truck, but it was obvious that it was packed full with migrants. He could see a woman and two men with work clothes standing in the open door, and judging by the way they were being jostled from behind, it seemed like they were being pressed by many more pollos in there. You person standing in the door, get down on your knees slowly and put your hands on your head. The first agent put the public address microphone down and reached into the van for the radio mic, obviously requesting more vans to take all of the migrants away. Victor could hear the radio request from the van behind him and the dispatcher's response. Christ, looks like we got ourselves a long night ahead of us, Purdy said, reaching behind him for his bundle of nylon handcuffs stuffed into his utility belt. We'd better... At that instant, all hell seemed to break loose right in front of him. Several migrants, the one standing in the open door, suddenly flew out of the van, landing headfirst on the hard-baked dirt. Men and women screamed, and spotlight beams darted in every direction. More screaming, and then heavy automatic gunfire erupted. It seemed as if dozens of yellow tracer lines zipped out from inside the truck, focusing on the two Border Patrol agents behind the vehicle. Holy Christ! Purdy swore. Both men ducked almost to the ground as the automatic gunfire rang out, dropping their handcuffs and spotlights. Split up and take cover! He dashed off to the left. The other agent half rolled, half stumbled to the right. Code 99! Code 99! Victor heard Paul Purdy's voice coming from the van's radio as he spoke on a portable transceiver. Patrol 17, shots fired. Shots fired, Chuckwalla and Wiley-Well Road, south of the I-10, west of Blythe. Get someone out here now. We're under heavy fire. Victor watched in absolute horror as at least 10 men, dressed in black and carrying military-looking rifles, jumped out of the back of the truck. 2 of them advanced on the first 2 Border Patrol agents and fired single shots into both of them from point-blank range. He could see that all of them were wearing black ski masks and gloves and combat boots. Several of them advanced toward Victor, rifles at the ready. Suddenly there were several shots fired from the right, from Purdy's partner. One of the attackers was hit, but he did not go down, and he swept the vegetation line with automatic gunfire. "Get out of there, Bob!" Victor heard Purdy scream. "Run! They're wearing body armor! Get away! Hide in the fields! I'll call for backup! They'll be here in 5 minutes!" "Cover me, Paul!" yelled the second agent. "No!" Just then a loud bang and a blinding flash of light erupted in the fields, and Purdy's partner began rolling on the ground, arms covering his eyes and ears, screaming from the effects of a flash-bang grenade. Another attacker ran up and fired a 3-round burst into the agent, immediately silencing his screams of pain. At that instant, Purdy broke cover and ran for Victor, diving behind the Suburban's door just as a hail of bullets flew past. He skidded to a stop like a base runner sliding into third base, and in a flash he had a knife in his hands and had cut off Victor's plastic handcuffs. "Get going, Victor," Purdy ordered, his sidearm in his hands. You saved me, Agent Purdy. We're both going to be dead in 10 seconds if you don't move." Purdy shoved Flores behind him, fired 3 shots, then turned, picked up Victor by the back of his trousers, and hauled him up toward the Border Patrol van. He threw Victor behind the van, then opened the vehicle's doors. "Usted adentro! Salga! Ohora salga!" he shouted. The woman and the boy inside the van cowered in fear on the floor. "Victor, help me get these people!" His voice was cut off as bullets ripped into his back. Purdy gurgled. His mouth opened like a dying fish. His eyes rolled up inside his head, and he pitched forward and rolled into a dry ditch. "Vi provariate! Did the bullshit that stiff!" a voice shouted. Victor didn't understand a word. It was a language he had never heard before. European, he thought, but not German or French. "Sí," another voice responded in Spanish, much closer. "Y habla español usted idiota. Now check that truck for any other surprises." Shit, Victor swore. They were coming for him. He was behind the van, too scared to decide what to do. If he ran left, he would have to cross the ditch, a road, and the freeway. If he ran right, he would have to jump over the irrigation pipe and a wide clearing before reaching the fields. If he ran back down the farm road, he'd be an easy target. He heard footsteps and the clicking and clattering of gun mechanisms as the attacker reloaded. One voice was getting very close. "We spent too much time here already," a gunman shouted. "Cierre para arriba. Me estoy apresurando." The gunman was right beside him. Victor heard the attacker searching the Border Patrol agent's body, probably removing weapons, ammunition, IDs, and radios. Then the attacker opened the hood of the Suburban. "Es puedo ir?" "No, es tiro." "Cabrón! I told you not to shoot the damn truck." "Carajo, I was under fire, The gunman stopped, and Victor heard the upraised rifle. "Hey, alguien aquí!" This is it, Victor thought. He froze in place and closed his eyes tightly, moving his lips in a silent prayer, waiting for the heavy-caliber bullets to blow his brains into a million pieces. A few moments later, he heard 2 gunshots. But he wasn't shot. He heard a loud, anguished woman scream, then 2 more gunshots. "Das pollos en la furgoneta. Ningún problema," the gunman shouted. A few more moments later, the gunmen were gone. Victor stayed motionless until he heard no more vehicle sounds. When all was quiet, he rose and looked into the ditch beside the farm road. Paul Purdy was one of the few good guys on the U.S. Border Patrol. He really seemed to want to help the migrants, not just round them up. He went down into the ditch and saw the 3 large-caliber bullet holes in Purdy's back, and he was afraid to touch him anymore. The body was twitching and heaving grotesquely. The Border Patrol was no match for these gunmen, Victor thought. Those bullet holes were massive. The exit wounds would be many times that size. Purdy was definitely a goner. The other agents would be here shortly. They would know what to do with Agent Purdy. He stepped out of the ditch and looked inside the Border Patrol van. With horror, he recognized the 2 dead migrants, the woman who thanked him when she was dropped off after their safe journey, and her 11-year-old son. He would have been old enough to identify the attackers to the authorities, so of course he had to be eliminated too. That boy didn't deserve to die. All he did was accompany his mother to America in the search for work, searching for a better life. Victor was the one who deserved a bullet in the head. It was his fault, he thought bitterly, that all these people died at the hands of that murderous bastard Fuerza. Unbidden, the child in Victor Flores finally reemerged, and he began to cry just as loudly and sorrowfully as he did when he was a child. He sank to his knees, emotionally and physically spent. After several long moments of uncontrolled sobbing, his innate sense of danger rang loud and clear, and he jumped to his feet. The Border Patrol was on its way. He could feel it, and he took off running down the dirt road, parallel to the irrigation pipe. He knew enough not to try running through the fields, because the Border Patrol's infrared cameras could pick him out from a mile away. He ran about 200 yards, then immediately turned left toward the freeway. In the pitch-black darkness, he made out a shallow culvert. It was small, but he managed to slip inside. Moments before, he heard sirens approaching, then saw the impossibly bright light from a helicopter-mounted spotlight. He scrambled deeper inside the culvert, clawing frantically at every rock, piece of garbage, and bit of soil he could find room to wriggle in. Victor didn't have enough room to turn around to see if his feet and legs were all the way inside the opening. If they weren't, the Border Patrol agents would be on him within minutes, guided in by the helicopter's observer. But he had made it. The sound of the helicopter moved away, as did the sirens. When he thought it was safe, he tried to snake his way backward, but he couldn't move. He had no choice but to go forward. After almost 20 minutes of crawling, he found himself on the other side of the culvert, on the north side of the eastbound lane of Interstate 10. He knew enough not to try to cross the highway. Agents would be scanning the highway with night vision equipment. He also knew he could not stay there. The Border Patrol would be quickly setting up a perimeter around the murder scene. He crawled on his belly in the sandy median between the east and west lanes of the interstate highway, praying that the sand and dirt that covered him from head to toe would allow him to blend in with the earth. A few minutes later, he came across a culvert on the westbound lane, and he crawled in. This one was a bit larger, and he found it easy to crawl to the other side. He found another irrigation pipe and decided to follow it, pausing to hide behind a concrete support or valve whenever he heard any vehicles approaching. As his eyes adapted to the dark, he spotted several barns and other service buildings nearby in the fields, but he dared not try to enter any of them, because he knew that's the first place the police would look for him. After almost an hour of nearly continuous running, interspersed with frantic searches for hiding places, he came across a knoll and a service road that crossed the westbound lane of the interstate. His throat was completely dry, and he was becoming dizzy from dehydration and exertion. He saw several men sitting on the side of the service road, speaking Spanish, and passing a large bottle of something in a paper bag back and forth between them. He would only stay for a second, he told himself. One sip of whatever they had, that was all. He started to stand up, and raised his arms to flag them down, then instinctively dropped to the ground, just as a sheriff's patrol car, slowly and quietly cruising down the service road on the other side of the interstate, turned on its red flashing lights. "No moverse! Este es la policía! Levántese con su arriba las manos! Tengo un canine!" came the order from the car's loudspeaker. Oh, shit! A dog! Victor didn't hesitate. He crawled into the field to his right, took a few moments to find the deepest, smelliest open furrow he could, and began to scoop soil on top of himself. In moments, he completely covered himself in coarse, sandy loam, stinking of fresh fertilizer and decaying vegetation. If the men tried to run and they let the dog go, he was caught. But the men didn't run. Victor could hear bits and pieces of conversation. It turned out all the men had identity cards and lived nearby. They may have been illegals, but the Riverside County Sheriff's Department rarely detained undocumented workers who were minding their own business. If they tried to arrest even a third of them, their jails would be full to bursting, Victor knew. The questioning took some time, but the sheriff's deputy never let his dog loose, and eventually the patrol car departed. Not long afterward, Victor rose up from the putrid stench of the furrow when he heard the workers leaving. He was shivering from a combination of thirst, hunger, fear, and adrenaline. He didn't want to, but he heard himself call out to the workers, amigos, espere por favor. Each of the men instantly produced a weapon, pocket knives, a tire iron, a tine from a tractor-pulled rake, and an axe handle. ¿Quién es él? One of them called out. My name is Victor Flores. I need help. Victor? El Coyote? Another asked. Si. Victor, what's happening, my man? The older man with the tire iron ran over to him. I am Jorge. You brought me and my brothers across the border many times, my friend. He handed Victor a bottle of warm malt liquor. Victor nearly puked on it, but he gulped down a few mouthfuls. What's happened to you? We must get out of here, Jorge, one of the workers said. The sheriff will be back. Shut up, Carlos. This man has helped me more than you ever have. Jorge looked at Victor carefully and said, They said there was a shooting back there. Are you involved in that, Victor? Let's get out of here, damn it! Look, Jorge, help me, Victor said. I was not involved in the shooting, but the ones responsible will find me if I'm caught by the police. He produced the $100 bill the one called Zakharov had given him. This is all I have, but it's yours if you help me. The one named Carlos licked his lips and made a step toward the money, sensing its value even in the darkness. But Jorge blocked his way. Vete a hacer puñetas, puta avara, he swore. Victor has helped me many times in the past. Now I will help him. He turned to Victor and said, We are waiting for a ride to a farm in Indian Wells, my friend. We can take you as far as that. Gracias, amigo, Victor said, holding out the money to him. Keep your money, Victor. You may need it later, Jorge said. Just tell me you're not involved in a shooting. I saw what happened, Victor said. A group of Ernesto Fuesa's pollos killed 4 border patrol agents and some migrants. I got away. Mi Dios, one of the workers gasped. Comandante Veracruz? He attacked La Migra? Him and a pollo, a big guy. The fight for freedom and liberty from American repression must be underway, the workers said happily. Comandante Veracruz has been calling for the workers of the world to rise up and resist the American oppressors. He must have raised an army, and the fight is beginning. Shut up, you idiot, another worker said. To Jorge, he said, You cannot let him travel with us. We'll all be taken to prison or killed by the Border Patrol in retaliation if he's caught with us. I said Victor will go with us, and he shall, Jorge said. He looked at Victor. But Carlos is right, my friend. It is too dangerous for you to stay with us. I won't, Victor said. Indian Wells will be fine. I can find my way from there. About an hour later, a large produce truck stopped near the service road overpass, and the men piled in. No one spoke to Victor for the rest of the trip. When the truck stopped and everyone got out, no one at all said a word. They just walked off toward their destination, none of them expecting Victor to follow them. He didn't. He watched the sun rise as he lay against a rock about 200 meters away from Route 74 outside Indian Wells. Secretly, he hoped the rock hit a rattlesnake or some other desert predator that would just put him out of his misery. But thinking of suicide was sinful, an affront to Jesus the Savior, and he immediately regretted those thoughts. Instead, he thought about going home. He was born not far from here. He had not been back in many months. Technically, Thermal was not his real home, since his parents were migrants from Mexico and he didn't have a real home. But he always considered the fertile, expansive Coachella Valley his home, and that's where he thought he should go. He knew he shouldn't risk it. He was an American citizen, so he assumed the government knew a lot about him, including his place of birth and the names and addresses of his closest living relatives, so that's where they were sure to look for him. But he was tired, bone-tired, and still more scared than he had ever felt in his entire life. He had to do something, or the fear would surely cause him to go out of his mind. After a few more minutes' consideration, he got up and started walking toward the sun, rising over the Orocopia Mountains, toward home and, hopefully, some rest. The air was crisp, clean, and not yet hot. There was a gentle breeze blowing from the west that actually seemed to help him as he headed east. Yet the horrible, stupefying stench of death and guilt encircled his head like cigar smoke, and would, Victor was certain, remain with him for the rest of his life. Chapter 1. Henderson, Nevada, later that morning. "Don't talk to me about bigotry, xenophobia, or racism," Bob O'Rourke said, even before the country western bumper music faded completely away. "Don't you dare call this show and call me a racist. I'm mad enough to chew nails right now, my friends, and I might just lose my temper." Fawn Kent, Bob O'Rourke's producer and call screener on the top-rated, nationally syndicated talk radio show The Bottom Line, smiled broadly as she turned the gain down on her headphones. If you looked up the term type A personality in the dictionary, you might find Bob O'Rourke's picture there. He was always headstrong, dynamic, animated, energized, but he was even more so behind the microphone. During their 1-hour production meeting before each show in Bob's office, he had the usual array of national newspapers stacked up on his desk and his ever-present tablet PC notebook ready to take electronic notes. But today, when she walked in for the meeting, there were just as many newspapers on the floor, and crumpled up and tossed toward the wastebasket. Bob O'Rourke's loud, deep, rapid-fire voice, with just a slight Texas twang in it, was exactly opposite of his physical appearance, which Bob carefully worked to conceal, and which cost the jobs of a few other producers when they slipped up and released unflattering descriptions of their boss. He was 5'6" and weighed 140 soaking wet, with thin black hair, a thin neck, very light skin, despite living in a town with 11 months of sunshine a year, and rather delicate-looking features. He was so self-conscious of his physical stature that he wore a cowboy hat, boots, and sunglasses all the time, even in the studio, and had trained his voice to become deeper. Some might call it a Napoleon complex. Others might call it ego and vanity carried to the extreme. Fawn Kent knew enough to keep her mouth shut whenever that subject was broached. You never knew when a rival producer or media reporter was nearby. "If you ask me, my friends," O'Rourke went on, "this attack, this assault, this brutal assassination is every bit as serious and troubling as the terror attacks in San Francisco, Houston, and Washington in recent months. Don't give me that look, Fonda. Don't you dare roll your eyes at me. You know what I'm talking about." Fonda was busy with the phones and her computers and hadn't even looked up at him, but it didn't matter. He constantly accused her of disagreeing with his comments and ideas, which were all part of the show. She was smart enough never to let him know her true opinions. I know, it's not Fonda, it's Fond, the Celtic goddess of truth, goodness, happiness, understanding, and kumbaya, or some such nonsense that you're named after. To me, it sounds like Fonda, another liberal tree-hugging, everybody be happy, let's all get along character, so that's what I'm going to call you. I'm warning you, Fonda, the O'Rourke trap is open and you're one step away from getting chomped, young lady. Fonda only shook her head and smiled as she went about her work. I'm not talking about numbers of dead or injured, my friends, he went on to his worldwide radio audience. I'm not talking about weapons of mass destruction. I'm talking about the enormity of the attack, the audacity, the sheer brazenness of it. You liberals think that an attack against the United States has to kill hundreds or thousands of persons, or law enforcement officers killed in the line of duty aren't to be considered victims of an attack. Well, my friends, I don't. In case you don't know what I'm talking about here, in case you've been living under a rock or hugging a tree or counting snail daughters in Lake Mead with your head in the water and your brains up your butt, I'll bring the ignoramuses in the audience up to speed, O'Rourke went on. Yesterday evening, 4 United States Border Patrol agents were gunned down just off Interstate 10 between Blythe and Indio, California. No, wait, just hold on. Gunned down is too soft, too gentle, too Fonda. Let's call it what it was. They were slaughtered. They were shot to death by automatic gunfire as they were making an immigration stop. These men were executed, and for what? For enforcing the immigration and border security laws of the United States of America. That's what. The assassins didn't stop there, my friends. Oh, no, not by a long shot. They killed a total of 10 Mexican nationals, including a pregnant woman and an 11-year-old boy. The killers then made off with a Border Patrol vehicle. Incredible. Simply incredible. Horrifying is more like it. This is the worst killing in the line of duty in the history of the Border Patrol. As if he needed something to get him even more hopped up, O'Rourke took a handful of chocolate-covered espresso beans and popped them into his mouth before continuing. So what's the status of the hunt for the killers? I called Mr. James Abernathy, director of the U.S. Customs and Border Protection, the folks who run the Border Patrol. He said he could not comment because of the ongoing investigation. Same response from Attorney General Wentworth. Fair enough. I'm not going to aid and assist the terrorists by pushing the investigators into revealing any clues that might make the killers scatter. But I asked both gentlemen what's being done to secure our borders and prevent another attack like this from happening again. And do you know what they said? Mr. Abernathy's spokesperson said, "We're doing everything possible." Attorney General Wentworth's spokesman said, "Everything legally authorized is being done with all due respect for the rights of those involved in this activity." Excuse me? O'Rourke hit a button, and the recorded sound of a large steel trap snapping closed went out over the airwaves. Sans fresh meat in the O'Rourke trap, my friends. Everything possible? My friends, do you realize that the 4 agents killed yesterday represented 1/10 of all the agents assigned to patrol the eastern Riverside County area of Southern California? 10% of the agents assigned to ground patrol duties were killed in one night. 40 agents assigned to patrol about 2,500 square miles of some of the busiest illegal migrant activity in the southwestern United States. That's one agent for roughly every 50 square miles. Imagine having 2 cops to patrol a city the size of Las Vegas. How many crooks do you think they're going to capture? Attorney General Wentworth's spokesman said that the government is going to respect the rights of those involved in this activity. The snap of the steel trap closing sounded again. Wrong! I believe Attorney General Wentworth's spokesman is referring to respecting the rights of illegal migrants, migrant smugglers, and maybe even the rights of murderers. Is he actually suggesting that we consider the rights of the trespassers and murderers versus the rights of endangered American citizens before deciding what we're going to do to combat these border incursions and attacks? As all my loyal listeners around the world know, I always have a copy of the Constitution of the United States right in front of me, and I refer to it often in questions like this. The 14th Amendment to the Constitution says that all rights, liberties, and protections of the Constitution apply to citizens of the United States. It also says that no state can deny any person, including illegal aliens and murderers, I suppose, life, liberty, property, or access to the legal system without due process. My question to Attorney General Wentworth is, what further considerations are you bound to give illegals and murderers before deciding how to enforce the law? We have laws against murder and crossing the borders through other than regular border crossings. We have agencies legally set up to enforce those laws. No one is being denied anything. So why isn't the government acting to stop illegal immigration? The bottom line, This wishy-washy, feel-good, politically correct nonsense has got to stop, my friends, before we blindly allow more violence across our borders, Bob O'Rourke went on. This namby-pamby, mealy-mouthed, tap-dancing rhetoric regarding such a basic, fundamental, and important national policy such as controlling immigration, sovereignty, and security is a national outrage. An estimated 1 million persons illegally cross the borders of the United States every year. Estimates of the number of persons illegally in the United States at any given time range from 10 to 12 million. And the number is increasing every year despite the attacks on 9/11 and the recent consortium terror attacks. The United States can put a man on the moon, read newspapers from 21,000 miles in space, and fly a plane across the country in 2 hours. But we can't stop poor, uneducated Mexican peasants from strolling across the border. I say we can, my friends, and I say we do it now, before any more law enforcement officers get slaughtered. Those 4 men left behind wives, children, family, and friends, and our country owes it to them, and owes it to all citizens to do something right now to stop this tidal wave of illegal immigration. As you all know, because I've been harping on it for months now, the effort to repeal the Posse Comitatus Act is stalled in Congress, and President Conrad seems unable or unwilling to push it. This is another outrage, and the president had better have the guts to take the hands of the wives, children, and mothers of those slain officers in his, look them in the eye, and promise he'll get the job done. What else will it take? Will more officers and illegals have to die? Does another city have to be attacked before this president gets off his best intentions and puts his political and personal reputation on the line to repeal Posse Comitatus and protect the borders? All of my loyal listeners across this great country know my plan. But in case you're tuning in for the first time, or you're just a bleeding heart liberal illegal hugger like Fonda, here it is. So listen up. It's simple. Bring every National Guardsman home from overseas and put him and her to work patrolling the nation's borders. We've had experts on this show many times that say the U.S.-Mexico border can be sealed off with fewer than 10% of the entire manpower of the Army and Air National Guard, or 20% of the manpower of the Guard just in the south border states of California, Arizona, New Mexico, Florida, and Texas. The National Guard was originally established to protect, defend, and secure the individual states and the United States, and only, secondarily, to augment the regular forces. We already have a nationwide declaration of war against terrorism. The governors don't need any more authority or repeal of Posse Comitatus to deploy Guard forces in their own states. But the active-duty military forces have the real equipment, training, and manpower to make this work, so they need to be brought in as soon as possible. Therefore, Step 2. Congress should repeal the Posse Comitatus Act immediately, or at the very least, the president should suspend it while the country is in a state of war, as we are now, and all of the strength and capabilities of our military forces should be brought to bear to secure the borders. I've been in the Air Force command centers up at Beale Air Force Base in California, watching unmanned Global Hawk aircraft 20,000 feet in the sky, locating and tracking individuals from half a world away. I've seen infrared detectors spot individuals hiding under trees or even in underground spider holes. I've seen joint STARS aircraft identifying and tracking hundreds of vehicles by radar over thousands of square miles. Guess how many Global Hawks we have patrolling Iraq and Afghanistan right now? 7, according to the public affairs folks at Beale Air Force Base. How many do we have patrolling anywhere in the U.S.? You guessed it, none. How many joint stars patrolling Iraq and Afghanistan? 6. That's all we have, my friends, leaving none to protect our own borders. We have less than 20% of the Air Force's fleet of smaller Predator unmanned reconnaissance aircraft patrolling our own borders. Technologically, I know we can do it. The question is, do we have the political will to do it? You'll hear that illegal immigrants do work that Americans don't want to do. Again, the sound of the trap snapping shut. O'Rourke says hogwash. Farm owners prefer immigrant labor because they're cheap, plentiful, work in absurdly deplorable conditions, and don't complain it costs trouble for fear of deportation. If farm workers were paid an honest wage instead of a slave laborer's wage, more Americans would do those jobs, or the farm owners would modernize their equipment and procedures to make farming even more efficient and profitable. Any higher costs would just be passed along to consumers anyway, where the market would then dictate prices. But undoubtedly, unemployment would go down in the meantime. You will hear that politicians don't like legislating against illegal immigrants because it will anger ethnic voters. Snap! Again, O'Rourke says, hogwash! Legal immigrants and naturalized citizens oppose illegal immigration just as much as native-born citizens do because illegals are breaking the law, which hurts everyone, paints them with the same bigoted, racist, xenophobic brush as the illegals, and diminishes all the efforts they've made to come into this country legally. O'Rourke paused for a few breaths, then went on. I know a lot of you are advocating the guest worker program. Say what? Oh, what? Worker program? Snap! Bull pies! I won't even consider a guest worker program until every last man and woman in this country who wants a job has a job. And that'll be a long, long time in coming, my friends. Don't you dare try to sugarcoat the issue by telling me that Mexicans do jobs that Americans won't do. Illegals have done those jobs because farmers and other employers would rather pay them a few pennies an hour rather than what a worker is legally entitled to. Pay an honest wage for an honest day's work, and you won't need to hire slave labor to do the work. And don't you dare try to call it a guest worker program as if the illegals will leave when we ask them to and won't come back unless we invite them. Calling someone a guest implies that we want these people to enter our country. We can't have it both ways, my friends. We can't demand sovereign, secure borders, no risk of terror attacks, and no risk of skyrocketing costs associated with providing public services to illegals, and then ask for allowing undocumented, untraceable persons the right to legally enter the country and work. Trading security for comfort and convenience is not the answer. What we need is a big stick. Anyone found violating immigration laws risks detainment, not just deportment. Anyone caught without proper proof of citizenship is sent to a detainment facility to await administrative processing and deportment. These detention camps are minimum security, minimum amenity facilities. The persons detained are not there for rest and relaxation, but to await deportation, in which the length of time they are detained depends on the size of the facility, the number of judges assigned to work the cases, and the number of detainees. Multiple violators face federal jail time. Children born in a detainment facility are not considered U.S. citizens. If they must lose wages because they go to a detention camp every time they're caught without a guest worker permit, or if their offspring are denied citizenship, maybe they'll think twice before trying to sneak across the border. I see Fonda rolling her eyes at me already, O'Rourke said. This time, his little bit of radio theatrics was right on. She was rolling her eyes at him. Although Kent knew about today's topic and was ready for the onslaught of calls, even she looked at O'Rourke with a bit of trepidation. The phone lines were beginning to light up, and she knew that not everyone was going to want to talk with the host. The angry but radio-shy among them would scream at her instead, and she really hated that. It was her job, of course, but she still hated it. I can hear the politicians in California calling me a racist and likening all this to Japanese internment camps in the 1940s. Folks, there's no doubt those camps were born of mass hysteria and xenophobia. Every man or woman after Pearl Harbor with sloped eyes was a Jap spy. That was racism, and that was wrong. Here's O'Rourke's bottom line. Those found illegally entering the United States are criminals. At best, they're trespassers, flouting our laws and taking money and services from legal citizens. At worst, they could be terrorists, murderers, rapists, and vandals. This is unacceptable. This madness has got to stop. Are you listening, Washington? Are you listening, President Conrad? O'Rourke looked up and saw Fawn with her hands upraised in surrender, and a quick glance at the computer screen told him why. The switchboard was completely full. All right, you people, I've ranted enough. The lines are jammed, so keep your comments short and sweet and let everyone have a chance to voice an opinion. America is once again under siege, not only by illegal immigrants, but now by terrorists sneaking across the border with the illegals. We're talking about illegal immigration and what the Conrad administration must do about it right now. I'm Bob O'Rourke. Welcome to the bottom line. Let's get it on right after this commercial message. Stay right there. The Oval Office, the White House, Washington, D.C. That same time. That rat bastard, the President of the United States, Samuel Conrad, thundered as he exited his private study adjacent to the Oval Office. Who does that guy think he is? He doesn't know anything except what some hack reporter puts out over the wires. Somebody save me from the know-it-alls in the world. The President's National Security Advisor, Sergeant Major Ray Jefferson, U.S. Army, had just walked into the Oval Office when the President finished his tirade. The President's Chief of Staff, Thomas F. Kinsley, was fixing the President a cup of coffee. Decaf, Jefferson hoped. And he immediately made his way over to fix himself a cup. The White House had the best coffee in the world, Jefferson learned, but the Oval Office stuff seemed even better, and he never failed to grab a cup when he could. Ray Jefferson took his coffee, stepped back behind the sofa in the little meeting area of the Oval Office, and almost seemed to disappear from sight. That was his favorite of all his many talents, learned over almost 3 decades in the military. The ability to seem insignificant, blend into his surroundings, and look completely disarming. He was of just over average height, wiry, with short dark hair and blue eyes that seemed to reflect his mood at any given moment. They could be light and friendly one moment, dark and angry the next, but they were sharp and rarely missed anything. His ability to stand perfectly still, listen and observe people and events around him had always served him well, and even more so now in his rough-and-tumble political role as the President of the United States National Security Advisor. Thomas Kinsley, the President's White House Chief of Staff, was everything Jefferson was not. Like the former Chief of Staff, Victoria Collins, Kinsley was another one of the President's close friends. A successful fundraiser and political organizer and operative, he was an expert at networking and strategizing, but had almost no experience working with entrenched Washington bureaucrats and politicians with their own agendas. Even Ray Jefferson, a soldier since age 17, was more politically astute than Kinsley. He was younger than his predecessor, tall, dark, and good-looking, well-spoken and affable with the media, but known as hard-charging and relentless with his staffers. Kinsley had made it clear early on that Jefferson was not, and probably would never be, a member of the inner circle. Fine with him, Jefferson told himself early on. He didn't have to kiss ass to get access to the highest seats of power in the free world. "There you are, Sergeant Major," the President said, finally noticing his National Security Advisor's presence, even though he had been there for a while. Samuel Conrad was tall, gray-haired, and distinguished-looking, a photo-perfect figure of the chief executive. After graduating from Rutgers University with a degree in accounting and then Rutgers School of Law, almost his entire professional life had been in public service. 2 terms in the New Jersey legislature, 2 terms in the U.S. House of Representatives, 2 years in the White House Budget Office, 4 years as Undersecretary of the Treasury, 2 terms as Governor of New Jersey, 2 years in the White House Chief of Staff's office, and 1 term in the U.S. Senate before reaching the Oval Office. He was normally unflappable and in control. This was the first time in Jefferson's recollection that he ever saw the president in the Oval Office with so much as his tie loosened, let alone with a raised voice. Jefferson didn't care much for politicians or bean counters, but he felt an obligation to this president as a way to make up for the death and destruction caused by Jefferson's old boss, the previous national security advisor to the president, who betrayed and almost killed the president and who was responsible for the deaths of thousands before he was finally stopped. Anything that got this president so angry had to be serious. Jefferson waited to see if the president would explain what the shouting was about, but that was not yet forthcoming. "Any updates on the Border Patrol killings last night, Ray?" the president asked. "Just what Director Delane sent over from the Bureau about an hour ago, sir," Ray replied. "No new leads. These guys were pros. I reject Secretary Lemke's theory that it was a turf war between smuggler gangs." "Why?" "Pistols and shotguns, maybe, but AK-47s put these guys several steps above the average smuggler," Jefferson replied. "Plus the evidence of body armor. These guys were professional soldiers." "Your analysis, then?" "Same as this morning's briefing, sir. It was an infiltration by a heavily armed and trained commando squad, similar to what we encountered with the consortium," Jefferson replied. The energy monopoly turned terrorist organization known as the consortium, secretly led by the now-deceased former National Security Advisor to the President of the United States, Robert Chamberlain, had been held responsible for the terror attacks in Houston, San Francisco, and Washington. Despite the efforts of hundreds of law enforcement agencies around the world, the organization was believed still in operation, now led by ex-Russian oil oligarch Igor Viktorovich Zakharov. Could be even another consortium infiltration. Zakharov looking to even the score and sending in troops via a different, more established, and, frankly, highly successful route. I'd consider using human smugglers to bring my terrorist forces into the U.S. if I wanted to sneak in. Chances are better than 5 to 1 I'd make it. The president nodded, then picked up a briefing folder. "I read your recommendations about this Operation Rampart project, Sergeant Major. Lots of tough love in here." He saw Jefferson's eyes narrow, and the piercing glare made him decidedly uncomfortable. "Something on your mind, Ray? Let's hear it." "I'd appreciate it, sir, if you'd tell me flat out what you think of my plan," Jefferson said. "Tough love doesn't tell me a thing." "That's out of line, Jefferson," Kinsley snapped. The president raised a hand toward his chief of staff, then tossed the folder back on his desk. "I've got to learn to be more direct with you, Sergeant Major," he said. He motioned to the memo. "Let me get this straight, Ray. You want to put an entire Army division on the border?" "I proposed forming a task force which would be about division-sized, about 20,000 troops, including Army and Air Force aviation reconnaissance, logistics, and communications support assets, sir," Jefferson explained. "I recommend reserves or National Guard units instead of active duty forces, each working in their own home state. It might give them a little added incentive to do a better job." "And you expect them to completely seal off the southern border?" Kinsley asked. "It wouldn't be 100%, Mr. Kinsley, but it would be a hell of a lot better than what we have now." He turned to the president. "Sir, the military, as you know, is legally prohibited from performing law enforcement duties, but they can assist law enforcement, and already do on a regular basis. Let's step up surveillance along the borders and see if the level of illegal border crossings is on the increase. Then interdict some of these migrants and find out who they are. Migrant workers, illegal immigrants, or, in fact, terrorists. That's the real question we're facing here, isn't it?" What do you mean, Ray? I mean, if those Border Patrol agents were gunned down by a few stoned, desperate or rambunctious migrant farm workers with itchy trigger fingers, nothing more will be done about it, Jefferson said. But if, on the other hand, it was some kind of terror group infiltrating through our southern borders, and they retaliated to prevent being discovered or captured, we should retaliate with everything we got. If you want to secure the borders and try to prevent what happened last night, sir, let's do it, Jefferson went on resolutely. In my opinion, the Border Patrol is not up to the task. In fact, the entire Customs and Border Protection Service is not equipped to secure the borders. They're a law enforcement unit, not a security one. I'm sure they've upgraded their weapons and tactics over the years, but in my mind, they're still the guys on horseback and in pickup trucks cruising the desert looking for Chicanos, sneaking into America. The military knows surveillance and reconnaissance the best. Let them do their jobs. Putting the military in a law enforcement function is against the law, Sergeant Major. This tasking is not a violation of the Posse Comitatus Act, Jefferson responded. I still believe we should be working to repeal Posse Comitatus, but in case it's not repealed, this operation would not violate it. The military would serve a surveillance and interdiction role only, the same as they do with anti-drug smuggling operations. The Border Patrol, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, FBI, Customs or state or local law enforcement would make the arrests and conduct the investigations. We can start immediately and have it completed in less than 6 months. 6 months? Secure a mostly open 3,000-mile border of the United States from illegal entry by groups of persons or undeclared, unidentified vehicles? Yes, sir, Jefferson said. It'll take manpower and technology, but most importantly, it'll take strong backing by the federal, state, and local governments and support from the citizens. But it can be done. A combination of strategic and tactical reconnaissance and rapid reaction forces strung out across the border, similar to what the Coast Guard and Customs Service do along American waters and ports. Sounds like you're going to war here, Sergeant, Kinsley said. It's Sergeant Major, Mr. Kinsley, not Sergeant, Jefferson said, affixing a warning glare and voice inflection that were not so subtle as to be overlooked by the Chief of Staff. Large numbers of unidentified, heavily armed gunmen coming across the border and killing Americans. It sounds like war to me too, sir. To the President, he said, If you want action, sir, this is what it'll take, in my best estimation. I can't guarantee a few terrorists or illegals won't slip through, but with proper backup and support from state and local agencies, I think we can get the job done. The President remained silent, which prompted Kinsley to press his arguments even more. You want plain talk, Sergeant Major? I believe your plan would be a political disaster, Kinsley said, emphasizing the word Sergeant Major sarcastically enough to elicit another warning glare. It would outrage Hispanics, liberal politicians, human and civil rights groups, the Mexican government, the governors of the border states, and probably several dozen other groups I haven't even thought of yet. I don't report to any of those people, sir. I report to the President of the United States. Same as you, Jefferson said flatly. The President requested my opinion on how to stop illegal immigration, not how to placate several dozen disparate political groups. That's someone else's job. You're wrong there, Sergeant Major. The political aspects of this office is everyone's job, just like the military decisions made in this office affect the political landscape, the President said. Remember that. Yes, sir, I will. He scowled at Kinsley, who withered under his glare. Anything else for me, sir? I'm going to fly out to San Diego to attend the funerals of those Border Patrol agents killed last night, the President said somberly. I'll meet with the directors of the Customs and Border Protection Service and the Immigration and Customs Enforcement Service afterward. I'd like to go along and hear those briefings too, sir. I thought you might. Approved. Thank you, sir, Jefferson said. I'd like permission to bring along my own advisors as well. Of course. Bring anyone you need. Submit their names to Tom for clearances. Who do you have in mind? But before Jefferson could respond, the President's eyes widened, and he said, Richter and Vega, I presume? Implementing a major border security program with a division-sized task force will take time, sir, Jefferson said. I thought it would be prudent to try a smaller task force first. Task Force Talon is already formed. It already has a security and anti-terrorist mission and full authorization to gain assets from any active or reserve units necessary. And they're already located in the Southwest. Task Force Talon was a joint military and FBI counter-terrorist strike team, led by Ray Jefferson before he became the National Security Advisor. Now Major Jason Richter and Dr. Ariadna Vega, formerly of the Army Research Lab, were in charge. I want to bring in an officer from the National Guard Bureau to listen in, too. I thought Talon was disbanded after the Chamberlain fiasco, Kinsley said. Negative, sir, Jefferson said. Talon received additional funding from the Departments of Defense and Homeland Security under a secret emergency authorization. Since the consortium attacks last year, Talon has grown to company size, about 200 members. They have 8 CID squads, 16 CID units, plus 1 training and maintenance squad. They operate missions all over the world. They're still active in North and Central Africa and Central Asia, hunting down Sakharov and other surviving members of the consortium. Kinsley nodded. I have to admit, Talon is the pride and joy of the nation after what they did in San Francisco and Washington, he said. It'll be a much easier sell to have Talon involved than just saying we're militarizing the southern border. But he turned to the president with a serious expression. But we are militarizing the border, or that's how it's going to be perceived in the world, Mr. President. The United States has always prided itself on having unarmed borders. This will erase almost a century of cooperation and coexistence between us and the Mexican government, and it's almost certain to raise criticism against us, charging bigotry, xenophobia, isolationism, even racism. Before 9/11, Kingman City, San Francisco, and now these killings near Blythe, I would never consider doing it, the president said. Now I have no choice. Something has to be done, and right now. He looked at both Kinsley and Jefferson. But I want fresh ideas on the illegal immigration problem, gents, he said. I know what the Border Patrol wants. More money for more men and equipment. That's one solution. But I want new ideas. Better solutions. I want to send Task Force Talon in ahead of our visit, so they can give us a report after we hear from CBP and ICE, sir, Jefferson said. That'll give them a complete perspective on the situation along the borders. That could be an invitation to disaster, Jefferson, Kinsley said. We don't want any complaints from immigrant or human rights groups. Your task force can hunt down terrorists in the U.S., but they should be directed to keep their hands off any illegal immigrants they find. Let the Border Patrol and Immigration and Customs Enforcement do their jobs. Ray, the president prompted. They can act as observers only, unless they find anyone they consider to be terrorists, Jefferson said. Kinsley's expression showed his distrust, but he said nothing, giving tacit approval. Thank you, Sergeant Major, the president said. Anything else for me? Yes, sir. May I ask what your outburst was about a few moments ago? The president smiled and nodded knowingly at Kinsley. I tell you, Tom, that's why I hired this guy. He says what's on his mind. I prefer to think of it as curiosity killed the cat, Kinsley said dryly. Did you happen to catch Bob O'Rourke's radio show this morning, Sergeant Major? No, sir. But you're familiar with his show. I've heard the name, sir, but I don't listen to talk radio or TV. In fact, I don't watch much TV or listen to the radio at all. Never have. Why is that? I've got my own theories and ideas, sir, and they're based on information and sources I know are accurate, Jefferson replied. Anything else is propaganda, disinformation, or entertainment. Iraq's radio show has 10 million listeners a day on 700 stations around the world, plus satellite and shortwave. It's even streamed live on the internet, Kinsley said. He has an opinion column syndicated in 1,000 newspapers around the world. He's one of the most popular and influential media types in the United States. Probably the world. Not surprisingly, none of that seemed to impress Jefferson in the least. Bob O'Rourke and all those radio commentators say what they say to shock or outrage their listeners, he said. I see no value in listening to him. If I want entertainment, I'll visit the Senior Enlisted Club at Fort Myers on payday. Seems like a rather myopic and self-centered view of the world, Jefferson, Kinsley said haughtily. You pick and choose what you want to listen to and make decisions based on a limited perspective. Perhaps you need to broaden your exposure a bit more. I serve as the National Security Advisor of the President of the United States, Mr. Kinsley, Jefferson said, his voice becoming deeper, and both Kinsley and Conrad recognized, more menacing. I have access to sources and data that I never even dreamed existed, even when I was the former National Security Advisor's aide-de-camp. With the information at my fingertips now, why would I waste my time listening to a hack like Bob O'Rourke? I listen to his show when I'm near a radio, Sergeant Major, the President said with a smile. Do you think I'm wasting my time? Yes, sir, I do. Kinsley looked aghast, which quickly changed to rising anger. Have a little respect for the office, Jefferson, he said. But the President only laughed. That's why I picked you for this job, Sergeant Major. I know you'll give me a straight answer every time. That's my job, sir. It may interest you to know that your proposal is almost precisely what O'Rourke talked about on his radio show this morning. The President thought he detected a very slight uptick of a corner of Jefferson's mouth, which may or may not have been a smile. Maybe this O'Rourke character has something on the ball after all. Was that a joke, Sergeant Major? The President asked with mock surprise. I'm a military man, sir, Jefferson said, ignoring the sarcasm. My perspective has always been, and probably will always be, from a military perspective. He glared again at Kinsley before adding, not a political or entertainment one. Border security and illegal migration began as a societal and cultural problem, grew into an economic problem, and has now exploded into a national security problem. I'm sure there's a political element in there too, but I don't feel I'm qualified to handle that. The President raised a hand. Message received loud and clear, Sergeant Major, he said. I hired you for one simple reason. I want straight talk and honest answers. I have no doubt that if we stray into an area that you can't help me with, you'll say so and not try to bullshit me. Roger that, sir. Good. He nodded at the plan Jefferson had submitted and went on. I'll staff your proposal and present it to the congressional leadership for feedback. But after what happened down there in Blythe, I'm ready to implement your plan immediately. Get everyone ready to go, and I'll give you the go-ahead as soon as possible. Yes, sir. The President held up the order. Have Secretary Lemke or his designee be in overall charge of the Sergeant Major's Operation Rampart program, but we'll put Task Force Talon in charge for now until the forces ramp up. Have Major Richter fly out with me to San Diego aboard Air Force One so we can talk, and afterward meet with the Border Patrol and other Homeland Security folks in Southern California. Also, draft an executive order implementing Operation Rampart, the President went on. We will begin construction of the border security apparatus in 4 phases: California, Arizona, New Mexico, and Texas. Request an emergency appropriation for the first 4 years of the California portion of the system to begin construction of the forward operating bases and procurement of the unmanned aerial vehicles and support equipment immediately. The rest will have to put through the normal budget process. The order will include federalization of the National Guard and reserves and mobilization of the necessary active duty personnel and equipment per the plan. He turned to Jefferson. Ray, whom do you recommend to oversee the operation? Mr. President, I've nominated Brigadier General Ricardo Lopez, the National Deputy Director for the Army National Guard, for overall command of Rampart, Jefferson replied. I've received nothing but glowing endorsements from the Pentagon on his nomination. and I recommend his appointment wholeheartedly. I would also like to nominate the Deputy Director of Customs and Border Protection, Special Agent George Trujillo, to be Deputy Commander of Rampart. I think this combination of a military commander and a Border Patrol deputy brings the right mix of experience and places the proper emphasis on the mission. General Lopez will report directly to me." "Agreed," the President said. "I want to speak with both men as soon as possible. Set it up, Thomas." "Yes, Mr. President," Kinsley responded. He looked at Jefferson. "Ray, you said this was a cultural problem that escalated into an economic and then a national security problem. What do you mean?" "Sir, the basic problem with illegal immigration is much more than Mexicans freely crossing the border looking for work," Jefferson replied. "It has to do with the perception. Many Mexicans would say the reality, that the United States went to war with Mexico and took their land as a result of the Mexican-American War. In essence, the western half of the United States really belongs to Mexico." "Are you talking about the Texas Revolution, Jefferson?" Kinsley interjected. "As in the Battle of the Alamo?" "No, sir. The Mexican-American War was from 1846 to 1848, following the War of Texas Independence," Jefferson replied. "The Mexican-American War was America's first conflict fought outside its own borders. We accused Mexico of invading and occupying the United States after the Texas Revolution, and we went to war. We ended up with territory that makes up most of the states in the southwest United States: Texas, New Mexico, Arizona, Nevada, and California, the border states. So Mexico thinks those states still belong to Mexico? That's why they don't see anything wrong with crossing our borders like they do? Some Mexicans do claim that the border states still belong to Mexico, sir. Historically, insurrections and guerrilla attacks have taken place to try to capture or force a state to secede, such as the attacks by Pancho Villa in the early 1900s, Jefferson said. Some firebrands in Mexico will never forget the American invasion of Veracruz by General Pershing during the Punitive Wars. It's 1,000,000 times worse than what many Iraqis feel about America going to war to force regime change there. But the point is that the region is culturally and historically Hispanic, and it will always be so," Jefferson went on. "The borders are artificial, arbitrary, and in most areas not even marked or in any way delineated. For many Mexicans, there is no border, in every sense of the word. Most border towns look, sound, and feel more like Mexican towns than American. In addition, the Hispanic population is growing faster than the white population. Hispanics are no longer a minority in California, for example. Anti-immigrant activities will never be popular in that region." "This is very entertaining, Jefferson, but this is the 21st century, and all of that is practically ancient history," Kinsley said. "Besides, if I'm not mistaken, we paid for the land we took in that war, did we not? We didn't steal it. We bought it." "Most Mexican nationalists consider that blood money, sir. In any case, most of the money went back to the U.S. to pay war reparations," Jefferson said. "Part of the problem in dealing with illegal immigration is the cultural undercurrent running through this region. Any government activities against Mexicans will be seen as an attack against Mexican culture and heritage, not just against illegal migrants or terrorists." "I'm impressed, Sergeant Major," the President said. "You exhibit quite a detailed knowledge of the history and origins of the problems down there." "Thank you, sir. I studied up on it as part of the planning process for Operation Rampart and brushed up on it after learning about the attacks on the Border Patrol agents last night." "To me, you sound like that nutcase who makes those videotapes that air every now and then. What's his name?" "Veracruz. Comandante Veracruz," Jefferson said. "Named after the Battle of Veracruz, the largest and deadliest U.S. Army battle before the Civil War. It was also America's first amphibious invasion. 12,000 soldiers landed on the beach in Veracruz, Mexico, in less than 1 day. Major General Winfield Scott had the city outnumbered 4-1, but Scott still refused to negotiate terms of surrender. The Army blasted the city continuously for 12 days. It was a great victory for America, but was considered a disgrace and humiliation to Mexico." "It almost sounds like you're sympathetic to the Mexicans, Sergeant," Kinsley added. Jefferson turned his whole body toward Kinsley and gave him a look that made little hairs on the back of the Chief of Staff's neck stand up. Kinsley tried to regain his composure, but found his throat had turned completely dry in the blink of an eye. Jefferson's expression was clear. "You are my immediate supervisor, but if I don't get the simplest sign of respect due me, I'll rip your head off your pencil-thin neck and shit down your throat." "Do not," Jefferson began in a voice that was more like a growl, "confuse analysis with sympathy, Mr. Kinsley. It's essential to study the enemy personality, composition, terrain, logistics, and tactical situation in order to identify the enemy's center of gravity and compose a plan of action. Basic combat strategy." He took one step toward the Chief of Staff, impaling him with his eyes. "I'd be happy to meet in your office, one-on-one, any time, to discuss it further, sir." The president found his own throat a little dry after watching Jefferson putting Kinsley in his place, and he took a sip of coffee before speaking. "Now it's the enemy we're talking about, Sergeant Major?" the president asked. "It is if you tell me it is, sir. Yes," Jefferson said. "As I said, I believe there's a military solution to the illegal immigration situation, and I'm prepared to implement it whenever I'm given the order. However, I'm pointing out the inherent difficulties created by the historical, anthropological, and cultural situation. We could very well win every battle and lose the war." "Why?" "This Veracruz guy is a known drug smuggler, sir, but he has enormous popularity all around the world for the Mexican cause. He represents a militant backlash to anti-immigration sentiment that's growing in the United States, fueled by guys like Bob O'Rourke. Veracruz could start an uprising among the migrants in America." "An uprising? That's ridiculous," Kinsley said. "The Mexicans are here to work and earn money for themselves and their families, not revolt against America. Besides, who is this Veracruz guy? Is he a general? What army does he command?" "His audience can turn into his army if we're not careful," Jefferson said. "Remember that there are an estimated 10 million illegal immigrants in America today. At least 1 million more enter every year, and over a third of all the live births in the southwest U.S. are children of illegal immigrants. If even 10% of them decide it's time to listen to Comandante Veracruz and fight, he'd have an army twice as large as Mexico's itself. He shouldn't be underestimated." Chapter 2. Cajon Junction, California. The next morning. Any business consultant would have told them what they already knew. It was the perfect place for an enterprise such as theirs. The area featured ready access to transportation outlets such as Interstate 15, the major freeway artery between Las Vegas and Los Angeles, which made transporting both raw materials and finished product quick, easy, and secure. It was on the edge of the Mojave Desert, where land was cheap, but also at the edge of the San Bernardino National Forest, so it didn't seem as if they were actually in the desert. And they had ready access to over 10 million potential customers, without having to directly compete against the hundreds of other manufacturers scattered around the Los Angeles megalopolis. Of course, their real market was Los Angeles, but they chose to locate in San Bernardino County instead. Along with going up against the competition, they would have to go up against the infinitely better funded and organized Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, rather than the much smaller San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department. One had to balance customer service, marketing, and location of facilities with the competition factor. And their competition was not only the other manufacturers, but law enforcement. This was Ernesto Fues's pride and joy, one of the largest and most successful methamphetamine labs in Southern California. Mostly built on trucks and trailers for easy portability and concealment, the lab produced almost 100 kilos a day of crystal meth, or speed, worth almost $100,000. Mixed with cheap fillers and sold on the street, the drug could be worth 10 to 20 times that amount. The best part was that it was far less expensive for Fuerza to manufacture meth in the United States than many of his competitors. because he received the raw materials from Mexico rather than from the United States, where controls on the sale of the compounds needed to make meth were far less stringent. The same smuggling networks that allowed Ernesto Fuerza to bring hundreds of illegal immigrants a month to the United States also allowed him to import tons of epinephrine, hydrochloric acid, caustic soda, and chlorine gas to his Southern California mobile labs for very little cost and almost total security. Like any successful business owner, it was important for Fuerza to personally oversee his operation, let his employees see the boss regularly on the job site, take a look at the books, inspect the facilities and product, question his staff, and hand out punishment and rewards. And that's what Fuerza was doing that morning when they received an unexpected visitor. As always, the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Methamphetamine Interdiction Tactical Team swept in with black armored Humvees with lights and sirens on. Deputies on foot, wearing black fatigues, ballistic helmets, and bulletproof vests, led captured lookouts into the compound at gunpoint, and all of the lab workers were quickly rounded up, cuffed with nylon handcuffs, and secured in the middle of the compound. The deputies were especially rough on Fuerza himself, hog-tying, blindfolding, and gagging him, and throwing him face down in the dirt in front of his workers. "Ernesto, you must be working your men too hard," said Sergeant Ed Nunez, commander of the Methamphetamine Interdiction Tactical Team. "My men found your security guys fast asleep." He looked around at the trailers and trucks and shook his head. "2 tractor trailers here instead of just 1, Ernesto? You didn't tell me you were using 2 labs now. You broke the rules, Ernesto, and it's going to cost you. You're under arrest. Get him out of here." Fuerza was pulled up by his arms and dragged across the compound to Nunez's Humvee. Just before being thrown into the back seat, Nunez landed a fierce right cross on Fuerza's left jaw, causing the smuggler to spin around like a top and slam against the vehicle, with a noticeable spot of blood growing on the outside of the hood covering his head. Once inside the vehicle, Nunez removed his helmet, balaclava, and gloves and lit up a cigarette, leaving Fuerza in the back seat still bound and gagged. "I hope for your sake that one of those tractor trailers is empty, Ernesto, because I'm going to have to confiscate one of them, and I'd hate for you to lose an entire mobile lab. That would be bad for both of our businesses." He took a deep drag, then removed the hood and gag, leaving the rest of the bindings intact. "What the fuck, Ernesto? We agreed you could keep operating as long as you tossed me a few kilos of product and a few rival smugglers every now and then, and as long as you didn't get too greedy and try to expand. What's the matter with you?" "Listen to me, Nunez," Fuerza said. Fuerza was tall, in his late 30s, with long, dark hair secured with his signature black and white, Middle Eastern-looking chain-link bandana, a long goatee, sunglasses, and wiry features. He moved fluidly and silently, obviously a result of extensive military training. "I might have a deal going that will greatly expand my distribution. I am not trying to screw you, I swear. I am trying to make us both rich. I told you before, Comandante, that I don't want rich and powerful cookers and dealers in this county. I want everybody kept small time so they don't attract attention from the state or the feds," Nunez said. "Money makes you cookers greedy and stupid, and that hurts everyone. Now you're going to surrender one of those trucks and a couple of your men to me." Fuerza nodded, looking dejected and defeated. "Tal vez," he said. "Take the trailers, then. Just don't take my delivery truck, okay? That is important to my business. And don't run no computer checks." "That's not your call, Ernesto," Nunez said, giving the Mexican a mischievous grin. "I'll need a contract tow company to take the trailers, and I don't want any outside eyes back-checking my report, so I'll take the delivery truck instead." "Nunez, I ask you, do not take my delivery truck, please." "Sorry, Fuerza. Maybe next time you'll play straight with me. Stay here until I have your men in the paddy wagon, and then I'll let you escape." "You greedy bastard, I told you. I have a deal going that will make this lab setup look like a child's chemistry set. I could use your help." Tell me what this deal is about." "I got me an army, Nunez," Fuerza said. "I got me some good fighters, real pros. They—" "More of your pansy Mexican stoners, Comandante? No thanks." "No, not the Rural Defense Corps. These guys are for real. No hassles for you at all. We will not stay in San Bernardino County. We just need safe passage for these guys when I bring them across." "Pros, huh? Who are they?" "You do not want to know who they are, Nunez," Fuerza said. "They will take over security and enforcement for my network. All you and your guys need to do is let them through when I tell you they are coming." Nunez thought for a moment. Then, "Okay, Ernesto, but I'm raising my fee to $20,000 a week." $20,000? You do less work for more money? You think it's easy or cheap to explain to the bosses how over $1 million worth of Mexican crank gets discovered in Los Angeles, Riverside, and Imperial counties every month, but not in San Bernardino County?" Nunez asked angrily. "There's a lot more than just my team involved in this, Fuerza. Everybody from the State Narcotics Control Bureau to the DA to the fucking newspaper reporters have their hands out. It's going to cost you big to go big time." "I tell you, Nunez, back off, and there will be plenty of money for all of us." $20,000 a week, starting now," Nunez insisted. "Maybe that'll take care of this sudden urge to expand your operation. Take it, or I'll confiscate more than just a damn truck." Okay, I will pay," Fuerza said. "But please do not go near the delivery truck, and tell your deputies to stay off the computer." "Stop whining about that truck, Ernesto," Nunez said. "Be thankful I'm not impounding everything here and tossing your sorry, stupid ass into jail. Now shut up and stay put until I come for you." Fuerza plopped back on the hard bench seat of the sheriff's department Humvee and waited. It did not take long. Nunez returned a few moments later. "What the hell is going on, Fuerza? We just ran the plates on your truck for wants and warrants, and the whole fucking world exploded on us. Were you involved in some sort of border incident down in Imperial County?" "I do not know nothing about any border incident, Nunez. I have been here for—" "Bullshit, Fuerza. You're going down big time, jerk-off. You should have told me what you were involved with when I first nabbed you. This whole area will be swarming with feds in an hour. The computer reported the tag check to every law enforcement agency on the damn planet. You'll be lucky if you just end up with life in a federal prison. It's out of my hands now, asshole." He disappeared again, shouting, "Bag up any cash and product you see before the damn feds get here, boys. We're going to lose this crime scene in just a few minutes, and then we'll be sucking hind tit, as usual. Search that truck. Good and—" The gunfight lasted less than a minute. Fuerza heard and felt a few heavy-caliber bullets ricocheting off the Humvee, and he hunkered down on the floor until it was over, then sat up and shouted, "Coronel, aquí!" A few moments later, the door of the Humvee opened up, and Yegor Zakharov appeared, aiming a pistol inside the vehicle. He glared angrily at Fuerza. "You drove us to an ambush with the police?" Zakharov shouted. "I should kill your ass right now!" "It was a shakedown, Colonel. The deputy is even more crooked and greedy than you," Fuerza said. He turned around, and Zakharov cut off the plastic handcuffs. "Usually a few $1,000s and some lab equipment and empty chemical drums satisfies him, but he was looking for more this time. What happened to your security? Don't you have anyone guarding this damn place?" "We can talk about that later, Colonel," Fuerza said. "Right now, I suggest we collect all the money, weapons, and product we can, and get out of here before the real police arrive." Over Southern California. The next day. The shadow flitted across the hard-baked sand in an instant, so quickly that no one really noticed it. Eyes seared by the sun, stinging from sand, salt, and sweat, it was not hard to understand. Most eyes were concentrating on the path ahead, not on the sky. A false step could result in a twisted ankle or nasty fall, and that would delay everyone. Besides, shadows from birds flying overhead were common. Usually the birds were buzzards or California condors, large carrion birds looking for animals in distress below for their afternoon meal. Humans were not on their preferred menu, but if one fell and looked as if it was dead or incapacitated, they would circle overhead and wait patiently until it died all the same. This time, however, the shadow overhead was not from a living animal, although even from close up it resembled a very large Canada goose. It moved slowly, no more than 10 to 15 knots depending on the winds, flying just 500 feet above ground. It had very long, thin wings with ducted turboprop engines underneath, a long neck, a large bulbous body that was not as long as the wingspan, and a broad, flat tail. The group of 15 Mexicans crossing the desert stopped for a water and pee break, and it was then that one of the men noticed the shadow, looked up, and saw the flying object overhead. "What is it?" the man asked. "Shh! Escuche!" the coyote leader ordered. Now they could hear the faint, low, throaty sound of the device's small jet engine, and it made everyone in the group upset. "It is a reconnaissance aircraft, probably Border Patrol. They will catch us for sure." "Maybe," the leader said. He unslung his backpack and quickly pulled out a sawed-off 12-gauge shotgun. "But they'll have one less eye in the sky to bother us the next time we cross." He found it child's play to track the spy plane because it was moving so slowly, and he squeezed off a shot. "You fool! They will hear you!" one of the other coyotes complained. "We are 20 miles from the nearest road and 30 miles to the nearest town. No one will hear this small rifle," the shooter said. He fired again, then reloaded. "That little pop gun isn't going to hit it from this distance, you idiot!" one of the Poyos shouted. But just then the little aircraft turned sharply to the north and started to fly away. "Not going to hit it, eh?" the coyote said happily. "Too bad it got away. I really wanted to see that thing come spitting out of the sky like a wounded duck," he said gleefully. "Let's get moving. The more distance we can put between us and this spot, the—" "¿Cuál es ese?" one of the Poyos suddenly exclaimed. The coyote looked in the direction of the migrant's outstretched arm. There, at the top of a small rise, about 100 yards before them, was well, it was impossible to tell what it was. It resembled some sort of child's toy robot, with broad chest and shoulders, bulbous head, slim waist, and large metallic arms and legs, but it was about 9 or 10 feet tall. It had appeared out of nowhere. None of the sparse vegetation for miles around could have possibly hidden that thing. One of the Poyos unslung his backpack and reached inside it, but another stopped him. "No, don't," he whispered. "Don't you recognize it? I saw it on TV, back during the attacks on Houston and Washington. Usted no puede matarle." The first man took his hand out of the backpack, but kept it close. "Whatever it is, let's get away from it," the coyote said. But as they moved a little farther east to try to get around it, the robot thing moved with them. It made no move to walk toward them, but simply shadowed their movements. "It's moving with us, but it's not making any attempt to stop us. Maybe it doesn't belong to the Border Patrol." "¿Qué hacemos?" one of the migrants asked worriedly. The coyote thought for a moment. Then, "We'll split up," he said. "There's only one of it. It can't follow us all. Up ahead about 3 kilometers is a gully. Follow the gully towards those mountains until you come to a concrete alcantarilla. Stay out of sight until we meet up with you." "What about our pickup?" one of the men asked. "You better not call him off, asshole." "We have a deal. Damn it, just do as I say. Now split up." The Poyos did as they were told, breaking up into 2- and 3-man teams and fanning out. The smuggler chambered around in his rifle and approached the robot, shouting, "Hey, you! What are you? What do you want?" "No tire en el avión," the robot said in a machine-synthesized male voice. That was bad. The spy plane was apparently beaming down its images to this contraption, because the robot knew that he had fired on it. Fine, I won't fire on your spy plane anymore, prometo. Now leave us alone." "What is your name?" the robot asked in Spanish. "Are you the police? Border Patrol?" "No, but the Border Patrol is watching you." What is your name? How do I know the Border Patrol is watching? The coyote asked. I don't have to tell you shit. He leveled the shotgun at the robot. Now leave us alone, ojete! That's Martin Alvarez, Senior Patrol Agent Albert Spinelli said, watching the video feed on a laptop computer broadcast via satellite from the cybernetic infantry device unit on the scene. They were outdoors at a vacant area adjacent to runway 27 left, at Gillespie Field near El Cajon, California, standing beside a Humvee with a small satellite dish on top. The entire area north of the parallel runways, including the runways themselves, had been closed off to all air traffic, and a small encampment had been set up with 2 Humvees, a satellite dish, and a large 30-foot-long, 10-foot-high nylon net strung across runway 27 left to recover the gull-wing unmanned reconnaissance aircraft. No surprise seeing him in this area. Spinelli definitely appeared uncomfortable at watching this group of illegals crossing the border near Campo, California, just east of the steel security fence that stretched 10 miles either side of the Potrero Tecate border crossing station. The bastard took a shot at my UAV, Dr. Ariadna Vega, Deputy Commander-in-Chief Engineer of Task Force Talon, a joint military Federal Bureau of Investigation anti-terrorist strike force, said in a surprised, worrisome voice. She, too, looked extremely uncomfortable watching this encounter, although for decidedly different reasons. The Border Patrol agent looked at Vega suspiciously. Alvarez is small time, usually nonviolent, Spinelli said. First time I've ever heard of him using a weapon. He's usually too drunk or stoned to even walk straight, let alone shoot straight. There's something strange about those migrants, Ariadna remarked. What? They look, I don't know, pretty well organized, like they're used to walking out in the middle of nowhere in the desert, Ari said. The migrant farm workers are already pretty tough hombres to do the kind of work they do, Spinelli said. A lot of the migrants have made this trip dozens of times, and you have to be tough to survive it. He looked at Vega again, trying to guess what was wrong with her expression. Don't worry. After the shootings at Blythe, we'll be on guard for any violent characters. What are you going to do with them? Our patrol will be there in 20 minutes, Spinelli replied. We'll pick them up, drive them back here, and give them all a checkup. We have a group of volunteer nurses and paramedics and a volunteer doctor on call who will help us out. Then they'll be processed. We'll identify them the best we can and weed out the criminals and the violent ones. Any wanted suspects are processed by the Departments of State and Justice for extradition. The Mexicans will be deported across the border. The OTMs, other than Mexicans, will be deported after a hearing. If they have any outstanding warrants, either in the U.S. or with any other Interpol reporting agencies, they'll be detained until they can be transferred to the proper authorities. We're seeing more and more of them with lengthy criminal records. The others will get deported. Yep, they'll be bussed across the border from San Diego to a Mexican processing center in Tijuana or Mexicali. He thought for a moment, then went on. Alvarez, the guy with the shotgun, concerns me. Smugglers with guns are getting more and more common on the border, and we want to clamp down on that hard and fast. I think Alvarez is wanted in Tamaulipas State on suspicion of killing a Mexican federale. I want him for questioning. Have your guy, robot, CID unit, whatever you call him, hold that man until our agents arrive. We can't, Ariadna said. We're prohibited from making an arrest. We're out here to observe and report. Nothing more. I can authorize him to pass along an order for me to stay where he is until my agents arrive, Spinelli said. I'll be the agent in charge. You'll just... We can't get involved, Agent Spinelli. That's final, Ariadna said resolutely. She touched the comm button. Sid 1, you're authorized only to keep the subject in sight and report their position and movement. You may not detain or interfere with them in any way. Is that clear? Acknowledge. Received and understood, Ari. U.S. Army Sergeant First Class Harry Dodd, piloting CID-1, responded. That guy took a shot at your recon plane, Dr. Vega. You saw it. We all saw it, Spinelli said. That's a federal violation for sure. Plus, he's wanted in Mexico on a murder charge. You can't just let him go. Task Force Talon is not the Border Patrol, Agent Spinelli. We're not here to do your job for you, Ariadne said. We're here simply on National Security Advisor Jefferson's suggestion. But as far as you're concerned, Agent Spinelli, we're nature lovers out here on a stroll to take pictures of the flora and fauna, she interrupted. Sid 1, continue your assigned patrol. Roger. It was only a few minutes later when Dodd radioed back. I'm picking up a vehicle approaching. A small Ford van, no license plates. Subject Alvarez is waving it down. Looks like a rendezvous. You can't let him get away, Dr. Vega, Spinelli said. Alvarez just walked across the border. That's illegal. You've got to stop him. But Ariadne said nothing. Ari, what should I do? Continue your patrol, Sid 1, Ariadne replied. Observe and report. There was a slight pause. Then, Okay, Ari. The first subject has made contact with the driver of the van. He's now waving at the other subjects. They're running toward the van. Looks like they're all going to get in. At least get up there and see who the driver is, Sergeant, Spinelli exclaimed. Dodd trotted over to the van, but the driver and a man in the front passenger seat had their faces well hidden with hats and sunglasses. The other guy has a gun, Spinelli pointed out excitedly. I saw a submachine gun in his lap. That's another federal violation. You can't let them get away. Ari, continue to observe and report, Sergeant, Ariadne repeated stonily. Spinelli banged a hand on the console and muttered an expletive. Moments later, they watched as the van sped away. You want me to follow it, Ari? Dodd asked. Yes! Follow it! Spinelli shouted. We might be able to intercept him before he reaches the highway. Negative. Resume your patrol, Harry. What is with you, Vega? Spinelli exploded as he watched the van speed away through the video data link. I thought you were here to help us. Instead, you just let a wanted criminal get away. My orders are to send one CID unit and a Gullwing UAV out to this area, patrol for 10 hours over varied terrain and operating conditions in both day and night, and report back to Major Richter and Sergeant Major Jefferson, Ariadne said curtly. I don't much care what you thought. Spinelli was ready to continue arguing with her, but instead he looked at her and nodded his head knowingly. Oh, I get it now. What is it, Vega? Afraid your people are going to get persecuted by the big bad federales? Vega whirled around and pushed Spinelli hard in his chest with two hands. Kiss my ass, Spinelli, she shouted. I seem to have hit a nerve here, eh, Vega? Spinelli smirked. I run into that all the time. Most of the Border Patrol's recruits are Hispanic because it doesn't cost as much to teach them Spanish, and they blend in with the border area population better. But the downside is that sometimes they don't want to catch illegals as bad as others in the Border Patrol do. Some even have family members that are illegals, and they're afraid they're going to catch a relative or a friend of a relative if they do their job well enough. They're good agents, but they let their heritage get in the way of their duty. They don't last very long in the service. After all, they're just wetbacks in uniform. Ariadne's eyes blazed, and others in the room watching this interchange thought she was going to rush at him again. Instead, she hit the comm button on the console. Harry, bring it in, she ordered. The exercise is over. The Border Patrol supervisor smirked again. And wipe that smile off your face before I do it for you, Spinelli. Si, signorita, Spinelli said. Ariadne glared at him but said nothing. It took only a few minutes for her to pack up her gear. You come back when you're ready to do some real border security work, Doctor. Until then, the ghosts of the 4 Border Patrol agents who were killed the other day will thank you and your precious Mexican heritage to stay the hell out of our way. Mission Valley, California. 2 days later. The memorial service for the 4 slain Border Patrol agents was held at Qualcomm Stadium, just outside San Diego, where more than 50,000 attendees witnessed one of the largest gatherings of law enforcement officers from around the world ever. Over 3,000 men and women in uniform, some from as far away as South Africa, Australia, and Japan, assembled on the field to pay respects to the fallen agents. The caskets were brought into the stadium by simple wooden one-horse wagons, emblematic of the Border Patrol's frontier heritage, led by a company of 100 bagpipers that filled the air with an awful yet stirring dirge. The President of the United States, Samuel Conrad, stood at the podium before the 4 caskets and the thousands looking on. He took his prepared notes out of a breast pocket, looked at them briefly, then put them away. The audience was completely still. Even the horses that drew the caissons seemed suddenly frozen in place. My staff prepared a eulogy in which I was going to talk about the dedication and professionalism of Border Agents Caulfield, Tighe, Purdy, and Esteban, the President began, his voice cracking. But I can't read it. I didn't know these men. My words might bring some comfort, coming from the President, but they'd be meaningless. These men were not my friends. They were public servants, guardians, protectors, law enforcement agents. And I am the President of the United States. Their bravery, professionalism, and dedication to duty have already been attested to by the men and women who knew them. I know that being a Border Patrol agent is a mostly lonely, difficult, and thankless job. Unfortunately, it is also becoming a more dangerous one. They knew this, and still they went out into the deserts and did their duty. I thank these men and their families on behalf of our nation for their service, and I recognize that, ultimately, I am responsible for their deaths. I am their boss, their commander-in-chief, in a sense, and I failed to adequately give them all the tools they needed to do their jobs. I know my words at this time and place probably don't mean much to you right now, but that's all I have to offer you, and I hope you'll accept them. The President went on, a tear rolling unbidden yet unchecked down his cheek. I promise you that the deaths of these 4 fine men will not go unavenged. I promise I will act immediately to hunt down the killers and punish them. I further promise to do everything within my powers to make sure it doesn't happen again. With that, the President left the dais, shook hands and spoke a few words to each of the dead officers' family members, and departed the stadium with an angry, taut-jawed expression. The President's aides and advisers had to scramble to keep up with him. The President, Secretary of Homeland Security Jeffrey Lemke, and Customs and Border Protection Director James Abernathy were flown from the stadium by helicopter to March Air Reserve Base in Riverside, then traveled by motorcade to the Domestic Air Interdiction Coordination Center, the Joint Federal Air Administration Customs Service Air Force Radar Surveillance Facility. After meeting with the facility director and his staff and getting a brief tour of the facility, they were led into a secure conference room where a number of persons were waiting for them to arrive. The first to address the audience was National Security Advisor Sergeant Major Ray Jefferson, who was already on hand when the President arrived. "Welcome, Mr. President, to this Border Security Operational Briefing," he began. "This briefing is classified top secret, no foreign nationals, sensitive sources and methods involved, and the room is secure. This briefing concerns Operation Rampart. As directed by the President in Executive Order 07-23, Operation Rampart's mission is the integration of military, paramilitary, government and civil patrol and law enforcement agencies to completely secure the southern borders of the United States from illegal intrusion. According to my staff, sir, based on arrests per sector, agents per sector, local law enforcement statistics, and patrol patterns in each sector, we estimate that approximately 780,000 persons per year successfully cross the southern borders at other than legal points of entry," Jefferson went on. "Approximately 1% of those that cross the border are arrested. According to Customs and Border Protection statistics and reports, The number of illegal border crossings is rising approximately 2% a year. In addition, illegals are becoming more desperate and more violent because of the economic situation in their home countries and the sophistication of surveillance in more populated areas. Operation Rampart seeks to reduce the number of illegal border crossings by increasing surveillance, detection, and apprehension of illegal migrants through the use of more sophisticated surveillance technology and rapid reaction by high-speed aircraft and vehicles. In other words, sir, Operation Rampart will turn the borders of the United States into a true active military security zone that will prevent anyone from crossing the borders except at designated crossing points. It will also improve detection and apprehension of illegal aliens already in the country, improve the Department of Homeland Security's ability to protect and defend the United States from all manner of enemy or criminal activity, while at the same time offering opportunities for foreign workers to earn a decent wage and improve their way of life in this country. I've read your proposal, Sergeant Major Jefferson, Secretary of Homeland Security Jeffrey Lemke said. The former director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation was short and thin, but tough-looking and serious. Following the shakeup in the cabinet after the revelation that the former White House National Security Advisor Robert Chamberlain had financed and engineered several attacks against oil company facilities around the world, including the nuclear explosion near Houston, Texas, Lemke was going to resign along with many other government and cabinet officials, but was instead elevated to Secretary of Homeland Security. Lemke felt his distrust for Chamberlain was vindicated by his actions, and he had a natural skepticism of any projects or programs coming out of the National Security Advisor's office. Although I'm intrigued by some aspects of it, my staff and bureau directors have serious reservations about the plan as a whole. This needs to be studied further. He glanced over at one of the other persons on the dais. And the presence of Major Jason Richter of Task Force Talon is ominous to say the least. While we all applaud the Major's heroic victories against the consortium, I don't think border security is an area where Talon should get involved. Jefferson turned to Richter, who stepped out to the lectern. He was dressed in pixelated desert battle dress uniform, including sand-gray boots, and a web belt with an empty pistol holster. Richter was tall and handsome, but seemed uncomfortably young, even for a major in the modern U.S. Army, especially standing beside Jefferson. His hair was dark and high and tight. His uniform had only his name, rank, and U.S. Army tags, and he had a black beret tucked into his web belt. He stood rather uneasily, shuffling slightly from foot to foot, not nervous, but as if fighting off surges of energy coursing through his body. "First off, Mr. Secretary," Richter began, "I would like to extend my condolences to you and your department on behalf of Talon on your tragic loss at Blythe." "Thank you, Major," Jeffrey Lemke said woodenly. "But frankly, this Operation Rampart and the way it's being cobbled together with such short notice is not making me feel much better. I'm also very concerned about Task Force Talon's involvement in this. But please continue." "Talon is involved because I believe the consortium is behind that attack against the Border Patrol agents at Blythe, sir." "I wasn't briefed on that," Lemke said. "It's my opinion only, sir," Jason said. "But we have had 3 incidents in less than a week, with migrants carrying automatic weapons, something they rarely, if ever, did before the consortium attacks. According to FBI Director Delane, most of the other known terror, insurgency, and supremacy groups in the U.S. went to ground during the consortium attacks and have not really resurfaced following the Washington confrontation because of stepped-up security. Yet more and more migrants are traveling with heavy weaponry. I think Igor Sakharov is orchestrating these cross-border incidents, possibly to bring fighters and weapons into the U.S. to carry out more attacks. He's a wounded animal, and those are the most dangerous. I tend to agree with the Major's assessment, Mr. President, which is why I recommended putting Task Force Talon on the borders as part of Operation Rampart." Jefferson interjected. "We can pull Task Force Talon units away from border security duties quickly if needed elsewhere. The CID unit's big advantage, along with their firepower and versatility, is their mobility and deployability." The Secretary of Homeland Security was immensely skeptical and made no attempt to hide his doubt. This only encouraged the Chief of Staff's objections. "We can't raise the consortium and Sakharov warning flags every time there's a shooting in America," Kinsley said perturbedly. "Congress will start to lose patience if we cry wolf every few weeks." "Then we'll say the Talon is the best choice because they're already formed up and can be swung into action fast," Jefferson said. "We can have 4 teams ready to go in 24 hours, even before the first patrol base is fully constructed." Lemke shrugged noncommittally. "The other problem I have is this budget," he went on, shaking his head in disbelief. "I believe your numbers are gross underestimates, and if you add in administrative and judicial costs, you're looking at an initial outlay of between $6 and $8 billion to start, and $4 to $5 billion a year to maintain it. And that's before Congress starts tacking on its own pet projects to the appropriation bill. I would expect the initial cost of this program to be close to $10 billion this year alone, and $50 to $60 billion over the next 10 years to maintain. That's more than the entire Bureau of Customs and Border Protection budget. How in the world am I supposed to sell this program to Congress and the American people, Mr. President?" "Remind them of the 4 dead agents that are being buried today, Mr. Lemke," Jefferson responded. "Excuse me, Mr. Jefferson, but I'm not going to use the dead to justify this. I have too much respect for those men and their families," Lemke said bitterly. He turned to President Conrad. "Mr. President, we absolutely cannot put robots on the U.S.-Mexico border. Folks will think we're creating some sort of sci-fi prison around the United States. I recognize the invaluable service Major Richter and his team has performed battling terrorists, but using these multi-million-dollar robots to catch migrant farm workers seems like trying to use a main battle tank to stomp out cockroaches." "Secretary Lemke, the equation is simple," Richter said. "The Bureau of Customs and Border Protection, which is in charge of securing the borders, is completely understaffed and overwhelmed. I estimate it would take at least 5,000 new agents on the U.S.-Mexico border alone to even begin to get illegal immigration under control. We can't afford that. You have just 2 alternatives. Use 5,000 National Guard troops or use Task Force Talon. You think your robots can do the work of 5,000 National Guard troops, Major? Combined with advanced surveillance assets? I know they can, sir," Jason replied. "They can do it better, faster, and cheaper. All I need is the go-ahead and the political support of the administration, and I'll have the U.S.-Mexico border completely secure in 12 months. A 3,000-mile border, completely secure in just 12 months, Lemke retorted. "That's impossible, even with 100 of your robots." "I can do it, sir," Jason said confidently. "You've seen the capabilities of the cybernetic infantry device units in the battle with the consortium. They're even more capable now. This is the type of mission best suited for them. I asked the staff to come up with innovative and original ideas for border security, and this certainly fits the bill," the president said. To Richter, he asked, "How many of these CID units do you have available, Major?" 10, Mr. President, Jason replied. "I want to use 8 for this mission, at least 2 per base, with 2 set aside for training as a spare, and for other contingencies. Our emergency budget and engineering resources should give us another 16 units online by the end of the year, the cost of which hasn't been factored into this budget," Lemke said. "This is beginning to get out of control here, Jefferson. You need to rethink this proposal a lot more before presenting it to the cabinet for approval, and certainly get the congressional leadership involved in the planning." There was a strained silence after that. Then the president motioned to Jefferson. "Sergeant Major, continue the briefing, please." "A preliminary security evaluation was recently concluded by Major Jason Richter, and he is here to present his findings. Major Richter?" "Mr. President, Task Force Talon has studied the deployment of the U.S. Border Patrol over the past 2 days in both day and night operations, and we've toured several Border Patrol Sector operations centers and observed their operations, he said. The current border control system uses a combination of ground and air patrols that deploy out of sector patrol locations, intelligence data collected by Border Patrol agents, 25-foot-high steel fences erected within 15 to 20 miles either side of the 25 legal border crossing points along the U.S.-Mexico border, and underground vibration sensors for the majority of all other areas. Approximately 30% of the border has some sort of electronic surveillance or physical barrier. Of the remaining 70% of the border, however, my task force considers surveillance and security non-existent. I hope the Border Patrol gets an opportunity to respond, sir, James Abernathy, director of the Bureau of Customs and Border Protection, interjected pointedly. Don't worry, Jim, you'll get a chance, Secretary of Homeland Security Lemke said. Under his breath, some of the audience heard him mutter, I hope. The fences are generally considered effective when properly maintained, Richter went on, but it has resulted in driving most illegal border crossings out into the isolated, uninhabited regions beyond the fences. In most of these areas, there is no fence of any kind marking the border. Where private lands are adjacent to the border, there is usually just a typical barbed wire cattle fence, which is easily crossed or cut down. Illegal migrants regularly do a lot of damage to private and public property in their efforts to make it into the United States. The vibration sensors are generally considered effective in detecting movement. When motion is detected, Border Patrol surveillance officers make a best guess on the number of persons detected by the sensors and report this to the on-duty sector duty officer. He then checks the deployment of his sector patrol units. Based on unit availability and the number reported by the sensor operator and other factors such as weather, intelligence data on wanted persons traveling in a certain manner or area, distance to travel, and availability of support units and detention facilities, he or she makes a decision whether or not to deploy patrol units. The bottom line, you can generally see them, but you don't or can't always go get them, the president summarized. The Major's analysis barely scratches the surface of the situation, Mr. President, Abernathy said bitterly. He can't possibly make a fair evaluation after only observing our men and women in action for 2 days. Understood, the president said. Continue, Major Richter. It appears to my task force that the problem with border security is mostly due to a lack of resources, Jason went on. Simply put, there are simply not enough patrol agents or sensors in the field to cover such a long border. The terrain and climate are two major factors. Most of the border is not well patrolled because it is simply too rugged, too barren, too far from usable roads, or too difficult to operate in for any length of time. Weather conditions are usually extreme, hot, cold, windy, dry, and everything in between, factors that hamper effective patrol operations, but won't deter a determined smuggler or migrant from attempting the crossing. Jason was happy to see that Abernathy was nodding slightly in agreement. That concludes my briefing, sir. Thank you, Major Richter, Jefferson said as he returned to the lectern. Mr. President, Operation Rampart will achieve its mission objective by utilizing reaction teams composed of unmanned tactical surveillance aircraft with specialized sensors to detect, locate, and track any person or vehicle crossing the borders, combined with fast reaction ground and air units positioned in numerous locations along the border to stop the intruder and make an arrest. Instead of being deployed from headquarters areas to the border, these reaction teams will be located on the border. Each surveillance base will be spaced approximately 10 miles apart, depending on terrain. How many bases are you proposing, Ray? The president asked. Approximately 50 bases, sir, Jefferson replied. 50 bases? Lemke asked, astonished. You want to build 50 air bases along the border? Yes, sir, Jefferson replied. They're not full-up air bases. They're small, bare base airfields with detention and support facilities. Each surveillance base houses a reaction team composed of an air flight, composed of 2 long-endurance surveillance airships, 3 utility helicopters, and field maintenance facilities. A security flight composed of perimeter facility, prisoner and personnel security officers, and a support flight, which takes care of lodging, meals, physical plant, power, water, detention, transportation, and common areas. Jefferson changed PowerPoint slides on the screen before the audience. Each base would have about 50 personnel, which are deployed from active reserve or National Guard military bases for a week at a time, once per month. They would— 2,500 troops a week? Lemke exclaimed. Do we have that many troops? The Army National Guard and Army Reserves have a total of 750,000 personnel, Jefferson responded. Of these, about 300,000 are infantry, light mechanized, air cavalry, security, and intelligence trained appropriate for this mission. If we use just 10 to 15,000 of them and rotate them to the Border Patrol mission once a month, we can fulfill the manning requirements. The advantage is that these citizen soldiers will be deployed right here, in the United States, close to home. That is a tremendous cost savings and morale booster. It may also be possible to augment some of these forces with volunteers. He turned to the president and added, It's a substantial mission to undertake, sir. There's no question. It might mean fewer infantry, support, logistics, and intelligence forces available to augment the active duty force. Assuming you use each unit just one monthly rotation per year, that means over 100,000 troops per year, Chief of Staff Kinsley pointed out. That's over a third of all Guard and Reserve units assigned just to border security. He turned to the president and went on. That's major, sir. That'll send an awfully in-your-face message to the Mexican government, to the Hispanic population, and to civil rights and immigration rights groups. I want to hear about the plan first, Tom, the president said irritably, before I hear about potential political problems. One headache at a time, please. I see men and equipment for surveillance and detention, Secretary of Homeland Security Lemke pointed out, but nothing for actually stopping anyone from crossing the border. Seems to me you're not solving the problem here, Sergeant Major. We can see them, but we can't stop them. Your 10,000 troops per month are only there to support the surveillance stuff? How many more will you need for patrol and apprehension? Or are you just going to rely on the Border Patrol? We can always increase the size of the Border Patrol, Jefferson responded. But I have another suggestion, using CID units. Why am I not surprised? Kinsley moaned. Jefferson turned to Jason Richter, who stepped back to the lectern. The CID units have the right capabilities for this mission, sir, he said. They're fast, have better rough terrain capability than Humvees. They can carry a lot of heavy equipment, and they can perform other missions, such as search and rescue, medevac, armed intervention. What about your other task force missions, Major? Jeffrey Lemke asked. Won't this slow down your pursuit of the rest of the consortium? And what exactly will these CID units do? They receive surveillance data from the unmanned aircraft or from ground sensors on anyone observed across the border and respond to the location to investigate. Jefferson said, if it encounters any illegal migrants, they can detain them until Border Patrol officers arrive to make an arrest. Let's get to the bottom line, Sergeant Major, the president interjected. What's his plan going to cost? Personnel costs are approximately $100,000 per month per base, or $120 million per year. Total manpower required is approximately 2,500 soldiers rotated among the facilities every week, or a total manpower commitment of 10,000 troops per month, or $1 billion per year. Cost to operate the ground vehicles is $80 million per year. Cost to operate the helicopters and UAVs is approximately $800 million per year. We estimate we'll have approximately 25,000 detainees in custody in our facilities. They'll cost another $1 billion a year to feed, house, and provide support for them. This brings the total cost of this program to approximately $3 billion a year, plus approximately $1 billion to build the bases themselves. Lemke looked at the briefing slides projected onto the screen before him. What about these detention facilities, Mr. Jefferson? Assuming Your reaction teams work as advertised. What do you propose to do with the detainees you capture? They will be held in detention facilities at each surveillance base until processed, sir, Jefferson replied. Each base will have facilities to house 250 detainees. We anticipate that detainees will be held a minimum of 30 days until their identities, political status, and criminal records are checked. Repeat offenders will be detained for longer periods of time or transferred to other federal facilities. You're going to arrest them, Jefferson? Lemke asked. Women, children, old men, arrest them for just trying to cross the border? Make a better life for themselves and do work that others won't do? No, Mr. Secretary. We're going to arrest them because they broke the law, Jefferson said. I did check, sir, and the United States still does have a law against crossing the borders outside of legal border crossing points or ports of entry. It does not mention any extenuating circumstances. There is no age limit, medical qualification, or lawful purpose for doing so except for political asylum. It is still illegal. Don't get smart with me, Jefferson, Lemke snapped. I'm very well aware of the law. I'm the one chosen to enforce it, not you. And I'm very well aware of my duties, Mr. Secretary, Jefferson shot back. There is a national security issue here, especially apparent after the murders of the 4 Border Patrol agents near Blythe. If the attackers were wearing uniforms and helmets, the president interjected, it seems to me there would be no question in anyone's mind that the United States was under attack and that there was a national security deficiency here. Why is there a question now, Jeffrey? Because the illegal migrants are old, young, or female? To me, sir, it's a question of whether someone committing an illegal border crossing is entitled to due process, Lemke said after an uncomfortable pause, unaccustomed to being queried directly by the President of the United States. It is assumed, and I think everyone here will agree, that putting the military on the borders by definition means that we're taking away due process. And I would disagree, Mr. Secretary, Jefferson interjected. The military has for many years assisted law enforcement, and it will be no different here. The Bureau of Customs and Border Protection would still be one of the lead agencies involved in Operation Rampart. The military would be in a major support role. Lemke held up Jefferson's presentation outline. I think the question of who is in charge would be a subject of considerable debate, Sergeant Major Jefferson, since you propose putting a military officer in charge of the operation, he said. He dropped the outline back on the table and shook his head as if very frustrated and confused. So your task force finds and detains the migrants crossing the border, and you put them in your detention facility. Are they allowed to be bailed out? They are subject to normal criteria for release imposed by a federal judge, Jefferson replied. As far as I'm aware, the prevailing criteria are government-issued identification, U.S. resident or resident alien status, a verified U.S. address, and no outstanding wants or warrants. Most illegal migrants would not fall under these criteria and would probably be held without bail or at a higher bond amount. So you're going to build 100 of these Guantanamo Bay-like prison facilities right here in the U.S.? Lemke asked incredulously. Are they allowed to have legal representation? Or do we just allow the International Red Cross to visit them? Who's being sarcastic now, Secretary Lemke? Jefferson asked. I see no reason to withhold legal assistance or representation. They may prefer to waive their right to trial and accept detention, rather than risk being held in detention for an unknown number of days until their case comes to trial. So it's like getting a speeding ticket, eh, Jefferson? Lemke asked derisively. Pull them over, throw them in a camp, and make them sign a confession? If they plead guilty, they spend a couple of weeks in a camp. We feel the loss of income from being detained would provide some measure of deterrent for many migrants, yes, sir. When was the last time you visited a federal detention facility or even a medium-sized county jail, Sergeant Major? Lemke asked. You could have hundreds, perhaps thousands, staying there for months, including children. Are you prepared to handle that? Yes, sir. And then they spend a couple of weeks in a camp? where, by the way, their living conditions might be markedly better than their conditions either in Mexico or on a farm. And then what? Your only option is to deport them. And everyone knows that becomes a simple revolving door. They'll try to make another border crossing as soon as they're able. You took away all those weeks of income, so they'll be even more hard-pressed to try a crossing again. You'll have to expend the time, energy, manpower, and money into recapturing the same immigrant over and over again. First of all, Secretary Lemke, the mere fact that this program will be difficult, expensive, and manpower-intensive shouldn't be the major disqualifying factor, Jefferson said. Government's duty is to uphold the law and protect the citizens. As far as I'm aware, how much such duties cost has never been a criteria for whether or not it should be done. It's a criteria if Congress says it is, Sergeant Major, Lemke pointed out. Second, we have technology that may allow us to help in identification, Jefferson went on. Major Richter? Jason stood up, then held up an oblong pill the size of a large vitamin tablet. It's called NIS, pronounced NICE, Nanotransponder Identification System. Cute name. Obviously trying to make it sound pleasant and peaceful, Lemke said, chuckling. He motioned to Richter, who brought the device over so Lemke could examine it. What is it, a suppository? The audience broke out in strained laughter. Pardon me, Major, but I think getting rid of that won't be much of a problem. Not a suppository, sir. A system that implants thousands of tiny microtransceivers throughout the body, Major Richter explained. The transceivers are powered by the human body itself and emit an identification signal when interrogated by another transmitter. Much the same as an aircraft transponder transmits the aircraft altitude when interrogated by air traffic control radar. The cells last for years and can't be shut down by the body's normal immunological system. You've got to be kidding me, Major Richter, Jeffrey Lemke said, looking at the tablet in amazement, then putting it down on the table in front of him, as if worried that the little robotic cells could slip under his skin and invade his body. You actually expect someone to swallow one of these things? Yes, sir, I do, Jason said. In fact, I already have. What? 2 days ago, when I was first briefed by Sergeant Major Jefferson that I'd be giving this briefing, Jason said. Ariadna Vega walked up, carrying a device that resembled a short baseball bat, and pressed a button. After a short wait, one of the overhead electronic screens presented a list of information. Dr. Vega is demonstrating a prototype NICE scanner, Jason explained. The scanner is sending out a coded digital interrogation signal, and the NICE devices respond with their individual code number. The NICE system can then call up information on the person. Why are there 3 lines of information on you, Major? Because there are 3 persons within range of the scanner. Approximate range is about 2 miles, with active NICE cells. Myself, Dr. Vega, and Sergeant Major Jefferson. You actually swallowed one of those things, Jefferson? Lemke asked incredulously. Of course I did, Jefferson said. I wouldn't ask anyone to do anything I wouldn't be willing to do myself. It's perfectly harmless. The interrogation codes can be changed remotely in case the code is compromised. The NICE transmissions are encoded, and unless they're being interrogated, the NICE cells are completely dormant. The strength of the coded NICE reply signal is high enough to possibly cause cardiac arrhythmias if the interrogator is left on continuously for long periods of time, more than 1 or 2 hours. But activating the scanner for just a few seconds causes every NICE cell within a couple of miles or so to respond, and their positions can be recorded and plotted immediately. There's no need to continuously broadcast an interrogation signal. How do you get rid of them? The transmitters are quiet unless interrogated by a specific coded signal. So if the interrogator is shut off, the cells are dormant. Jason replied. The cells themselves are carried away by normal bodily functions at different rates depending on where they implant themselves and how active they are. The average age of a nice cell itself is around 10 years, but the body would probably flush out all of the cells within 3 to 5 years. They can probably be destroyed by certain chemicals or radiation, but the level of exposure necessary to kill every nice cell would probably kill the person too. This is pretty unbelievable, Lemke said, shaking his head. Why don't you just fingerprint and photograph the migrants when you capture them? Why use these nanotransponder things at all? Fingerprinting someone doesn't do any good if they manage to sneak back into the country, or if we decide to implement a Bracero guest worker program, where legal migrant workers might intermingle with illegals, Jefferson replied. The NICE system allows us to quickly and remotely scan large areas or large numbers of persons. The scanner can be mounted on an unmanned aircraft to scan large areas of land, like farms and cities. They can be set up to work alongside metal detectors, or they can be used by enforcement personnel on vehicles or as hand wands. But if you don't take one of those tablets, NICE is designed to facilitate identification, not to locate illegals, sir, Jason said. If you were scanning a group of persons and someone didn't reply with a NICE signal, you would detain them and use other methods to try to obtain their identity. NICE has possible uses outside border security. It can be used for any sort of identification, such as at airports or high-security buildings. It might even have commercial purposes. The unique identification code broadcast by NICE can be tied into any number of databases that could allow individuals to securely pay for items without using credit cards, unlock doors without keys, provide access to confidential medical data without paper files, an almost unlimited number of applications. So the system identifies persons legally in the country, and then you must assume that everyone else is a suspect, Lemke said. We're forced to take away the right of privacy of the innocent in order to help identify the possible lawbreaker? That's not how our society is supposed to work, Major Richter. It's done all the time, Mr. Secretary, especially in a free and open society such as ours, Jefferson said. NICE is no different in concept than putting locks on doors or building fences around neighborhoods. It's an inconvenience for the innocent in order to protect them against the criminals. Giving up your freedom in order to ensure safety makes you neither free nor safe, Benjamin Franklin, Lemke quoted. Is that where we're headed now, Sergeant Major? Plant microscopic tattletales on innocent men, women, and children in order to weed out the undesirables? Is that truly what we want to do? Mr. Secretary, Task Force Talon is responding to my request for proposals on the issues of border security, the National Security Advisor said. Our intention is not to address every legal, moral, or civil rights question that may arise. I don't believe we'd ever get anything accomplished if we canceled every project or innovation because it might have a civil rights issue. Launching unmanned aerial spy planes and deploying 40,000 troops to patrol the borders wouldn't be enough, even if they were 100% effective. We need some way to locate illegal persons who are already in the United States, those who slip past our security, or those whose status changes while in the country, Jefferson went on. Regular identification methods can't work because they are too easily forged, and it assumes your subject comes before you willingly to submit his or her ID, if they even have any. Of course, it would be better to use the NICE system in illegal persons, but that's unworkable. A guilty person doesn't stay guilty, and a guilty person may not cooperate with authorities, presenting the prospect of forcing a person to submit to the NICE system as part of release, probation, or parole. This is sounding more and more like Big Brother by the moment, Lemke said. He turned to the president. Sir, are you sure you want to travel down this path? Civil rights groups are going to scream bloody murder about this obtrusive electronic ID program. Jeffrey, we have been wrestling with these legal and moral questions ever since 9/11. Whether the government can install more obtrusive security and identification systems on the law-abiding public in order to try to protect the public against deadly attacks, the president responded. How much is too much? The people are entitled to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The government's responsibility is to do everything possible to ensure they get it. We put up with security, monitoring, and other restrictions to freedom now that would make the framers of the Constitution scream in agony. Then I suggest that you don't take the next step, sir. Don't make the situation worse by throwing the military into it, Lemke said. The Department of Homeland Security already uses thousands of National Guardsmen and reservists for duties like searching cargo containers, assisting both Immigration and Customs Enforcement and the Bureau of Customs and Border Protection. We've already absorbed the U.S. Coast Guard, which has primary responsibility for patrolling and safeguarding the coast and ports. We've always stopped short of putting the military on the borders because an open and free society shouldn't have to militarize its borders, especially with friendly neighbors. Our neighbors may be friendly, Jeffrey, Jefferson said, but they're not always cooperative. Illegal immigration and undocumented workers are of great benefit to countries like Mexico because they reduce the strain on services in Mexico and bring millions of U.S. dollars into the Mexican economy each year. The Mexican government has done a lot to make sure it's safe to travel back and forth across the borders illegally, if not outright promote illegal immigration. The president turned to Director of Customs and Border Protection Abernathy. Director Abernathy, your thoughts? Operation Rampart alters the relationship between the United States and Mexico in a very drastic manner, Mr. President, Abernathy said. Neighbors should do whatever is possible to cooperate with one another if a problem develops. Militarizing the border is counterproductive and is, in my opinion, a downright aggressive posture. Along the lines of the East and West German border region during the Cold War, we have the technology to take surveillance, security, and identification to a whole new level of effectiveness. The question is, should we do it, even if it means putting yet another level of government intrusion on our lives? The president sat back in his seat and wearily rubbed his eyes. Before 9/11, I would have said no. We should be doing everything possible to preserve freedom and privacy. I've always believed in smaller government. I believe some of the laws passed in the angry, emotional aftermath of 9/11 went too far. I always believed the guilty have the same rights as the innocent. But then there was Kingman City, San Francisco, Washington, and now Blythe. More examples of how a determined enemy can exploit our freedom to accomplish his deadly goals. I'm not going to wait any longer on this, Jeffrey, the president went on. I've attended more funerals in the past several months than I ever thought possible, and I'm tired of standing up in front of crowds of angry and confused mourners, promising to do something more to stop terrorists from infiltrating our borders and conducting attacks against us. He took a deep breath before continuing. I have been president during the 3 deadliest terrorist attacks ever on U.S. soil, events that make even 9/11 pale in comparison. I was hoping that the danger would have subsided, but I see now it has only intensified. I refuse to sit back and worry about taking away rights while the evil in this world attacks us with abandon. President Conrad looked at the others around him, searching their eyes or expressions for any sign of dissent or argument. He found nothing but stone, somber faces and averted eyes. Let Congress or the courts decide if what we do here this day violates the Constitution we all swore to uphold, he said. As the leader of the executive branch of our government, as well as this nation, which has declared war on terrorism and has vowed to fight it wherever it is found, with whatever weapon we have at our disposal, I will act. Gentlemen, the attack on our Border Patrol agents by these highly trained and well-equipped assassins is a warning that our borders are wide open, and our country, our government, and our people are vulnerable, he said. I mean to do something about it, and I want it done now. I want this program rolling quickly, efficiently, and positively. I'm staking my entire political future on this project, and I expect each one of my administrators and commanders to follow through 110%, the president concluded. If you can't do it, I expect your resignations on my desk by the time I get back to Washington. I want total commitment, or you can find work elsewhere. Understood. There was a muted chorus of "Yes, Mr. President" around the room. Let's get it on, folks. 5 miles south of Ocotillo, California. Days later. The 5-mile gap between the steel border security fences between the Tecate and Mexicali border crossing points had been filled in with a simple 15-foot-high chain-link fence, which was laughably easy to climb. The fence was also cut into pieces in many areas, so much so that it was possible to walk through it without getting your clothes dirty or snagged. Messages and flags posted in various towns, villages, roads, and bus stations in Mexico also told the latest news about which parts of the fence were open, which cameras were active or broken, and where recent arrests had been made. Intel on crossing the fence was plentiful and mostly accurate. Everyone also knew there were motion sensors buried in various places between the border, Route 98, and Interstate 8. The sensors would send a signal to the U.S. Border Patrol stations in San Diego or El Centro, alerting air and ground patrols. The Border Patrol planes had heat-seeking, forward-looking infrared sensors, which could make out a warm body easily against the rapidly chilling ground at night. But at night, the ground patrols took much longer to travel cross-country, if they came at all, so even with a plane up, unless you were really unlucky and a patrol was already in the area, you were probably going to make it. Even if a Border Patrol vehicle did show. Once the pollos scattered, it was tough to round them all up again. So at night, the majority of this group of 25 illegals crossing the border had a pretty good chance of making it to the interstate highway. A few would always get caught, but most would make it. It was a numbers game most migrants were willing to play. The strongest and most dedicated of them would make it. The women, children, and the weaker ones had their own role to play too. They gave the Border Patrol someone to catch. Once the migrants got to Ocotillo, there was a fairly sophisticated travel network set up to get the majority of them to their destinations. Many had relatives waiting for them. Many used gypsy taxis and buses. Many of them run by farm owners and driven by illegals themselves to transport pollos to their jobs or to more migrant-friendly bus stations, ones not patrolled as frequently by Border Patrol or Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents. Once north of Interstate 8, the chances of evading the authorities and blending into the largely Hispanic population of Southern California was much easier. The trek for this group of 25 men and women went smoothly. They camped a couple of miles from the border in a small gully until dark, out of sight of infrequent American patrols. Then they crossed the chain-link fence, followed a circuitous path around known motion sensors, and hurried on, being careful to stay off established paths and roads where patrols and sensors would likely be. By midnight, the group was within sight of the town of Ocotillo. Another couple of hours to reach the outskirts of town, and then they would disperse. The group was excited, talking in soft but energetic voices. About a full day on foot, and they were safely in the U.S., ready to get to work. So far, no sign of any patrols or... At that moment they heard, La atención, esta es la frontera de Estados Unidos, patrulla, peronesca, donde usted está y tenga, por favor, su identificación lista demostrar a los oficiales. Gracias. A la chingada! The Border Patrol is here, one of the migrants cursed. Where? Where are they? Another asked. The Border Patrol rarely sneaked up on migrants in the field. They came in with lights on vehicles or helicopters blazing. Their checkpoints were surrounded by lights that could be seen for miles, as if very demonstrably broadcasting a warning for the illegals to turn around and head back to the border. Kid, cuida! Just run! At that, 8 men took off, 5 running east and the other 3 heading west. The rest of the group seemed confused and scared. A few assumed the position, squatting down, arms on their knees, and lighting up a cigarette awaiting arrest. And several others headed off in random, mostly southerly directions, bumping into each other as they fled. A few dared not use flashlights, but most pulled out their luchis, short for luciérnaga, or fireflies, small disposable flashlights to help them see in the pitch-black darkness, part of the discarded artifacts of the pollo's presence, along with water bottles and plastic ponchos, which can be seen littering the desert by the thousands along the border region from California to Texas. "No funcione, por favor. Usted puede ser dañado," the electronic voice said. Naturally, none of the ones running stopped. The only lights visible were the lights of Ocotillo far off on the horizon, and that direction had to be avoided. The runners simply put the lights of Ocotillo on their backs, or left or right shoulders, and ran as best they could, hoping that the Border Patrol would pick someone else to arrest. The group of 8 men running east shielded their luchis as much as possible to avoid giving away their position, but they still had trouble maintaining their balance as they half ran, half stumbled through the darkness. But the chase, the scratches from running into thorny bushes, the twisted ankles, the headlong tumbles down an unseen wash, was part of the game, and they played it well. The Border Patrol had their all-terrain vehicles, helicopters, dogs, and sensors. All the migrants had were their feet and their desire to make it safely to their destination. Most often they came out on top, proof enough to them that their exertion was worthwhile and justified. The farther they ran, the better chances they had of... Suddenly they heard an electronic voice shout, "Parada! Stop!" directly in front of them, but they could see nothing in the darkness. 2 men dodged left away from what they thought was the source of the voice and ran headlong right into what felt like a steel wall. "Madre del Dios!" one of them shouted. Dazedly he looked up, then flicked on his luci. Just in time to see a large figure, not a man, but a man-shaped figure, as big as a church doorway. The thing was about 10 feet tall, with a ribbed frame throughout, with a light gray covering underneath. Its arms were attached to broad shoulders, thinning down to a slender waist, but its legs and feet were wide and very steady-looking. Its head was bullet-shaped, with a variety of sensors attached all around it. But the most unusual thing about the robot is how it moved. It was remarkably agile and incredibly human-like in all its movements, with every human nuance duplicated with amazing precision. As they watched, the thing darted away and was gone in the blink of an eye into the darkness. One of the pollos tried to get up and run, but he stumbled into a thorny bush in the darkness, and the energy simply drained out of his body. The second man started scrambling across the desert on his hands and knees, but finally gave up as well and rejoined his dazed amigo. Through his imaging infrared sensor, Captain Frank "Falcon" Falcone, aboard SID-1, could see the desert landscape even clearer than in the shimmering, eye-burning daytime, and the migrants stood out even clearer, even at ranges in excess of 2 miles. "2 down here," he radioed. "I'm going after the group of 5. "We have a good eyeball on you, Falcon," Ariadna Vega said. She was back at the first Rampart Forward operating location, constructed as part of the presidential directive to fortify the U.S.-Mexico border, located about 8 miles southeast. She was watching images broadcast from an unmanned reconnaissance vehicle called a Condor, orbiting overhead in a racetrack pattern in this often-used migrant border crossing area. "The last guy in your group looks like he's giving up." She could clearly see the third runner with his hands on his head, walking in the direction from where he came. "The group of 5 has split up into 2 groups, Charlie and Delta. Delta looks like the group of 3. "Got him," Falcone said. Every time he moved his head, his electronic visor showed small lettered arrows where the Condor's targeting sensors had locked onto a person. "On the way." Falcone turned in the direction of the Delta arrow and started off in a fast trot, quickly reaching 30 miles an hour and catching up to the runners with ease. He ran past them, then stopped about 50 yards in front of their path and watched as they ran toward him. When they got closer, he broadcast, "Los hombres, esta son la frontera, Patrullón, Operation Rampart. Por favor, parada. No le dañare. Please stop. I won't hurt you." "Déjennos solos, hybrido," one of them shouted. Falcone reached out just as one was about to run past him and gave him a push, sending him flying and crashing into the hard-baked earth. Another really big pollo, shining his flashlight on the SID unit before him, gasped aloud, swore, ran toward Falcone, jumped, and kicked out with both feet as if he was trying to break down a door. Falcone wasn't prepared for the jump kick, and didn't brace himself. He staggered backward a few steps when the big Mexican hit. "No tan resistente, cerdo!" the third man shouted gleefully. "You mess with the wrong toro tonight, culo!" Out of nowhere, he produced an Intratec Tech 9 9mm semi-automatic pistol, leveled it, and opened fire, pulling the trigger as fast as he could. The second migrant screamed, trying to tell the third not to shoot, then covering his ears and flattening himself on the ground as the machine gun erupted. "Esa no era muy elegante, amigo," Falcone said through his electronic translator. The migrant shots were running wild. Falcone was sure he had not been hit, and the rusty sand-coated gun jammed after the 5th or 6th round. But still, something happened to Frank Falcone in the next few milliseconds that he could not explain. Maybe it was just piloting the SID unit. Maybe it was the excitement of the night patrol. He didn't think. He just reacted. Moving with breathtaking speed, Falcone rushed at the gunman, and like a football linebacker running at full speed, tackled him with his right shoulder. The cybernetic infantry device robots were not heavy. The SID unit with Falcone aboard weighed less than 350 pounds, but at the speed Falcone was moving, the impact was like getting hit by a car traveling over 30 miles an hour. The entire force of the impact of the SID unit's shoulder centered squarely on the migrant's left lung and heart, crushing his sternum and ribcage and driving pieces of bone through both organs. The man did not have enough breath to cough out the chestful of blood flooding his throat and right lung, and he died within moments. "Oh, Christ!" Falcone cursed. "Control! SID-1! I have a suspect down my position. I tackled the guy, and it looks like I really bashed him. I'm dismounting." "We registered gunshots, 1," Ariadna radioed. "Do not dismount until we can secure the area." There was no response. "SID-1, do you read me? Falcon, answer up." But Falcone had already climbed out of the SID unit and had gone over to the gunman with a flashlight and first aid kit from the SID unit's dismount container, a device resembling a fanny pack attached to the back of the robot. It did not take long for him to make an assessment. The guy was definitely dead. Falcone went back to the dismount container and retrieved a wireless headset. "Ari, Falcon, he's dead. Send a Border Patrol van with a medical examiner." Ariadna was already talking excitedly when Falcone released the transmit key. "Converging on your position. Repeat, Frank, I see 2 unknowns moving in on your position. Do you copy?" "I copy, Ari. Which direct—" He was interrupted by the sound of bullets ricocheting off the SID unit beside him. "Shots fired, Ari," he radioed. "Where are they?" "West of your position, Frank," Ari responded. "Get down. Take cover." Falcone hit the ground and crawled behind the SID unit. He heard more gunshots, but no more bullets hit the robot or the earth around him. He tried to reach up to the dismount container to retrieve the wrist remote controller, but excited voices in Spanish and more gunshots made him duck again for cover. They were close, very close. Flashlight beams started to arc in his direction. "They're almost on me, Ari," Falcone said. "Take control of SID-1 and take him out." "Roger, Falcon," Vega responded. Moments later, the hatch on the back of the SID unit snapped shut, and the big robot lumbered to life. "Caigo su armas. Esta es su advertencia pasada," Ariadna radioed through the robot via the satellite data link. She raised the robot's hands and arms menacingly, steering the robot toward the oncoming migrants, hopefully enough to scare them off, but not too far away to expose Falcone. The robot had no weapons, and the satellite downlink was very slow. The robot would be able to do little else but walk and talk under her control. And at that moment, it appeared as if the gunmen figured that detail out, for they immediately split up and started to flank the robot, circling it and moving closer to Falcone. Ari had no choice but to make the SID unit step back to protect Falcone. "¿Cuál es incorrecto, señor robot?" one of the gunmen asked. "Not so tough now, are you?" "Mate a Poli y salgamos de aquí," the other gunman shouted. "Send him to hell, and let's—" Suddenly the second gunman's voice was cut off with a strangled scream. The first gunman swung his flashlight around toward his comrade and saw a large metal container of some kind lying on the ground next to the unconscious second gunman. The first gunman cried out, dropped his weapon, and ran off. "You okay, Falcon?" Jason Richter radioed. A few moments later, Sid too ran up to where Falcone was still lying prone on the desert floor, and Jason dismounted. "I'm okay," Falcone replied. They checked the unconscious gunman together. "What'd you hit him with, boss?" "The only thing I had on me, the dismount container," Jason said. "Good thing the laser targeting system was still up and running. Where's the first attacker?" Falcone showed him where the dead gunman was. "I recommend we bring weapons next time, boss," Falcone said. Jason had seen his share of casualties in his short tenure as commander of Task Force Talon, but the condition of this corpse still made him a little queasy. It looked as if his chest had been flattened all the way to his spine, rupturing and smearing all of his internal organs throughout what was left of his body, and all around him on the ground. There was no doubt, Jason thought ruefully, that no matter how violent these migrants had been, Talon was still going to take some heat for killing one like this. "If there is a next time, Falcon," Jason said. "If there is a next time." Chapter 3. Rampart 1 Forward Operating Location, Boulevard, California. The next morning. Army National Guard Captain Ben Gray of the 1st Battalion, 185th Infantry, finished his early morning jog along Highway 98, poured some water from a plastic bottle over his head, then took a sip. It was barely an hour after dawn, and already it had to be in the low 70s here in the deserts of Southern California. In another couple hours, he guessed, the pavement would be too hot to run on. Gray, a California Highway Patrol Academy firearms instructor who lived near Fairfield, California, was an infantry company commander with the California Army National Guard, stationed in San Jose. Running was a way of life for him ever since he tried out for cross-country in middle school. After high school graduation, he enrolled at the University of the Pacific in Stockton in pre-law, but his heart really wasn't into studying. He was meant for the outdoors. Operation Desert Shield, the buildup of troops in the Persian Gulf in response to the Iraqi invasion of Kuwait, gave him a good opportunity to get out of school, so he enlisted in the California Army National Guard. Gray quickly discovered that he didn't want to be an enlisted man in the Army, so when he returned to the States after an 8-month deployment to the Sandbox, he got his degree in criminal justice, applied for and received a reserve commission, and then, at the urging of many of his comrades in the Guard, joined the California Highway Patrol. It was a perfect fit for him. He quickly advanced in rank in both the Guard and the CHP. He didn't spend as much time as he wanted with his wife and 2 children back in Fairfield, but he was living the life he always wanted. 2 careers spent mostly outdoors, a good deal of responsibility, but not unbearably so, and enough action to keep his life from getting mundane. The place where he had stopped his jogging afforded him an excellent view of Rampart 1, the small forward operating base he had been ordered to set up out here in the desert. 4 days ago, Gray had led 2 mechanized infantry platoons, some elements of a transportation company, a security platoon, and an engineering platoon to the site about 2 miles south of the highway and just a few hundred meters north of the Mexican border, equidistant from the town of Boulevard, California, and the western edge of the steel border security fence around Calexico. His mission was to set up a patrol encampment to house personnel, security forces, construction crews, and aviation units for a long-term, austere deployment. Gray jogged back to his tent, showered, dressed, made his way to the mess, picked up a light breakfast of boxed cereal and a wheat roll, and went over to the commander's table, where he found his NCO in charge, Sergeant Major Jeremy Normandin, with 2 of the Task Force Talon cadre. "Good morning, sir," Normandin said, standing. "Hope you had a good jog. You get the report on the incident last night?" "Yes. Sorry about your incident, sir, but it was bound to happen sooner or later." "We were hoping it wouldn't, Captain," Major Jason Richter said somberly. "Any word on who will conduct the investigation, sir?" "FBI Director Delane herself will be coming out with investigators from the state and Justice Departments," Jason replied. "I received their equipment and facilities requisition list, and will have it put together by later this afternoon, sir," Normandin said. "Thanks, Sergeant Major," Gray said. To Richter, "Where's Captain Falcone, sir?" "Still on patrol. Jason replied. Gray looked as if he had swallowed a scorpion instead of a bite of his wheat roll. Sir, standard operating procedure states that a soldier under investigation needs to be taken off duty until he's cleared by the investigation board. Even an officer on detached assignment, he said, getting to his feet. Besides, I think he should be receiving counseling after his incident. Being involved in a shooting incident that results in death is hard on anyone, even veterans. Frank said he was ready and able to resume patrol duties, and I believe him, Jason said. We only have 2 SID pilots at this location. Besides, no investigation has formally begun. He'll cooperate fully with the investigation board, don't worry. Is he in the same robot, SID unit, sir? The investigators may want to examine it during their... We downloaded all of the operating data and maintenance logs right after the incident, Ariadna Vega said. That might not be good enough, Gray said worriedly. I'm a highway patrolman in the real world, and we impound vehicles involved in shooting incidents until well after the investigation is over. Sometimes they're not even returned to service, depending on the... This isn't the CHP, Captain, Jason interrupted. This is part of the War on Terror. We only have 2 SID units here at Rampart 1, and we couldn't afford to ground it. I don't take soldiers off the line because they engage and kill the enemy. Do you? No, sir, unless an investigation board has been convened, Gray said, matching Richter's glare with one of his own. There's an investigation board on the way, so I would have pulled Falcone off the line in anticipation of the start of the investigation. It's just my advice and opinion, that's all. You're in charge of the task force. I appreciate your concern over the political and legal problems we might encounter because of this incident, Captain, Jason went on. But until I receive orders to the contrary, we continue with our mission. He looked at Gray's concerned face, then added, Captain Falcone will be off duty when he returns. He'll remain here at Rampart 1 until the investigation board releases him. Yes, sir. Jason checked his watch. Captain Falcone should be returning any minute now, he said. I'm going out to the recovery pad to meet him. I'll tag along if you don't mind, sir, Gray said. I'll grab us some water. It's going to be a hot one today. He and Normandy got up and followed Richter and Vega out of the mess tent and into the bright sunshine. The Rampart 1 FOL, or Forward Operating Location, was approximately 40 acres in area, surrounded by electronic intrusion detection sensors and canine patrols instead of fences to save on setup time and cost. The mess tent was in the unit area, which included offices, barracks, and equipment and supply storage. The tents were standard desert temper units, highly portable tents that use lightweight aluminum frames instead of center and side poles to make it easier to erect. They provided more interior space. The tops of the military personnel tents were covered with thin, flexible silicone solar cells that changed sunlight into electricity and were stored in batteries to power ventilation fans and lights. How often do you get supplies out here, Captain Gray? Ari asked. Call me Ben, Dr. Vega. Only if you call me Ari, Ben, Ari responded with one of her patented man-killing smiles. Deal. Jason noticed with a smile that Gray was already hooked, landed, gutted, and filleted. Once a day right now, Ari, but when we start getting some detainees here and the ops tempo picks up, I'm sure it'll increase. I figure 500 people here max, a minimum of 8 liters of water per day, plus water for the mess hall, showers, and maintenance areas. That's a minimum of 2 large tankers of potable water, or a tractor-trailer full of bottled water, plus a tanker of diesel for the generators, and a tanker of Jet A for the aircraft per week. Added rations for 500 persons, spare parts, equipment. I figure 2 convoys a week, with 4 tankers and 1 to 2 tractor-trailers of supplies and equipment each. Half our manpower goes towards logistics and security for all this stuff. They approached an area with a 12-foot-high chain-link fence topped with razor wire. It was the detention facility, a complex of fences and tents to house migrants caught illegally crossing the border. He had seen the facility just last night, but it seemed as if the detainee population had doubled since then. Man, I thought it would take a month or 2 to reach our maximum capacity. Now it looks like it'll only take a few more days, he remarked. We've only been open for business for 3 days. The detention facility had 12 temper units set up, the same tent structures as the unit area. Each 32-foot temper unit housed 16 individuals on cots. The plans called for 16 temper units at Rampart 1. Access between units was strictly controlled with chain-link fence, so detainees entered and exited from the front of each unit only. In the back of the tents was a fenced yard for basketball and soccer. Beside the exercise yard was a 12-bed field medical clinic, a legal services tent, a small chapel, and a community latrine for men and women. Portable ballpark lights illuminated the compound at night. Ariadna Vega definitely appeared uncomfortable looking around the place. "Pretty miserable, isn't it?" she remarked. "I've seen worse, Ari," Gray said. "The temper units are air-conditioned. The detainees will get 3 squares a day, water, and medical care while they're being processed. The kids will get free education. They'll have access to legal aid. We try to make them as comfortable as possible while they're here." "I don't see very much privacy." "No, I guess not," Gray said. "This is a detention facility, not a hotel. I've done the best I could here with the tools I'm given." "I don't mean you're not doing enough, Ben," Ari said apologetically. "It's just, well, I've never been exposed to any of this before." "This is light years better than what we had in Kuwait during Desert Storm," Gray said. "I would have killed for a chance to wash my hair once a week then. Here, the detainees can take a shower once a day if they like. The tents we had then were for shit. We couldn't keep the sand out no matter how hard we tried to seal things up. These tempers are pretty tight." They moved on to the next section of the detention facility. There were about 24 chain-link cells with a cot, a honey bucket with a toilet seat, and a small open table next to the cot. No privacy whatsoever. The pens were covered with a large tent, which afforded a little protection against the sun and wind. There was also an open shower station with a few fiberglass shower stalls. 15 of the 24 stalls were occupied. "This area is for the violent or uncooperative detainees, or any criminal suspects," Gray explained. "Security is a big concern, which is why these cells are completely open. We're hoping just the sight of these facilities will induce detainees to cooperate once they're in custody." "Where are the gunmen from last night?" Jason asked. "The 2 injured migrants were transported to the Border Patrol lockup in San Diego," Gray said. "Imperial County Sheriff's Department took the body of the dead migrant to El Centro. It'll be turned over to the FBI later this morning." "Those cells are little more than damn dog pens," Ariadna suddenly blurted out disgustedly. "They remind me of the cages in Guantanamo Bay when the terrorist prison was first set up." Now Ben Gray was starting to look perturbed at Ariadna's reactions. "I guess they're pretty substandard to your way of thinking, Dr. Vega," he said stonily. "But we put only the worst of the worst here. It's not meant to be comfortable. It's meant to keep the bad ones away from the other detainees and to keep our personnel safe until they can be put into the justice system." "Ben, I didn't mean—" "We're in the middle of the desert out here, Dr. Vega," Gray interrupted. "I've been given a tough job and not a lot of time to do it in. And if I may say so myself, my men and I have done a pretty damn fine job putting this FOL together. If it doesn't meet with your approval, then I suggest you take your suggestions or comments up the chain of command." "As you were, Captain," Jason said. "Ariadna is just reacting out loud. She's not commenting on the good job you and your men have done out here." "That's right, Ben," Ari said. "I'm sorry." Gray nodded coldly at her, unsure whether to accept her apology or not. Jason looked at his watch, thanking the powers that be that it was almost time to meet the arriving team members. Things were already getting pretty tense here. He wisely took the lead toward the clearing on the north side of the compound, which he knew would allow Gray and Vega to walk together. Ari took the opportunity given her by her longtime friend and partner and touched Ben Gray's BDU sleeve. "Hey, Ben, I'm really sorry." "Forget it, Dr. Vega." "I can tell you're hurting, too," she said. He turned halfway to her and gave her an irritated scowl. "The last thing I think you wanted to do in the Guard is build and run a detention camp, and here I come criticizing your mission." "I do what I'm ordered to do," Gray said. "I don't have any expectations or preferences. I do the job I'm assigned to the best of my abilities." Ari trotted up to catch up, walking closely beside him. "That's it?" she asked gently. "What do you mean, that's it? What else is there?" "I want to know how you feel about imprisoning foreigners in a place like this, out in the middle of nowhere, in conditions hardly suited to farm animals, let alone human beings," Ari said. "Is this the America you swore to protect and defend?" "It is now, Ari," Gray said perturbedly. "Listen, they know it's illegal to cross the borders at other than established crossing points.
Maybe they do, but they do it just for a chance to work, to make better lives for themselves."
The why is just a mitigating factor, Ari. They're still doing something illegal, Gray said. The why doesn't excuse their actions, only lessens their punishment and allows them greater consideration. The reason why that entire detention facility isn't one big set of chain-link dog pens is that few illegal aliens are like the ones that murdered those Border Patrol agents. But we're treating every illegal migrant the same when we throw them into facilities like this, aren't we? Ari asked. The vast majority of migrants are peaceful, God-fearing, law-abiding persons. But they're not law-abiding. The reason we're out here is because they're breaking the law, Gray argued. They're crossing our borders without permission, which in the United States is against the law. I'm a soldier, Ari. I swore to defend my country against all enemies, foreign or domestic. They are not the enemy, Ben. The terrorists and murderers are. But the terrorists, murderers, and the migrants looking for work are all doing the same thing, crossing the borders of the United States without regard for the law or national sovereignty, Gray interjected. The migrants may not be a threat to the United States, but until we get a crystal ball that can tell us which ones are the workers and which ones are the terrorists, we need to stop all of them before the bad guys kill again. Gray stopped and turned to Ariadne. You say I might have doubts about this mission, Ari, but you sure as hell do, he said. If you're so bugged about doing this job, why don't you just resign? It's as if you're trying to soothe your own conscience by indicting everyone else around you. Vega didn't answer, which gave Jason Richter a chance to step over to the two and interject. Is there an issue here, kids? If there is, let's lay it out right now. Neither of them said a word. I promise, if either of you has a problem accomplishing this mission, I'll see to it you're reassigned, and there'll be no repercussions whatsoever. No problem here, sir, Gray said flatly. I'm fine, Jay, Ari said in a low voice. Jason looked at them both carefully, then clasped them both on their shoulders. Be thankful Ray Jefferson isn't out here. He'd have you both for breakfast. Let's go. The landing pad was simply a circular patch of desert about a half a mile in diameter that had been cleared away, leveled, and covered with fiberglass mats to keep down blowing dust and debris. In the center of the circle was a retractable aluminum tower about 50 feet high, secured in place with guy wires. Off to the side of the dirt circle was a Humvee with a small satellite dish and various other antennae on top. Nearby was a transportable helicopter hangar constructed of tubular aluminum trusses and covered with thin, lightweight Kevlar. Another slightly smaller hangar served as a maintenance and storage facility. The tankers with supplies of jet fuel and diesel were parked nearby, along with banks of wheeled generators. A few minutes later, both Gray and Ariadne received a message from the security patrols that their Condor aircraft was inbound, and they watched the task force's surveillance aircraft come in for its approach. From a distance, it looked like a huge bird of prey coming in at them, and even up close, it resembled an enormous seagull or eagle. It approached very quickly, a lot faster than Gray had ever seen a blimp travel. The thing was immense, with over 120-foot wingspan. The wings curved upward from the body at least 20 feet, then curved downward again to the wingtips, then upward again at the very tip. It had a large propeller engine under each wing, but was whisper quiet. Again, unlike any blimp Gray had ever encountered. It had a long forward fuselage section, like a goose's outstretched neck, and a broad flat tail with long angled winglets at the tips. The fuselage was smooth, but as it got closer, several camera ports and doors could clearly be seen. But the most amazing thing was not the Condor's size or shape, but its maneuverability. It came from the north-northwest at around 60 miles an hour, but as it approached the landing pad, it made a tight, steeply banked turn to the west, directly into the wind, and all of its forward velocity seemed to disappear in the blink of an eye. When it was heading west, right at the telescoping docking mast, it was going barely 2 miles an hour, and it nosed in precisely on a large electromagnetic docking attach point on the mast. Hovering overhead, the immense craft looked like a cross between a graceful seagull drifting on an ocean breeze and a Klingon battlecruiser. That thing is just amazing, Gray exclaimed as he watched the immense airship dock itself. Did you guys invent it? It's been around for a few years as an experimental forward edge of the battle area cruise missile radar platform, Ariadne said. Why not just use a regular blimp? He asked. With carbon fiber skin and structures, the Army was able to create an airship that did away with the typical blimp-shaped body, Ari replied. Regular blimps are very susceptible to winds and have a huge frontal area, making them slow and not very stealthy. The shape of the Condor allows it to use air currents for propulsion, much like a sailboat sails against the wind. In fact, the stronger the winds aloft, the faster she flies. The Condor is almost twice as fast as any other blimp. Its radar cross-section is 1,000 times less than a blimp. It's far more maneuverable, and its payload is just as much as a large blimp while using less helium. This baby can carry almost 2,000 pounds of sensors or personnel, fly as high as 10,000 feet above ground, and stay aloft for almost 2 days. It was originally designed to carry infrared sensors and an airborne radar to detect low-flying aircraft like cruise missiles, Jason went on. It's even fairly safe from small arms ground fire. You might be able to take out an engine, but the Condor would probably survive the hit. It can fly just fine on one engine and return itself back to base with communications severed. Well, it's very cool, Gray said. He looked up, studying the immense underside of the huge airship. It provides great shade, too. At that moment, a hatch opened up on the belly of the center fuselage of the Condor airship, and a figure dropped through it. Before Gray could do anything but gasp in surprise, the figure hit the dusty ground, still standing, as if it had stepped off a porch step instead of jumping out of an airship hovering 50 feet overhead. The SID unit stepped over to Jason Richter and saluted. "SID 1 reporting in, sir," an electronic voice said. "You like making an entrance in that thing, don't you, Falcon?" Richter commented, returning the robot's salute. "Yes, sir, I do," Falcone replied. "It's the only time these days that I feel like I've got a working body." He stepped over to the Humvee at the edge of the landing area, dismounted from the SID unit, plugged it into the diagnostics and repair computers on the Humvee, and walked back to the others. "What's the latest on the incident last night, sir?" he asked Richter. "Director Delane will be in later on today, with whoever Justice, State, and the Pentagon chose to be on the board," Jason replied. "You'll be grounded from now on until the investigation board kicks you free. Don't talk to anyone except Ari and me about the incident until the board tells you differently. Understand?" "Yes, sir." They walked away from the landing zone as a retractable docking mast lowered the Condor airship to ground level, and maintenance crews began converging on it to do checks and refuel it. Falcone accepted a bottle of cold water from Jason and drained it in one chug. "How you holding up, Falcon?" "Okay, I guess," Falcone replied. "I appreciate the opportunity to go back out in the field after what happened. I'd hate to be cooped up in my rack just lying there thinking about it." He looked at Gray and added, "I know they're probably going to say it wasn't a good idea, me going back out on patrol." "They didn't say, so I made the decision," Jason said. They reached the tent complex used by Task Force Talon and the Army National Guard as their headquarters. "You have nothing to worry about," Jason went on. "That migrant was shooting at you. That's enough reason for you to go on the attack. Your use of force was totally and completely appropriate and justified." "We'll be the judge of that, Major Richter," a voice from inside the tent said. Jason was surprised to see the large temper complex nearly filled with people, some in suits and ties. The voice came from an older woman who wore jeans, a white shirt unbuttoned at the collar, and a hiker's vest. Jason caught a glimpse of a gun in a holster at her waist. "Who are you?" "Annette J. Cass, U.S. Attorney, Southern District of California," the woman replied. She unclipped an ID wallet from her belt and showed him her badge and ID card. "I wasn't advised of your arrival, Miss Cass," Jason said. "I apologize for not meeting you." She snapped the ID away before Jason could look it over and replaced it on her belt beside her gun holster. He smiled, trying not to look annoyed at having the ID snatched away before he could look at it, then extended his hand. Cass glared at his hand, obviously not expecting it, before accepting his greeting. He motioned to the others in the tent behind Cass. "And these nice folks?" "Deputy Director Marta Fields from the San Diego office of the U.S. Border Patrol. Deputy Director Thomas Lombard of the Bureau of Immigration and Customs Enforcement in San Diego. Mr. Armando Ochoa, Deputy Consul General for Investigation for the Mexican Consulate in San Diego, plus some officers from the U.S. Marshals Service." Cass noticed Jason's eyes narrow when she mentioned the name of the Deputy Consul General, and she smiled knowingly. "I wish you'd made an appointment first, Miss Cass," Jason said. "As you can see, we're in the middle of a shift change." "I'm handling the investigation of the incident last night. I'll expect your full cooperation, Major Richter," Cass interrupted. She looked at Vega and Falcone suspiciously, as if already deciding who was guilty and who was innocent. "I want to talk with Captain Falcone right away, so he can give us a complete statement on the events of last night. All other personnel on duty last night will need to give us statements, and I want all operating data and recordings from last night from all of your cybernetic infantry devices. Naturally, all of your task force activities here will be suspended until further notice." "Naturally, as soon as I get proper orders," Jason said. Cass turned her green eyes on him and impaled him with an impatient, angry expression. "I just gave you your orders, Major Richter." "You gave me lots of orders, Miss Cass, but I'm not authorized to follow any of them." "What did you just say?" Cass asked in a clearly threatening tone. "Major Richter, let me get this straight. Are you refusing to comply with my instructions?" "That's exactly what I'm doing, Miss Cass," Jason said. "Do you have any idea what the penalty is for obstruction of justice, Major? Try 5 years in prison and up to a $250,000 fine. Your career would be over." "Miss Cass, you're not in my chain of command, and I'm not in yours," Jason said. "Your orders are worthless on this installation without authorization from my superior officers." "You're acting like a man with something to hide, Major," Cass said. "Are you trying to hide something? You do realize I'm here on official business." "You're not conducting an investigation here, Miss Cass. This is a plain old shakedown," Jason said. "Besides, you didn't even say the magic word, please. So you've just worn out your welcome. You should all just pack up and get off my installation. Right now." "You're making a big mistake, Major," Cass said. "I'm giving you one last warning. Obey my instructions or find yourself under arrest." She turned to the group of persons behind her. "Deputy Director Lombard and the U.S. Marshals will secure this facility and begin my investigation. If you or any of your personnel do not cooperate, they'll be forced to take more drastic action. Miss Cass, the fact that you showed up here without any prior notice tells me that not only do you not have authority over me, but you initiated this visit on your own without any authorization from anyone. Not even the Department of Justice," Jason said. He half-turned to Falcone and said, "Captain Falcone, make note of the time, please." "Yes, sir," Falcone said, surreptitiously checking the device strapped to his wrist. "Dr. Vega, I would like you to call the White House from the secure radio in the command vehicle," Jason went on. "Advise them of the situation here and ask for instructions." "Sure, Jay," Ariadne said a little worriedly, turning and heading for the exit. "You're not going anywhere, Dr. Vega." Director Lombard. The Immigrations and Customs Director motioned, and 2 men wearing black battle-dress uniforms, black bulletproof vests emblazoned with the letters U.S. Marshal on the front, Kevlar helmets, and carrying suppressed MP5 submachine guns, quickly stepped forward to block the tent exit. "You forced me to take drastic action, Major Richter. No one leaves, and no one makes any calls until I say so." "What do you think you're doing, Miss Cass? Trying to start a fight in here?" Jason asked. He wore a slight smile as he casually put his hands behind his back. "Why the guns? Aren't we all on the same side?" "I will get your cooperation, Major, any way I must," Cass said seriously. "I heard how you treat those in authority, especially federal law enforcement agents, and it won't happen here. You could have done this the easy way. You want to be treated like an adversary, like you have something to hide? Fine, you will be." The U.S. Marshals took Jason's and Ariadne's sidearms away from them. "Now let's all go into your office, Major, while Director Lombard begins his interview with Captain Falcone. You will call in all of the personnel involved in last night's incident and have them report to us here immediately. I want your records, logs, technical data, and downloads from your robots, and I want them in the next 5 minutes, or I will take this entire camp apart, piece by piece, until I find them." 5 minutes, Jason remarked, smiling. "I think we can have something for you a lot sooner than that." "Captain?" "Ready when you are, sir," Falcone said. "Show Miss Cass what we have." "Roger that, sir." Hidden behind Richter, Falcone pressed a button on his wrist device. And seconds later, the top of the temper module they were standing in ripped open, and one of the cybernetic infantry devices peered inside. "Everyone freeze and drop your weapons!" a machine's electronic voice shouted. The SID unit immediately grabbed the marshals who were carrying weapons. One agent was grabbed by the upper arm, the other by his left shoulder. Both officers screamed in pain and terror as they were hauled up off their feet. "What in hell?" Lombard cried out, immediately reaching for his sidearm. "No," Jason said, still smiling. "No guns. It will detect guns and—" But it was far too late. No sooner had Director Lombard's gun cleared his holster than the SID unit walked quickly through the nylon side of the temper module and swung the captured marshals at Lombard, knocking him off his feet. The SID unit kept moving forward until Lombard was pinned against the other side of the module, unable to move his hands or arms, with the two U.S. Marshals dangling painfully in midair above him. Falcone found Lombard's sidearm on the deck, unloaded it, and stuck it into a flight suit pocket, while Jason and Ari retrieved their sidearms and the FBI agent's submachine guns, unloaded them, and tossed them aside. "SID-1, drop your captives," he ordered. The SID unit's armored fingers opened, and the marshals clambered to the floor of the ruined temper module beside Lombard, holding dislocated and bruised arms and shoulders. "Ari, go get a doctor and a couple security guys to help these clowns. SID-1, back up 10 meters and assume weapon guard position." "Major Richter, are you insane?" Annette Cash shouted. "You just attacked 3 federal agents!" Jason moved forward quickly and snatched Cass's weapon from her holster. She was plainly too shocked to even notice her weapon was gone. He unloaded it and tossed it aside. "And you walked onto a Talon fire base and had the balls to draw down on us? You're the insane one, Miss Cass. We're in an area already known for heavy terrorist activity, possibly including the consortium. The SID units are programmed to respond to all armed threats with maximum force. You're lucky SID-1 used their whole bodies as bludgeons, and not just their limbs." "Jay, more company," Ari radioed. 2 choppers inbound, about a mile out." "Any identification?" "Nope." "Where's the Condor?" "I ordered them to launch the Condor immediately," she replied. "They'll maintain surveillance on the base and send imagery to Cannon." Cannon Air Force Base, near Clovis, New Mexico, was the home base of Task Force Talon. "Good." To Falcone, he said, "Falcon, mount up. Get behind those choppers and take them down if they attack." "I don't have any weapons, boss. How am I supposed to take them down?" "Think of something. Jump on them. Toss a cactus at them. Distract them. Just do it, Falcon." Falcone immediately ordered SID-1 to assume the pilot-up stance, and he was inside the robot and moving in less than 30 seconds, racing across the desert out of sight. "Captain Gray, are you expecting anyone?" Jason asked the Rampart 1 commander. "Negative," Gray replied. He was still breathless and bug-eyed from the sudden and incredibly lightning-quick flurry of activity that had just occurred right in front of his eyes. "Any inbounds are supposed to get clearance from me or Top, first through your headquarters or the White House." "That's the FBI, Richter," Cass exploded. "They're here to start the investigation on the death of that migrant last night. Are you hallucinating, or are you on some kind of power trip?" Jason ignored her. "Gray, take the injured to the infirmary and the rest to the dog pens and lock them up." "The consulate officer, too?" "The consulate officer, too. Until he can be positively ID'd, as far as I'm concerned, he's consortium," Jason said. "Have the rest of your men on full alert until we figure out what's going on." Gray issued orders to the physician, medics, and security forces that arrived moments later, and Cass and the others that were with her were hustled out. Jason keyed the mic button on his radio. "Ari, they're coming in pretty slow, Jay," she radioed from her command Humvee near the Condor airship's landing pad. "Staying in formation, about a half-mile out, slowing even more. Looks like they're starting to circle the perimeter. Wait, I see crests on the sides of both choppers. One looks like an FBI patch. Confirmed, I can see the letters FBI on the tail. The other says U.S. Border Patrol on the side. They look like the real deal, Jay." "Talon 1, Rampart 1, Ben Gray radioed a moment later. "Top just got a call from one of those choppers. The caller on board says she's FBI Director Delane. She apologized for not calling in first and is requesting permission to land. They gave the proper authentication." Jason finally let out a nervous sigh of relief and holstered his own sidearm. "Let them in, Captain," he said wearily. On his command radio, he said, "Sid 1, stay out of sight until we verify everyone's ID out here." "We'll go," Falcone responded. "Ari, better get on the horn and tell Jefferson what's been going on," Jason said. "I'm already on the line with him, Jay," Ariadna said. "He doesn't sound too pissed. He's calling the Justice Department at Homeland Security now." "Swell," Jason muttered. "Talon 1, Rampart 1. Do you want me to release Cass and the others?" Ben Gray radioed. "Negative," Jason responded. "But we got them in the dog pens." "Let them cool their heels in your holding cells for a few more minutes," Jason said as he headed out to the landing pad. "I'll meet you over there in a few." "Whatever you say, sir." The two helicopters' rotors were winding down, and all of the passengers were standing on the landing pad mats when Jason stepped over to them. FBI Director Kelsey Delane went over to greet him. "Hiya, Jason," she said cheerfully, giving him a firm, friendly handshake and a hug. She was dressed for action with a black nylon FBI jacket over a black T-shirt and bulletproof vest, black boots, BDU pants, an FBI ball cap, and a Beretta pistol in a holster. Jason saw a lot of energy in her step and in her smile, and was pleased that Washington hadn't erased her genuine love for her profession. "Nice to see you again." She looked around. "Where's everyone else?" "Were you expecting someone else?" "Some folks from the U.S. Attorney's Office in San Diego. Maybe someone from Immigration and Customs Enforcement," Kelsey said. She noticed him looking questioningly at her. "They haven't arrived yet?" "They're here." "They didn't tell you we were coming? The security guy on the radio said we needed clearance to land first." "They didn't mention you were coming." "They didn't mention they were coming." He turned to look at the people coming off the second helicopter. "Who are they?" "Investigators from Customs and Border Protection, and some Spanish interpreters," Kelsey said. "We're participating in the preliminary investigation on Frank's incident last night." Kelsey was the co-commander of Task Force Talon when it was first organized less than a year earlier, and she was very familiar with its personnel, weapons, and tactics. This visit should have been cleared last night or early this morning through the Justice Department. "You received no word of our arrival?" "I heard you were on your way to the West Coast to look into the incident here, but we received no request for clearances and had no idea who was coming or when." "Well, it was pretty short notice. There must have been some snafu in communications along the line," Kelsey said, now sounding a little perplexed. "An assistant from the U.S. Attorney's Office assured me that all the notifications had been made, through the White House, as well as directly with the CO here. We didn't want to run into one of your monster blimps or get shot down by a ray gun or something. I should have checked myself." She looked at Jason carefully. "It's been a while since I've seen you, Jason, but I still recognize that cat with a canary in its mouth look of yours. What happened?" "Follow me." Kelsey muttered something that Jason couldn't quite catch in the subsiding whine of the helicopter's turbine engines. She scanned the little base as she followed him toward the detention area. "Jason, I'm not going to like whatever you've got to show me, am I?" Kelsey asked. "Probably not." Miss Director," one of Kelsey's bodyguards stammered. "Those persons in the small prisoner cells over there, is that who I think it is?" "Jesus!" Kelsey exclaimed when she saw Annette Cass kneeling on the plywood floor in the middle of one of the dog pen detention cells, her hands secured behind her with plastic handcuffs. "Jason, what in hell is going on here? Do you know who that is?" "Do you?" "Of course I do. That's Annette Cass, the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of California. What is she doing in that cage? Get her out of there immediately." Jason motioned to Gray, who unlocked the door to the chain-link cell and bent to help Cass up, but she pushed his hand away. "She and the others entered my base without permission and took away our weapons at gunpoint," Jason said. "Jason, are you crazy? Did they show ID?" Kelsey didn't wait for a response, but hurried over to the detention cells, retrieving her ID and badge, showing it to Gray and his security guards, and then looping it atop her bulletproof vest so anyone could see it. "Open these cells immediately." Gray looked over at Richter. "Don't look at him, Captain. I gave you a direct order. Open those cells." "I want him arrested," Cass shouted as soon as she joined the others. "I want Richter and all of his personnel arrested right now. I want my people released, and I want this base shut down immediately." I'm going to put you away for 20 years for unlawful detention, false imprisonment, and abuse of power, Richter. Director Delane, you saw what he did to us." She pointed at one of the other cells. "He even locked up an official from the Mexican consulate. This is going to create an international incident. This is a complete violation of international law and treaties." Annette calmed down, Kelsey tried. "Calm down? This Army officer attacked and nearly killed 3 federal agents with one of his robots, then handcuffed us and locked us in those pens. He's out of control, and I'm ordering you to arrest him." Kelsey's mouth hardened into a line. "That's enough, Annette," she said testily. "You can't order me to arrest anyone, let alone an Army officer on an Army installation, and you know it. I didn't observe any laws being broken. He put me and my agents in those cells for no reason." The commander of an Army installation is allowed to put anyone on his base, in his brig, for any reason he deems necessary. She looked over at Jason suspiciously, then added, "As long as it was absolutely necessary. He'll have to answer for his actions to his superior officer, which right now happens to be the President of the United States." She looked over at the detention cells. "And you say that's someone from the Mexican consulate? What's he doing here? You never said anything about bringing someone from the consulate." "He heard that Mexican citizens were being detained out here, and he demanded to see them," Cass said. "I agreed to allow him to accompany me." "You never told me this," Kelsey said. "And what happened to getting us all clearances to come here? My 2 helicopters didn't have clearance to land." "Is that what Richter said? I wouldn't believe a word he says." "Annette, I didn't ask the Major for confirmation. I asked my office in San Diego to verify our clearances from Homeland Security and the Army, the people who should have received your request to visit the base," Kelsey said. "They said the request was just received this morning and hadn't been processed because it was incomplete. I only landed here because I contacted the Attorney General directly myself when I learned we didn't have proper clearance. What's going on here?" "Homeland Security delayed my clearance and told me to resubmit my application to visit this base," Cass argued. "I found that unacceptable. Any delay in getting here would have compromised evidence in our investigation and given Major Richter here time to coach or coerce witnesses." "Coerce witnesses?" Jason retorted. "I'm not coercing anyone." "Now, order Richter to release the consulate official and my men before there's hell to pay, Director Delane," Cass insisted. "Or the next call I make will be to the Attorney General himself." Jason could see Kelsey's jaw tighten. "Miss Cass, that's the second time you've ordered me to do something," Kelsey said, pulling out her cell phone. "I don't know how you do things in your district, but in the FBI we have procedures, and I'm not going to violate them just because you order it." Into her phone, she said, "John, this is Kelsey. I'm here at Rampart 1. Yes, the Army Migrant Reconnaissance Base in California. You've already received a call from the AG and from Homeland Security? I see. What's the word?" She listened for a few moments, then said, "Understood. Later." "Well?" "Major Richter, release all of Miss Cass's personnel immediately," Kelsey said stonily. "About time," Cass remarked. "And then escort her and her entourage off the base," Kelsey added, impaling Cass with an angry glare. "Turns out Miss Cass did not receive proper clearance to enter the base unannounced, although the Army should have done more to verify her identity and official business and reasonably accommodate her requests. Turns out the holdup was your demand to bring someone from the Mexican consulate with you. That request was forwarded to the State Department and, Miss Director, a Mexican citizen was killed last night by one of Richter's robots. The same one, I believe, operated by the officer that attacked my marshals," Cass said. "Someone from the consulate deserves to be present during this investigation." "The incident happened on U.S. soil, Annette," Kelsey said. "The Mexican government does have the right to get involved after our investigation has concluded, or at least after our investigation has begun. Whoever does the investigation has the duty to keep the Mexican government informed to the fullest extent of the law. I wasn't notified that my office was going to head the investigation, so I'm not positive, Annette, but I don't think this is your jurisdiction." "Not my jurisdiction. That's crazy. I'm the U.S. Attorney for Southern California. If it's not me, who's going to do it? The Department of Homeland Security, Kelsey said. If they need any forensic help from the FBI or warrant authority from the U.S. Attorney's Office, they'll ask. Otherwise, they handle it themselves. But what if there are criminal charges? Those will be referred to your office if the suspects are not subject to the Uniform Code of Military Justice, Kelsey said. Otherwise, the Army handles it. She looked at Cass carefully, then added, the State Department says it received no request from the Mexican consulate or embassy for any consulate officials or staffers to accompany you to this base, Miss Cass. I have the authority to bring along anyone I choose, including members of any foreign consulate in my district, Cass argued. And consular officers have the right to make requests to travel as observers and go anywhere they like in the United States, especially on official business involving their citizens. I think the State Department and Attorney General may disagree with you, Miss Cass. That's not my department, Kelsey said. But your conduct during this entire escapade of yours is starting to look more and more suspicious. A no-notice arrival with armed U.S. Marshals and a Mexican consular official in tow? What were you trying to do, Miss Cass? Shut down an entire Army base before anyone could stop you? This is not an Army base, Delane. This is an illegal Army prison, Cass retorted, going over to help Lombard as he crawled painfully out of his cage. Locking up innocent civilians without due process and terrorizing people on both sides of the border with birds of prey airships and armored robots. This base belongs to the Army National Guard and the Department of Homeland Security. And it's in my federal district, and it has civilians in federal custody, which brings it under my jurisdiction, Cass interjected just as angrily. All federal law enforcement matters in the Southern District of California come under my review, and capturing and detaining suspected illegal immigrants is a law enforcement issue. And if there are Mexican nationals being detained here, consular officials have every right to meet with and speak to their fellow citizens, ascertain their medical, physical, legal, and political status, and ensure that all of their rights as Mexican citizens and American detainees are being preserved. Kelsey fell silent. It was difficult, if not impossible, to argue with her reasoning. It was obvious that Cass thought she had gained at least an ideological advantage here, even though she was the one leaving. We're not done here, Major Richter, she said. The two marshals, their arms and shoulders heavily bandaged, were escorted to waiting military ambulances, while Cass's dark blue government Suburbans were brought for her. You can't trample on the Constitution in my district like you did in San Francisco and Washington and get away with it. I'm going to see to it that you and your jack-booted stormtroopers are removed from here pronto. Sheesh, who peed on her cornflakes this morning? Jason remarked, as Cass and the other federal officials departed down the dusty access road. Jason, this thing is just getting started, and already we've got Americans battling each other, Kelsey said. A little more restraint might be in order here. I hear you, Kelsey, Jason said, but I got my orders too, and they come right from the White House. The argument over who has jurisdiction is way above my pay grade. I was ordered to build reconnaissance and operations firebases, keep the border region under surveillance, and detain anyone illegally crossing the border in support of the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. I'm not saying people like Cass are right or wrong, or what we're doing is right or wrong, but I've got a job to do and superior officers to report to, and they do not include U.S. Attorney Annette Cass, the U.S. Marshal Service, or anyone from the Mexican consulate. Well, we're all on the same side here. You might consider thinking twice before siccing your robots on fellow Americans, especially federal agents. I know no one will believe me, Kel, Jason said earnestly, but I thought you were all a consortium. I swear to God, she came here unannounced with guys in bulletproof vests and submachine guns, and minutes later, 2 helicopters swoop in. I thought we were goners. Kelsey could tell that Richter was being absolutely serious. She never questioned his feelings. She wasn't quite sure, but she thought she saw a little unexpected paleness in his face, and he swallowed nervously. I never realized how vulnerable we are out here, Kel. They walked onto this base with guns and badges, and no one even radioed us to tell us they were here. Maybe I panicked a little. Even when I saw their IDs, I felt defensive, like I didn't do enough to watch my own back. I guess I got scared. Hey, Jason, you have no idea how many times I was scared. Working on the task force Talon, working in the FBI. You lose tactical control even for a moment, and all you want to do is react. Do something until you get it back. She felt a sudden wave of concern wash over her consciousness, and without thinking she took his hand and found it cold and clammy. It's okay, Jason, she said gently. It's over. Talon wasn't made to guard a base or stay in one place. We're hunters, not rent-a-cops, Jason said bitterly. As long as Talon is here, we're sitting ducks for the consortium. Talon was successful against the consortium because we were aggressive and offensive. We took the fight to them. Here they don't have to hunt us. They know exactly where we are, and they can take all the time they want planning an attack. Richter's hands were subconsciously clenched into fists, and his voice was shaking with anger. This will not happen again, Kelsey. I swear it. Jason went on adamantly. I don't care who it is, federal agents, illegals, or terrorists. I will not allow this task force to work with its hands tied behind its back anywhere, but especially on American soil. Ease up, Major, Kelsey said, her voice firm. This is not a personal crusade, and Task Force Talent is not alone out here. You're part of a team. Start working like it. That's what I'm doing here, Miss Director. By having Falcone inside a SID unit, grab 2 U.S. Marshals, and use them to club down another federal agent? She didn't like Jason suddenly turning sarcastically formal on her, but he had it coming. He was still acting like Task Force Talon was his own private personal boys' club. She pointed to the ruined temper units, surrounded now by National Guard soldiers starting to repair the damage. What are you going to have your SIDs tear down next, Jason? The Border Patrol Regional Headquarters after you get shut down? The federal courthouse after they arrest Falcone for assaulting a federal officer? Are you going to take on the entire Justice Department because you want to run this assignment your way? She stopped and put her hands on her hips. Richter stopped, but only half turned toward her. You haven't changed much since we began the task force, Richter. You haven't learned a thing. You're a little more than a spoiled laboratory nerd out here playing Army with your fancy high-tech toys. It's getting tiresome. Sure, you had some victories, but that's only when you worked with others like the FBI and the rest of the U.S. military. But now the stakes are higher. There are lives at stake here, not just terrorists, but peaceful, unarmed, regular people. Maybe this job isn't for you. Bull, Kelsey, this is my job. Talon can do anything we're assigned. Sure it can. But maybe you can't lead it, Kelsey said. Maybe you ought to turn this assignment over to someone else and go back to your lab where you belong. In fact, I think I might recommend that to the AG. After this morning's incident, I think he'll do it to avoid a mutiny in his own department. At the very least, he'll have to do it to avoid an international incident and official government protest. Until the White House decides what to do with you, Major, I suggest you adopt an extremely low profile for the sake of this operation as well as your own career. Kelsey, I may just be a nerd engineer with no field experience, Jason said, but I've chosen to lead this task force, and my task force was deployed to this location, so I'm going to do the job I was assigned the best way I know how. The President or Ray Jefferson can shit-can me anytime they feel like it, for whatever reason, or for no reason. Until then, I'm going to operate my men and equipment my way, following whatever guidance or directives I'm given. I'm going to... He was interrupted by a beep from his command radio. Talon 1, Talon 2, Ariadne radioed. Condor has detected several large vehicles heading our way from the south across the border, about 6 kilometers out. At the same time, Ben Gray radioed. Talon 1, we have a possible situation out here at the south perimeter. On my way, Jason responded. Both he and Kelsey hurried off. They found Gray standing on the roof of a Humvee, scanning the area to the south with binoculars. 3 armored personnel carriers, about 5 clicks south of us, spread out about 2 clicks along the border, he reported when Richter and Delane ran up. The one closest to us looks like an old World War II half-track. The others are M113s, with 12.7mm machine guns mounted on the gunner's turrets. I see flags of Mexico on the radio antenna. Do they look like the real thing? Jason asked. Both Gray and Delane looked at Richter curiously. Obviously, neither of them had considered that they might not be official Mexican government vehicles. Gray scanned them again. They look real enough to me, he said, his voice definitely a bit more strained. Hold on. They're dismounting troops. I count 10 soldiers coming out of each vehicle carrying heavy packs and rifles. We're outgunned, Jason said. All we have is small arms and the SID units against 3 APCs and a platoon of infantry. It's no better than even right now. And if we lost the SID unit, we'd be toast in minutes. Ben, better organize your security forces and stand by for action. Gray blanched slightly and hurried off. Lost the SID units? What are you talking about, Jason? Kelsey asked as Gray sprinted past her. You think the Mexican army means to attack us? I'm not assuming they're Mexicans, Jason said. Or if they are, they're not part of the Mexican army. Who do you think that... Kelsey stopped. She finally figured out who Jason was worried about. You think they might be consortium? Igor Viktorovich Sakharov was a pro in recruiting local military personnel and getting his hands on all sorts of military hardware all over the world, Jason said worriedly. That slimebag recruited dozens of American military men and stole hundreds of millions of dollars of weaponry, including helicopters, armored vehicles, and even a multiple rocket launcher, to assault Washington, D.C. and the White House. The bastard even stole Secret Service uniforms and equipment and got his hands on the President of the United States himself during his attack on Washington. If he could do that, he can certainly get control of Mexican military hardware and personnel. He clicked the mic button on his command transceiver. Ari, I've got a call into Jefferson at the White House, Jay, Ariadna said. They told me to stand by. I'm sending Condor imagery to Talon headquarters at Cannon to see if we can identify any of those soldiers. What do you think they're going to do? Kelsey asked. Are they going to assault the base? It's a possibility, Jason said. If it's a consortium and their attack is successful, they could throw the entire continent of North America into a terrorism panic. He changed channels on his command transceiver. Sid 1. I'm receiving the downlink from the Condor, Falcone responded. I'm in the aircraft maintenance hangar. What's the plan? Stay out of sight until we see what they're going to do, Jason said. Wilco. Break. Sid 2. I got them on my data link too, sir. Sergeant First Class Harry Dodd, U.S. Army, piloting the second cybernetic infantry device, responded. I'm 8.7 miles east of Rampart 1. I can be there in 13 minutes. Negative. Hold your position for now. You're guarding our east flank. Sound off if you see anything going on. Roger. This might just be a show of force or some kind of probe, Kelsey said. They must know about our SID units. But she fell silent. She knew she could not afford to assume anything right now. Jason, we're picking up air targets, slow-moving, probably helicopters, Ariadna said. Closest one is about 6 miles out. Where from? All sides. 6 from north of the border, 2 from the south, the civilian army engineer said. This was quickly getting way out of hand, Jason thought, trying to choke down a growing bolus of panic rising in his chest. Any air traffic control codes? Stand by. It was the longest wait Jason could recall in a long time. Negative, Jason. Negative on the air traffic codes, Ari finally reported breathlessly. I'll try to coordinate their tracks with the Domestic Air Interdiction Coordination Center at March Air Force Base to find out where they're from. There was another interminable wait. Then, Jason, the DAICC duty officer just blew me off. He said, and I quote, tell Richter that his friends at the Border Patrol said unable at this time. Don't call us. We'll call you. Jerks, Jason said. Put in a call to Los Angeles Center and Riverside Approach. Request some kind of track correlation and point of origin, and tell him it's urgent. And keep on broadcasting warning messages to stay at least 5 miles away from the base, or they could be attacked without warning. If we can't fight them, our only chance is to bullshit them. And radio Cannon, and tell them to bring some weapon packs out here. You got it, Jay. This was definitely starting to get tense. Rampart 1, Talon 1, did you copy about our visitors? Affirm, Gray responded. I'm briefing my security platoon now. Stand by. A few moments later. Talon 1, my guys are recommending we take any infantry units that move in on us. Have your SIDs take the armored personnel carriers if they move in. And the helicopters? All we've got are small arms, sir, Gray reminded him. If they try a gunship air-to-ground attack, we'll just have to hunker down, stay out of sight, and wait for the infantry to try to engage us. We're relying on your robots to put the fear of God into them. That's exactly what we intend to do, Jason said. Break. SID 2, start heading back to Rampart 1. Defend yourself using any means necessary. SID 2 copies, Dodd responded. Break. Ari. Still on hold with Los Angeles ARTCC, Ariadna said. The nearest helicopter is 3 miles out. They're ignoring the TFR, Jason said. The TFR, or Temporary Flight Restriction, was a cylinder of restricted airspace established around the base and the Condor airships to prevent aircraft from overflying them. The Condor airship had a civil aircraft transponder that broadcast identification signals to other aircraft to try to prevent a mid-air collision, since it was almost impossible for the unmanned Condors to maneuver out of another plane's way. Rampart 1, they're inside the TFR. Weapons tight until you see a gun, then repel all invaders. Rampart 1 copies. All Rampart units, this is Rampart 1. Weapons tight, repeat, weapons tight. Sound off immediately if you see weapons or encounter hostile action. All squads, acknowledge. Inside 2 miles, Jay, bearing 255, Ari radioed. Jason scanned the sky and saw a helicopter in the distance. Got a visual, he radioed back on the command network. Doesn't look military. Looks like a civilian aircraft, a Bell Jet Ranger or similar. Paint looks civilian. Second aircraft bearing 195, 2 miles. No contact, he said. He swung around and focused on the first helicopter again. This was going to be a tough decision. If he guessed wrong and the helicopter was hostile, it would open fire any second. But if it was not hostile, he'd have his men open fire on an unarmed aircraft. There really wasn't any other choice. He just hoped to God he'd make the right one. All Rampart units. Damn it! Weapons tight. Repeat, weapons tight. It's a civilian helicopter. Looks like it's turning away. Third aircraft bearing 310, 2 miles. I got a visual on number 3, Gray radioed seconds later. The sucker's coming right for us. Jason could now hear the third helicopter, and sweat broke out on his upper lip. It's moving in. Shit, it's a media helicopter. It says TV-12 on the underside. It looks like it has a zoom camera on the belly. I can see a TV logo on the side. I recognize that chopper. It's a TV station chopper from San Bernardino. At that moment, Ariadna radioed. Jay, just got the word from LA Center. They're media helicopters. 3 from Los Angeles, 2 from San Diego, 1 from San Bernardino. The 2 on the Mexican side are also media, both from Tijuana. It felt as if it was the first time in several minutes that Jason was able to take a normal breath. LA Center asked one of them if they were aware of the TFRs in the area that they were headed directly for, and the pilot said no. LA Center told them to turn back, but no TFR is going to get in the way of a good story, Jason said. Swell. This is turning into a heck of a cluster well, you get the idea, Jay. But Jason wasn't in a joking mood. If he was a leader in the consortium, this is precisely how he would organize a sneak attack. Get a swarm of media aircraft overhead to confuse the scene, then strike. The 3 armored personnel carriers less than 2 miles away were still major threats. If they attacked, there was very little Richter's forces could do about it. SID 2 might be able to get back to base in time to help, but if he didn't, or if he was ambushed by another strike team, the losses could be horrendous. And if the attackers had nuclear, biological, or chemical weapons, all of which the consortium had used in the past, the fight would be over in moments. No, Jason screamed at himself. It wasn't the consortium. It was just a bunch of reporters out to cover a story that obviously the San Diego U.S. Attorney's Office had just planted. Overreacting now could kill Operation Rampart before it got started. All units, this is Talon 1. Stand down. Repeat, stand down, Jason radioed on the command network. I believe the aircraft and vehicles are here to document this task force looking belligerent and dangerous. Let's not give them a headline. All Rampart units acknowledge." "Rampart 1 acknowledges," Gray radioed, then relayed the orders through his squads and got acknowledgments from all of them, keeping them on high alert, but having them shoulder and holster their weapons. "SID 2, I copy all," Dodd responded. "Resuming my patrol. Negative contacts." "Rampart 1, I want N numbers and descriptions of every aircraft that comes within the TFR," Jason said. "Those aircraft and their pilots' asses are mine." "With pleasure, sir," Gray responded. It was almost comical to watch. The first helicopter seemingly tiptoed toward the base, turning suddenly as if suddenly realizing it was in restricted airspace. Then a second helicopter would move in a few hundred yards closer, then turn away. Then a third would come in closer still. Soon the helicopters were hovering almost right overhead, less than 500 feet above them. One helicopter dipped to less than 100 feet to get pictures of excited migrant children waving in the exercise yard, women with babies running for cover from the swirling dust the helicopters kicked up, and men coming out of the latrines tying ropes around their waists to keep their pants up. "Talon 1, you're on the tube," Ari radioed a few moments later. "Better go take a look." Jason walked over to the mess tent, which had a large flat-panel TV set up with satellite TV access. The TV was already set up to one of the all-news channels, and there, in high-definition color, was an image of Jason walking across the base, taken just moments ago. The camera quickly panned back to the detention area, showing in close-up detail the razor-wire-top chain-link fences, housing units, latrines, and finally, the chain-link dog pen detention cells. "Well, so much for keeping a low profile out here," Jason muttered. He picked up his command net radio. "Ari." "He was just called to a meeting in the White House," Ari said immediately, referring to National Security Advisor Jefferson. "He said to stand by at a secure line in case they want to conference you in." "Great. Just great," Jason said. The command tent was still being repaired, so he'd have to wait in the Humvee. This morning was truly shaping up to be a real headache. The Oval Office. The White House, Washington, D.C. A short time later. "Is the whole damned world going stark raving crazy?" the President of the United States thundered. Like a high school principal who had just heard explanations from 3 of his pupils who had just been caught drag racing in the school parking lot, President Samuel Conrad had Ray Jefferson, Attorney General George Wentworth, Secretary of Homeland Security Jeffrey Lemke, and Brigadier General Ricardo Lopez, commander of Operation Rampart, standing before his desk. He had just received reports from his 4 advisors on what had just happened in Southern California. "Are your people all totally out of control or just plain stupid?" "Mr. President, with all due respect to this office, I will not allow what has happened out there today to stand," Wentworth said angrily. George Wentworth was one of the most experienced and respected elder statesmen in Washington. He was so respected by both major political parties that no one was surprised that he stayed on after the administration's shakeup following the consortium terror attacks in the United States, even though the FBI and Justice Departments were roundly criticized for not protecting the nation better. 3 federal agents were physically assaulted by one of Jefferson's task force members, and several of my people, including a district U.S. attorney, were put into cages like stray dogs. Richter's men are totally out of control out there, and they need to be recalled and prosecuted immediately. "I agree, Mr. President," Secretary of Homeland Security Lemke said. "We don't know all the details of that encounter, but once the international press gets hold of this story, they'll murder us." He motioned to the flat-panel TV in the cabinet to the right of the president's desk. "It's only a matter of time. Those choppers are not supposed to be overflying that base," Ray Jefferson said, glancing at the TV screen. "That's restricted airspace." "What do you want to do about it, Jefferson? Shoot them down?" Wentworth asked. "What would you do to any media helicopters that flew within a mile of Air Force One? Have the FAA slap their wrists?" Jefferson asked. "The temporary flight restriction zone was set up around that base for a reason." And it appears the reason is to keep the world from witnessing the human rights atrocities that are being performed out there, Wentworth argued. That's what the press is going to say. You can bet on it. All right, that's enough, the president said, holding up his hands. Listen, we all knew we were going to take a lot of bad press about this plan. He gave Wentworth a glare, then added, but I don't want the source of a lot of bad press to be my own cabinet. George, you told the cabinet when we implemented this plan that we were legally authorized to set up those detention facilities. You also said that we could establish that restricted airspace over those bases and around those bird-looking blimp things. Are you just talking about objections to the site of those facilities, or are you warning us about serious legal challenges to the plan? There are bound to be numerous legal challenges to the plan, Mr. President, Wentworth replied. I assume Justice and your counsel's office will be quite busy in the months ahead. But, sir, I was horrified at the sight of those chain-link fences and cages, and I was part of getting this plan put into action. I can't begin to imagine the international outrage when the world sees those things on American soil. I'm also angry because of Major Richter's treatment of my U.S. attorney and marshals, he went on. My God, sir, one of those robots, manned by the same officer who killed that migrant last night, nearly ripped one of the marshal's arms off, and he used the marshal's bodies to club down the other. It's unacceptable behavior. About the reason why the U.S. attorney and the marshals were there in the first place, Jefferson began. But Wentworth held up a hand. I know. Cass didn't say pretty please, he said irritably. George, there's some confusion about whether Miss Cass properly requested permission to enter the facility or tried to do so under her own authority, Wentworth said to the president. And yes, perhaps she started throwing her weight around when she didn't have any to throw around. She may be guilty of bad judgment and sloppy paperwork. But that task force talent officer, Falcone, is guilty of 3 counts of assaulting a federal officer, and Richter is guilty of false imprisonment. George, I respect your wisdom and experience, the president interjected. But I'm telling you again, stop making definitive statements that undermine our own programs before we know all the facts. Falcone and Richter are not guilty of anything. At a later date, when I give the okay, you can charge them if you want, and we'll let a circuit court judge or the Supreme Court decide who has jurisdiction. Until that time, the words you need to remember are, we're investigating, so I have no comment. Understood? Of course, Mr. President, Wentworth said. But we can't keep those task force members out there any longer. The operation can continue. There's no legal reason I can surmise that prohibits us from patrolling our own borders. But the presence of those robot contraptions will only terrorize the citizens on both sides even more. That's part of the plan, isn't it, General Wentworth? Ray Jefferson asked. You know very well it isn't, Jefferson. I know nothing of the sort, Mr. Wentworth, Jefferson retorted. First of all, we can put anything we care to on the border to perform whatever tasks we wish, especially Homeland Security and border protection. I'm not saying Richter's or Falcone's action with your agents was proper. But if the sight of those manned robots and detention facilities forces illegal migrants to sign up for a guest worker program, it's done its job. So that was our plan, Jefferson? Terrorize the Mexicans into not crossing the border? I don't remember that as part of the game plan, Sergeant Major. Look at the televisions, Mr. Wentworth, Jefferson said. We have 30 U.S. soldiers around Part 1, plus 2 SID units and 2 Condor unmanned reconnaissance airships. The Mexican Army has just deployed a similar number of troops in that same area, with armored personnel carriers and patrol helicopters instead of SID units and airships. I don't think any illegal migrants will be crossing the border at this location for a while. Do you? You've got to be kidding me, Jefferson, Wentworth exclaimed. It's a madhouse out there. Someone is going to make an awful mistake, and there could be a shooting war breaking out at any moment. Don't tell me this is acceptable to you, because it certainly is not acceptable to the Justice Department. All right, the president said, raising a hand. He turned to Brigadier General Lopez. Okay, General, let's hear it. What's going on with you and Talon? Sir, it was my decision to leave Talon completely in the hands of Major Richter, the one-star Army National Guard flag officer responded. Ricardo Lopez was a bear of a man, 6 feet 2 inches in height, broad-chested and imposing, with close-cropped salt and pepper hair, square jaw, a perpetual 5 o'clock shadow, and dark features. My staff is directing the construction of forward operating bases in California and deploying support personnel, but I'm not up to speed on those cybernetic infantry devices or their capabilities. Did Major Richter brief you on their capabilities, General? The President asked. Yes, sir, he did. But getting briefed on them and knowing enough about them to deploy them effectively are two very different things. Given the short time frame given to have the first base set up, I decided the best way to handle it was to assign Major Richter the task of directing his men and his equipment as he saw fit. I approved his rules of engagement orders. He coordinates all his movements with my staff on a regular basis, and he personally delivers a status report 4 times a day. Do you think turning over control to Richter was a smart idea, General? Attorney General Wentworth asked. Major Richter is a fine officer, and he has an enthusiastic and dedicated staff behind him, Lopez said. Richter may be unconventional, to put it mildly, but he gets the job done. He's not the problem. Oh? No, sir. The crazy idea here was using those SID robot things in the first place. But I believe I was not given a choice in making that decision. So you're not taking responsibility for what's happened out there? No, Mr. Wentworth. I take full responsibility for whatever happens with Operation Rampart, Lopez said immediately. I'm just explaining my decision-making matrix, as I've already explained to Sergeant Major Jefferson. Wentworth turned to Jefferson. You never told us that the commander of Rampart objected to using the robots, Jefferson. I noted his objections, Mr. Wentworth, Jefferson said. But given the time constraints, Talon's capabilities, and the problems associated with mobilizing the required number of National Guard forces, I directed General Lopez to utilize Talon to the utmost extent possible anyway. General Lopez assured me he would educate himself and his senior staff on Talon's capabilities as quickly as possible. That was good enough for me. What's your plan, General? The President asked. Very simple, sir. Augment National Guard troops into regular U.S. Border Patrol operations, just like we do with Customs Service Port Inspection Assistance Teams, Lopez said. Each Border Patrol sector gets a National Guard infantry or cavalry platoon and a helicopter element for support, along with their equipment for deployments that last no more than a week. We can augment other forces, such as reconnaissance, communications, or intelligence as necessary, but I feel that wouldn't be necessary. The Border Patrol has all of that already. All our units deploy from Border Patrol offices and travel under the direction of Border Patrol field units. We wouldn't have to build any bases, jails, detention facilities, or anything else. The Guard gets on-the-job training by the Border Patrol, so we don't have to reinvent the wheel. Plus, since the National Guard works in a support role, there are no posse comitatus conflicts. And this was rejected. Why, Jefferson? Wentworth asked incredulously. Sounds like the perfect plan to me. It wasn't rejected. In fact, the plan is being put into motion, National Security Advisor Jefferson replied. An urgent request has gone out to every state governor and adjutant general, requesting support for the plan. We've received requests for more information, mostly on who's going to pay for it, but so far no takers. What do you mean, no takers? Kinsley asked. Why can't we just order them to give us the forces we need? We need a presidential directive ordering the federalization of the National Guard, if we wish to put those forces under our direct control, Jefferson said. Otherwise, we can only request support. We have a budget for the construction of 4 forward bases for Rampart operations. Most of that money went to the state of California for their National Guard engineering units to build the bases. How long would it take to implement the program General Lopez has described, Sergeant Major? Secretary of Homeland Security Lemke asked. The governor of California tells us that he is in favor of the proposal, but he wants to feel the pulse of the legislature and the people before he commits the California Guard, Jefferson replied. Initial polling results suggest that most Californians wouldn't want their National Guard involved, that it's a job for the FBI and Homeland Security, not the military. That's not surprising, Kinsley interjected. California is almost 30% Hispanic, and they aren't minorities in all of the counties in Southern California. Arizona, New Mexico, and Texas haven't responded officially, but the governors are generally in favor of the program as well, with reservations, Lopez said. They're all in favor of Rampart if it means bringing their guardsmen home from overseas duty. The Pentagon won't like that notion, Lemke pointed out. We're stretched to the breaking point already. Removing the guard from overseas deployment will hurt. So if the request is denied, our only option is to federalize those forces, Jefferson went on. General Lopez has current data on each unit's readiness and deployability. Some units could be ready in days, while others might take weeks. Integrating the forces with Border Patrol sectors would take a few weeks at best, mostly to cut orders, reroute units scheduled for overseas deployment, arrange transportation and lodging, and set up a training program. The bottom line, sir, we can do it, without the help of Richter and his robots, General Lopez said, giving Jefferson an exasperated glare. They should be pulled out of there right away and Rampart turned over to the Border Patrol for operational control. The reconnaissance stuff is great. We are getting good support from those big sensor airships, but the robots are overkill. Excuse the pun, sir. Looks like we may have pushed Rampart into existence too quickly. Eh, Sergeant Major? The President asked. Maybe Richter wasn't up to it. Rampart has detained hundreds of illegal migrants in just a few days' time, Mr. President, Jefferson pointed out. Last night's incident was unfortunate, but an aberration, and it happened on the U.S. side of the border, with persons who refused to comply with the SID unit's orders. Persons who are confronted by the SID units and don't resist are treated the same as any other detainee apprehended by the Border Patrol. They are... Oh, God, Chief of Staff Thomas Kinsley interjected. The President followed his surprised look at one of the TV monitors, which showed the Minister of Internal Affairs, Felix Diaz, speaking in front of TV cameras. Kinsley turned up the volume, and they heard Diaz say in excellent English, "An absolute outrage. Mexico and the United States have enjoyed an unarmed and peaceful border for over 80 years, and both nations have shown the utmost respect for each other's sovereignty, for the rule of law and for the rights of all free men. Now look at this. A military base, less than 3 kilometers from the border, where Mexican citizens, among others, including women and children, are being held without being charged with a crime in completely inhuman and degrading conditions. Last night, the inevitable happened. 1 Mexican national was killed, and 2 others seriously injured by a U.S. military manned robot called a cybernetic infantry device along the border region," Diaz went on, referring to a note card to pronounce the name of the offending weapon correctly. The cable TV news network promptly showed a picture of a SID unit, complete with 20mm cannons blazing, taken during the consortium's attacks in Washington, D.C. The whereabouts of the dead and wounded are unknown. This is no less than a horrific and brutal crime, and I hold President Samuel Conrad as Commander-in-Chief of the American Armed Forces completely responsible. While Diaz was talking, a light had been flashing on the phone on the President's desk. After some minutes, Kinsley finally answered it. "What is it, Gladys? The President—" He paused, and the other saw his face sink. "Stand by." He put the call on hold. "Mr. President, it's President Maravilloso," Kinsley said. "She's on the phone." The President paused for a few moments, then sighed resignedly and motioned for the phone. "Put her on, Gladys," he said into the receiver. A few moments later, "Madam President, this is Samuel Conrad." "Mr. President, thank you for speaking with me," Maravilloso said, her voice edgy, not friendly at all. "As I'm sure you and your advisors there in the Oval Office are aware, I would like to speak to you about the situation on the border. I assume you're watching the news coverage of the disorganized and highly illegal activities here." "I am being kept fully informed of the facts of recent activities in that area, Madam President, yes. What can I do for you?" "I will make my wishes plain for you, Mr. President. I request that you release all of those Mexican detainees from your prison camp immediately into my custody, Maravilloso said sharply. They will all be confined and supervised by the Mexican Federal Police. If they are guilty of a crime, I assure you they will not go unpunished. Madam President, I cannot do that. You mean you will not do it? Those detainees have been observed crossing the U.S. border at other than a legal border crossing point, the President said evenly. That is a crime in the United States, and so they have been arrested and are being detained until— Mr. President, you must understand, this cannot be allowed to stand, Maravilloso retorted. The facility you built as part of Operation Rampart, the one called Rampart 1, is nothing more than a chain-link concentration camp for innocent Mexican citizens. What is even more egregious, even more horrifying, is how those citizens are being treated by American military forces. We have received reports of torture, cruelty, and total disregard for basic human rights, let alone rights guaranteed to all under the American Constitution. This must stop immediately, Mr. President. The American government will thoroughly investigate any and all charges of torture or cruelty to— Then you admit that these cases exist? I admit nothing, Madam President. In fact, I have received no reports of— We have eyewitnesses to such acts, Mr. Conrad. In fact, one of the eyewitnesses was also a victim of such cruelty and illegal treatment. The Consul General of the Mexican Consulate in San Diego, Maravilloso interrupted. He was just recently captured, arrested, and falsely imprisoned in a cage so small that he was forced to stoop on his hands and knees until he was released at the orders of your director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, who was also a witness to this unspeakable action. The Consul General, a well-known, fully credentialed and well-respected member of the Mexican Diplomatic Corps, forced to be imprisoned in a cell barely large enough for a dog? The results of our investigation will be released as soon as possible, madam. That is not acceptable, sir, Maravilloso cried. We have reports not just from our people, but from very high-ranking American Justice Department officials attesting to the accuracy of these charges. Madam President, Samuel Conrad tried, I don't have time to listen to speeches. Mr. President, I respectfully request that you release all Mexican citizens into my custody immediately, or you risk creating an international incident and ruining the peace and trust between our countries, the Mexican president said angrily. If you refuse, I will immediately file protests with the Organization of American States, the United Nations, and the World Court, and I will ask American advisors to request that Amnesty International and the American Civil Liberties Union file lawsuits against the United States requesting injunctions to stop this gross violation of human rights. Samuel Conrad hesitated, and the reaction to that silence was as if a large cannon had been set off in the Oval Office. Sir, tell her to mind her own business, Jefferson said quietly but emphatically. She knows she has no legal recourse here, or else she would have taken action already, not just threatened us like this. It may not get her anywhere legally, but she'll succeed in getting the entire world's attention, Secretary of Homeland Security Lemke said. Madam President, the United States asserts its right to secure its borders and enforce its laws, Conrad said into the phone. No legal or human rights are being violated. They have full access to legal representation, religious facilities, privacy, food and water, and medical care. They are— Oh, no, Kinsley moaned again. What the hell is he doing now? The president looked and saw Minister Felix Diaz with a bullhorn to his lips, shaking his fists as he led a chant directed at the detainees at Rampart 1. What is he saying, Thomas? He asked. I'll get a translator in here. Ustedes, heroes mexicanos, lucha para su libertad. Your heirs of Mexico. Fight for your freedom, Ray Jefferson said. My God, he's inciting them to riot? Attorney General Wentworth exclaimed. Can they hear him? I don't think so, Jefferson said, but they have radios and televisions in that facility. I'm sure he's being broadcast to them. Well, pull the plug, Kinsley said. Shut off those transmissions or confiscate those radios. It's too late, Mr. Kinsley, Jefferson said evenly. To the president, he said, Sir, it might be too late to stop whatever happens next. We shouldn't overreact. We can make full repairs to the base, but we'll need to increase manpower at this and all other bases, especially for security at the detention facility. Our forces there need to be armed and authorized to oppose any action by the Mexican authorities. What are you talking about, Sergeant Major? The president asked absently. What do you think is going to happen? Look, Kinsley blurted. In response to the Mexican minister's loudspeaker calls, several dozen men and boys had jumped onto the chain-link fence surrounding the detention facility and had begun swinging on it. At first, the fence looked plenty sturdy enough, but it did not take long for the swing to become wider and wider, until it was apparent that the fence was weakening, and the more the fence weakened, the more detainees jumped on it and joined in, causing it to weaken faster. The camera swung back to Diaz, who was now getting into one of the news helicopters that had landed a short distance away. The helicopter lifted off, and soon his sound-amplified voice could be clearly heard on the broadcast. He keeps shouting, "Freedom, freedom," Jefferson said. His cellular phone vibrated. In a major breach of Oval Office etiquette, Jefferson stepped away from the president and the others after checking the caller ID. Go ahead. Yes, we're watching it, Major, he said. Order Richter to get those people off that fence, Lemke shouted. Don't use that damn robot, for God's sake, Wentworth added. Jefferson said nothing but continued to listen. Finally, I concur, Major, he said. Proceed. Keep me advised. Was that Richter? Lemke asked. Without waiting to hear the answer, he said, You didn't order him to get those people off the fence? No, Secretary Lemke, Jefferson said. He recommended that we establish a full defensive posture, and I concurred. Defensive? You mean you're not going to do anything but watch those detainees break out? They're rioting out there. What do you intend to do about it? Nothing, except guard what we can and minimize the damage, Jefferson said simply. He answered his cell phone again, listened, then closed it. Rampart 1 reports that Diaz's helicopter is now in U.S. airspace and is heading straight for the base. He is broadcasting on a PA system on the helicopter and can easily be heard by everyone at Rampart 1. For God's sake, the president muttered. He picked up the telephone on his desk. Get the Secretary of State over here right away. Mr. President, we have to call out the National Guard. We have to bring in troops to secure that area, Jeffrey Lemke said. We cannot allow the Mexicans to freely fly across the border like this and spring those prisoners. Mr. President, again, I'm urging restraint, Ray Jefferson said. It's too late to do anything at Rampart 1 now. Too late? By the time we move one Marine from Camp Pendleton or one soldier from Yuma or El Centro, it'll long be over, Mr. Lemke, Jefferson said, more firmly this time. We're outgunned. We can launch some Cobra and Apache gunships from 29 Palms. Are you crazy, Jefferson? Kinsley asked incredulously. We're fully within our rights to chase away any aircraft inside that TFR, Mr. Kinsley, Jefferson said. I'm not saying we engage those helicopters, but maybe just the sight of an armed helicopter will defuse this incident. And if someone gets a twitchy trigger finger, it'll escalate it, Lemke interjected. Just because we have the right to do something doesn't mean we should. Jefferson could do nothing else but nod in agreement. The president angrily slapped a hand on his desk, then shook his head and chuckled gloomily. President Maravilloso and Felix Diaz took a chance, and it paid off, President Conrad said resignedly. Like you said, Sergeant Major, I'm damned either way, right? We'll make sure we don't get caught defenseless when we set up the next base, sir, Jefferson said. We were ready to deal with violence from migrants, smugglers, and detainees, not from the Mexican government. That'll not happen the next time. If there'll be a next time, Lemke said. Sergeant Major Jefferson, make sure that the personnel at Rampart 1 defend themselves to the utmost. They can use Richter's robots if absolutely necessary, the president ordered. But no one interferes with the Mexican army or the detainees. I don't want a gun battle breaking out. I'll pass the word, sir, Jefferson said, and he immediately picked up a telephone in the Oval Office to issue the orders. It did not take long for chaos to erupt at Rampart 1. The detention facility fence finally came down, injuring 2 men. Several persons were badly cut when the tidal surge of detainees tried to run over the chain-link fencing and razor wire on their way out. It almost seemed as if some human bodies were being used by the crowd to bridge the wire. Women carrying children and old men were roughly pushed aside by the younger men on their scramble to freedom. Dozens of detainees were screaming in pain. Detainees who hadn't yet left the yard started running into other housing tents, emerging moments later carrying blankets, jugs of water, and personal items. Outside the toppled fencing, Gray had stationed his men around the headquarters unit, maintenance facility with its power generators and fuel storage, medical unit, and the cages in which more violent or criminally suspect individuals were kept. All other areas were unguarded, as the escaped detainees quickly discovered. The mess tents, barracks, legal aid unit, and personnel break units were completely overrun. The escapees filled their arms and pockets with food, bottles of water, and any personal effects they could find, like clothing, radios, game machines, and computers. The ones who emerged from the tents with nothing ransacked the place on their way out. "Aya! Over there!" shouted Diaz's voice from a loudspeaker on the helicopter. He began gesturing toward the dog pens as his bodyguard struggled to keep him from falling out of the helicopter's open door. "More of our people are being held prisoner! Lancelos!" At Diaz's urging, a dozen men approached the prisoner cages, grabbing anything they could use as a weapon: chairs, shovels, kitchen tools, and pieces of pipe from the collapsed fencing. The National Guardsmen guarding the pens quickly found themselves outnumbered. "Rampart 1, this is 7. We have a situation here. Am I cleared to engage?" One of the fearful guards radioed. "Am I clear to fire?" "Sir?" Ben Gray asked. "Negative. Not yet," Richter replied. On his command radio, he spoke. "Sid 1, respond to the prisoner cages, protect the Rampart personnel, and do not allow any prisoners to be freed. Use minimal force if possible." "Roger," Falcone responded immediately. Within moments, he was at the cages, standing between 2 guards. One of the guards had his rifle shouldered and had a tear gas canister launcher ready. The other guard still had his M16 rifle at port arms. "Rampart 7, this is Rampart 1. Weapons tight. Don your gas masks," Gray ordered. The 2 guardsmen complied immediately, shouldering their rifles and hurriedly donning their M40A1 gas masks. The angry escapees immediately began to throw their weapons at them, and the guardsmen stepped behind the SID unit to avoid being hit by the projectiles. 7, this is Condor," Ariadna shouted on the command net. She had been scanning the area as the detainees fled, then the area in front of the cages as the angry escapees approached, and had just zoomed out for a wider look. "Several detainees approaching your position from behind. Look out!" But her warning came too late. A group of 5 men had sneaked around behind Sid 1 and the distracted guardsmen. Before they could react, the men grabbed for their rifles and after a brief struggle managed to wrestle them away from the soldiers. A tear gas canister ignited, covering the area with yellowish smoke. "They got the rifles," Ariadna radioed. "Watch out! Falcon, 2 beside you!" "I got him, Ari," Falcone said. But it was not as easy as he thought. He was instantly pounced upon by the escapees, with as many as 3 men holding onto one arm. It was impossible to move slowly and carefully anymore, with so many escapees on him. Falcone had no choice but to use the SID's strength to flick the men off. Bodies started flying everywhere, and he couldn't tell if the persons he was throwing around were attackers or onlookers, men, women, or children. Gunshots erupted. First, just a few, then several on full automatic. Agonizing screams soon mixed in with the gunshots. The helicopters overhead no longer avoided overflying the base. They circled right overhead now, their rotor wash helping to clear the tear gas. When the smoke cleared moments later, the television camera saw the cybernetic infantry device, surrounded by 24 prisoners and escapees strewn about like debris after a tornado, none moving. It was a scene of absolute horrific carnage. Blood covered everything. Some of the bodies looked mangled, their limbs twisted in grotesque angles. One detainee was stuck on Sid 1's left knee, his dislocated arm caught in one of the robot's joints, being dragged around like an errant leaf or scrap of paper. When Falcone finally noticed the person stuck to him, He reached down and pulled the man off, leaving part of his hand and wrist still jammed on the robot, blood spurting everywhere like a leaky garden hose. Unthinking, Falcone tossed the man aside as if the body was nothing more than a piece of paper stuck to the bottom of his boots. It was all captured on international television, live. "Oh, my God," the president breathed as he watched the ghastly sight on his TV monitors. All the major broadcast, cable, and satellite stations were playing the live video now. "Mr. President, we're going to need to clear that airspace so we can get emergency medical units out there," Ray Jefferson said. "I suggest we request the California Highway Patrol respond first until we can get the National Guard out there." "Do it," the president said in a whisper. He moved to the window behind his desk and stared out. Jefferson picked up a phone to issue instructions. "Falcone, he is getting out of the robot," White House Chief of Staff Kinsley remarked. "This is the most horrible thing I've ever seen on television. I still can't believe what I just saw." "Falcone has got to be prosecuted," Attorney General Wentworth said. "The Mexican government, the world would demand nothing less." A moment later he asked, "So what's he doing now, Jefferson?" "Sergeant Major, have that man placed under arrest," the president said, still staring out the window into the rose garden. "No need, Mr. President," Jefferson responded. The president whirled around and stared in utter disbelief at his national security advisor. "What did you say to me, Jefferson?" he roared. "I ordered you to place Falcone under arrest. He's got to be a lunatic. Even if he didn't kill any of those people, he precipitated this entire episode by his actions. He's going to go to prison for a very, very long time. The president stopped, finally noticing that everyone else in the Oval Office was staring at the TV monitors. "What the hell is going on?" "We're about to see the last casualty in this debacle, sir," Jefferson said stonily, sadly. They all watched as Frank Falcone wandered, seemingly dazed and disoriented, through the piles of battered and bloody bodies around him and his cybernetic infantry device. He stopped, zipped his flight suit all the way up to his chin, then stood limply, his arms hanging straight down, his head bowed. After a few moments, he looked up, reached down, retrieved a blood-covered M16 rifle from the ground, pulled the charging handle to make sure a round was in the chamber, checked that the safety was off, turned it around, inserted the muzzle in his mouth, and pulled the trigger. Chapter 4. Wheeler Ridge, south of Bakersfield, California, days later. The man jumped when he saw the American military officer blow his head off on the taped replay being broadcast again on TV. But the next thing he felt was intense amusement, almost glee. He swore in Russian, being careful not to be too loud. These motel cabin room walls were paper thin. The men and women behind him were stunned into silence, not daring to believe what they'd just seen on TV. That guy must have really been fucked in the head. Of course, now he does not even have a head anymore. Choslachilos polkovnik. Ernesto Fuerza, known as Comandante Veracruz, the man standing watch by the back door and windows, whispered in good Russian. What is it, Colonel? I am watching the self-destruction of the American idiots, trying to put military forces on the Mexican border, Comandante, Colonel Igor Viktorovich Zakharov said. They cannot seem to get out of their own way. That poor bastard Falcone was probably the only one committed enough to do the job, and he has just blown his silly head off with an M16 assault rifle. And not because of anything he did, but because he felt sorry for the prisoners he killed who were also stupid enough to shoot themselves trying to escape. Fuerza got another one of the men in the room to take his post, then stepped into the room, not to watch TV, but to watch Zakharov. The ex-Russian military officer always wore sunglasses, with the right lens slightly lighter than the left. He would occasionally dab under his left eye also, so he obviously has suffered some sort of injury. He drank like a damned fish, mostly chilled vodka, or anything he could get his hands on, but he never seemed drunk or even impaired. He definitely liked his women, too. He enjoyed the company of any number of prostitutes who always seemed to be nearby at every camp, hostel, or safe house they visited. "Some of those stupid prisoners were my people, Colonel," Fuerza said irritably. "Which ones are you referring to, Fuerza? The ones that were stepping over old men and women as they tried to escape? The ones that listened to your president's brave orders to try to release those prisoners with 2 armed soldiers guarding them? Or the ones who decided it was a peachy idea to attack that robot?" Zakharov's demeanor was still ebullient, but his mood had changed. Everyone could feel it. He definitely didn't like being challenged. "Fuerza, your people are dead because they were stupid. They were free, for God's sake. In 20 minutes or less, they could have strolled back across the border to safety, and all the Americans would have done was wave bye-bye to them. Instead, they decided to turn back toward the prison they had just escaped to release some criminals that they would never associate with anyway. Are those the ones you feel sorry for?" "Colonel, all those people want is freedom and prosperity in exchange for hard work," Fuerza said. "Coahuila, what they now call Texas, Nuevo Mexico, and Alta California are home to them. Even though a U.S. flag flies over the land, it belongs to us. It will always belong to us. It will one day—" "Fuerza, please, you're boring me," Zakharov said, downing another shot of vodka. "I really do not give a shit about your struggle or about your claims. Your followers may believe that nonsense, but I do not. You call yourself Comandante Veracruz as a reminder of the bloodbath that accompanied the American invasion of Veracruz in 1847. You strut around like some wild-eyed Muslim fanatic, inciting the people to rise up and take what is theirs. But it is all for show. You get your picture on the cover of Time magazine, and you think you are a hero. In reality, you are nothing but a drug and human smuggler with a simple, effective message that has captivated the imagination of some otherwise mindless Americans. I cannot abide patriots or zealots. Criminals I can deal with. Then I have a deal I wish to discuss with you, Colonel," Fuerza said. Zakharov looked to refill his glass, found the vodka bottle empty, then tossed the shot glass away with disgust. "What do you have in mind? Gunning down more border patrol agents and corrupt sheriff's deputies? Becoming a drug dealer like you? You want money. I have plenty of it," Fuerza said. "What my men and I need is training and protection. You have experienced professional soldiers, and you want to bring more of them into the United States. Until your army is ready for whatever havoc you intend to create here, I have need of your services." He searched a box of supplies on the floor, found another bottle of vodka, retrieved the shot glass, and gave them to Zakharov. "Napitok, Tovarish Pokolnik. I do not drink warm vodka, and I do not make plans with drug dealers," Zakharov said, putting the unopened bottle in the tiny freezer section of the cabin's noisy old refrigerator. He looked over at a corner of the cabin where a man was setting up a plain white bedsheet and adjusting some lights, and shook his head with amusement. "Time for another videotape, I see. It is the best way to keep the people of the world aware of our struggle on their behalf," Fuerza said. "One internet message can travel around the world in an hour these days. It will also be the best chance for the American FBI to catch you," Zakharov said. "They can analyze the tiniest background noises in a recording and identify the characteristics of any digital or audio recording. They can pinpoint any IP address in the world within moments. They can trace the origin and path of any package put in the mail anywhere in the world. Why give them any more clues to investigate? The reward is worth the risk, Colonel," Fuerza said confidently. "We get dozens of new recruits, tens of thousands of dollars in cash donations, and hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of free publicity every time we post a tape on our website, and even more when it is rebroadcast by the Mexican and American media. My messages are even rebroadcast overseas on Al Jazeera and the BBC. We have received donations from as far away as Vietnam. I will be sure to stay as far away from you as possible while your messages are uploaded to the internet and mailed out to the media. Sooner or later, the FBI is going to swoop down on you, just like they did to bin Laden and al-Zarqawi. You cannot avoid scrutiny if you decide to play out in the open. As far as assisting your operation, Colonel, we will remain secret and concealed, Fawaz said. But as for my battle, I prefer to do my fighting out in the open. Zakharov took the bottle of vodka from the freezer and downed another shot. Oh, really? Is that why you wear that fake hair or sunglasses even indoors at night and disguise yourself to look like 3 or 4 different nationalities? He saw Fawaz frozen in surprise and smiled. You actually think no one sees you are wearing a disguise? Yeah, it is good, but not that good. You look like some ridiculous Hollywood cross between Pancho Villa and Muammar Gaddafi. This disguise is my affair, Colonel, Fawaz said. The Mexican people need a symbol of our struggle for freedom, and I find it easier and more effective to do it in disguise. Zakharov shrugged. I found using the media to inflame public opinion works much better in this country than the gun. The revolution is coming, Colonel. The power of the people is absolute and real, courageous and defiant, to the last. Moje mošem obetica is naličnija, koja čiva, što bi židja togo, ište me ne želajem, umerat diavaya tova. We cannot be sure of having something to live for unless we are willing to die for it. Ernesto Che Guevara, Fawaz quoted in Russian. Your namesake, I gather. How touching. He recognized early on that the source of most of the oppression and poverty in the world is imperialism and capitalism, and the number one proponent of both is the United States of America, Fawaz said. Ernesto Guevara was one man, a man of education and privilege, a trained physician who could have had anything in life he wanted. Yet El Che chose instead to go toe-to-toe against the American Central Intelligence Agency to fight capitalistic aggression in South and Central America and the Caribbean, until he was sold out by Castro and captured by the CIA in Bolivia. El Che dared to criticize Castro for selling out to the Soviets for money. In doing so, he became a martyr to the socialist movement, Fawaz said. His truth has been borne out by history. Cuba is nothing but a stinking communist shithole exploited by Castro. Mexico is little more than America's whore because the government sold the workers out just to line their own pockets. El Che is a hero to us all. I hope to be half the man he was. Well, who knows what Guevara could have done with videotapes and the internet, Zakharov said. But Guevara's problem was he expected too much from the people of the Congo and Bolivia. Not the people. The people were solidly behind him. The corrupt government in Brazil fought him. Then, when El Che's revolution looked like it might successfully overthrow the government, the Bolivians paid Castro to betray Guevara. But Castro didn't have the guts to assassinate Guevara himself, because El Che was as much a hero of the Cuban workers' revolution against the corrupt Batista regime as Castro himself. So Castro ratted him out to the CIA, who was more than happy to do Castro's wet work for him. Thank you for the history lesson, Zakharov said dryly. Where are the damned weapons you promised me? $5,000 a day for you, $1,000 per day for your men, free travel across the border, and all the weapons you want, Fawaz said. A few security and enforcement chores, keeping the rival cookers and the corrupt cops, like Nunez back there, in line. That is all. Zakharov looked as if he wasn't listening, but a few moments later, he shook his head. $10,000 a day for me, $2,000 for my men, and $100,000 as a signing bonus. Fawaz's eyes widened in anger. Take it or leave it, Comandante. Or else go back to using your own banditos and paying off corrupt cops to secure your drug empire. They do such a good job for you, no? Fuerza thought for a moment. Actually, he thought about whether he could get away with executing Zakharov, but the Russians' men were too loyal to try to pay off and turn on their leader, at least right at this moment. Then nodded. "Privoshodny, tovarish polkovnik," Fuerza said. He extended a hand, and Zakharov clasped it. "Spasibo." "You do not have to thank me. You have to pay me," Zakharov said. Fuerza watched as Zakharov turned to look at the television again, and he could almost feel Zakharov's body temperature rise when the helicopter cameras tracked a man and two women running from an enclosure out to where the dead officer that had piloted the robot lay. "Who is he, Colonel? He is the one you want, is he not?" Zakharov half turned toward Fuerza and chuckled. "You are very observant, Commandante," he said. "Yes, that is Major Jason Richter, commander of Task Force Talon, the one that defeated my forces in Egypt and Washington. With him is his assistant, Dr. Ariadna Vega, Ph.D. Ariadna Vega? That is the name of a famous guerrilla fighter during the Mexican War of Independence," Fuerza said, his face transfixed in surprise. "She is one of the most celebrated women in Mexican history." "Well, she's one tough menino, that's for sure," Zakharov said. "I all but killed her in Brazil, and she was back in the fight just a few days later. The other one is Richter's former partner and now the director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, Kelsey Delane. Learn their names and faces well. They will undoubtedly be after both of us. They must be defeated at all costs." Fuerza was staring at the television until the camera zoomed in on the decapitated body, cutting Vega from view. "So, was Richter the one that shot out your left eye, Colonel?" "He did not shoot out my eye, Fuerza," Zakharov snapped. "He missed by a mile. The bullet ricocheted off my helicopter's rotor, and a fragment lodged in my eye. A hack doctor in Havana told me the eye had to be enucleated or the uninjured eye would sympathetically shut down." He removed his sunglasses, revealing an empty eye socket. Fuerza did not, rather dared not, look away, afraid of appearing squeamish at the sight of the horrible injury. "I took one of his eyes in exchange for the one he unnecessarily took from me. Unfortunately, his did not fit me, and it was too late to give it back to him. Why do you keep it open like that?" Zakharov chuckled. "It puts great fear into my adversaries, Commandante, forcing them to look into another man's skull. But the pain helps keep me focused on my objective, which is—" "Acercamiento de camión, Capitan," the lookout at the window said. Everyone drew weapons, including Zakharov. Fuerza went to another window and watched as the pickup truck with a camper, a familiar sight in this part of rural southern Bakersfield, at the foothills of the Tehachapi Mountains. They trained their weapons on it carefully, looking for any signs of danger, even after the driver flashed the headlights in a coded all-clear signal. Fuerza requested and received a coded all-clear from his lookouts around the perimeter before signaling that it was safe to approach the cabin. While two men kept watch on either side of the camper, three more men began unloading. They brought in two coffin-looking fiberglass canisters and several wood and metal boxes of assault rifles, pistols, and ammunition. The men quickly opened the crates and distributed guns and ammo to each other to check over, while Zakharov and Fuerza concentrated on the coffins. It was their best and most potent weapon since beginning this operation months ago. A Russian-built Advanced Man-Portable Air Defense System, known in the West as an SA-14 Gremlin and in the East as a 9K-34 Strela 3. An advanced version of the venerable SA-7 Grail man-pads, the SA-14 had a larger warhead, a broader detection and tracking window, better countermeasures discrimination, and improved reliability. Each coffin contained the weapon stock, which included the pistol grip, shoulder stock, electronics, fixed and optical sights, and battery holder, 2 missile launch tubes, and 2 spherical battery gas generator canisters. "Privoshodny," Fuerza said. They look to be in excellent shape. Zakharov examined each one carefully. They were painted to look new, but the data plates are missing. I would estimate the gas generator is at least 20 years old, maybe 25, he said. And if they used regular lead-based paint on those gas generators, the heat could cause them to catch on fire as soon as the operator pulls the trigger. Are you sure, Colonel? Fewerza asked angrily. I do know my Russian-made weapons, Zakharov said dryly. Trust me, I know what I am talking about. He continued his examination. Overall, the electronics and components look to be in good order, but the data plates are missing from the missiles as well. So I would guess they're as old as the gas generators. That means they're at least 5 and probably 10 years over their service life. If you paid more than $1,000 a piece for these, Commandante, you got ripped off. Judging by the color in his cheeks and the bulge in his eyes, it was obvious Fewerza had paid much more than $1,000 for the missiles. I do not get ripped off, as you say, Colonel. I get even, he said darkly. The dealer who sold me these weapons will gladly give me a full refund and suitable replacements, especially if he wants to keep his fingers and balls intact. I think you should take 1 or 2 fingers anyway, just to ensure he does not try to steal from anyone else, Zakharov suggested. We have been here too long already, Fewerza. I suggest we split up until it is time to rendezvous again to carry out our next operation. Soglazolanye, Fewerza said. Agreed. You are the chief of security now. Zakharov examined the other boxes of weapons, found the ones he was looking for, opened 6 of them, looped 2 small cylindrical canisters over his shoulders, and gave the other boxes and canisters to an aide. I will have need of these, I am sure of it, he said. My next 2 squads are scheduled to arrive at the rendezvous point at Esperanza in 2 days. You will arrange the border crossing for them and transportation to Amarillo, Texas. 2 days? Impossible, Colonel, Fewerza said. The entire El Paso and Fabens border crossing area will be swarming with American Border Patrol and Mexican Internal Affairs Border Patrols for at least a week, maybe more. He thought for a moment. Then, the best chance for a crossing in that time frame will be Arizona, he said, smiling. Have your men go to the rendezvous point in Nogales and await my signal. They will. Nogales? That's at least 6 hours west of the original rendezvous point. Your first assignment, Colonel, Fewerza said. Perhaps your men will get a little field training and target practicing at the same time. What are you babbling about? Your men will come across others on the trail, Fewerza said. If and when you do, you must deal with them appropriately. More Border Patrol agents, Fewerza, Zakharov asked irritably. They will be ready for us this time. Pick a different crossing point, Fewerza. What about Agua Prieta or Palomas? Western and central New Mexico are already overrun with migrants, Fewerza said, smiling. My intelligence reports indicate that the Border Patrol and perhaps some civilian Border Patrol groups will concentrate their efforts there. Civilians? You mean the vigilantes? You're going to put my men on the same trail as some of those American commando wannabes? As Fewerza expected, the Russian terrorist broke out into a grin. But that's different, Ernesto. My men would enjoy an easy night of target practice. I thought you might enjoy it, Fewerza said, but you must deal with them carefully. My men and I are always careful. Do as I suggest, Colonel, and I will create an atmosphere of paranoia and fear that will cause the entire border security debate in America to shatter, Fewerza said. Explain. The Americans are going to put more robots on the border, and if that fails, as it appears it has, they will bring armed troops in, Fewerza replied. They will do this because they think they have the upper hand. Militarily, that is unquestioned. But in every other respect, they do not, Fewerza said. Perhaps on the question of their right to secure their borders from terrorist monsters like you, they win. But in moral, social, political, economic, humanitarian, and cultural terms, they fail. When the Americans realize they do not control what happens on their own immense borders, they will rush to return to the status quo, just as the American people's response to your attacks just a year ago has been to simply return to the status quo. This is gibberish, Fuerza, Zakharov said, pouring himself more vodka. I am not playing along with this cultural psychobabble. You want to kill some American vigilantes, do it yourself. At the very least, you get to practice your night hunting skills and save some money on border crossing fees, Fuerza said. At most, you will start an insurrection in this country that I guarantee will result in the borders being thrown wide open for you. Zakharov thought for a moment, then nodded. Very well, Fuerza. But if we expend any ammunition or lose any men or equipment, it comes out of your pocket, not mine. Fuerza fell silent himself, but only for a moment. Very well, Colonel. It is a deal. They shook hands, both eyeing each other warily as they did so. Nice to do business with you, Colonel, Fuerza said. Then he added, You still did not tell me what you and your men intend to do in this country, Colonel, he said. He motioned to the television. You want those robots, do you not? First, I want Richter and Rega as my prisoners, and then I want those robots, Zakharov said. They will teach me how those robots are maneuvered and controlled. I will use the robots to capture other robots and other weapons, and soon I will be the most powerful mercenary warlord in the world. Such a force would be extremely valuable to me, Colonel, Fuerza said. Use my robots to protect your dope deals, Fuerza? Not a chance. There are dictators that will pay me 100 times what you are paying me now to have those robots fighting for them. So you want to capture some of those robots to form a mercenary fighting force? A fighting force, yes, Zakharov said. A mercenary force? No. I have one specific objective in mind. In Amarillo, Texas? More oil refineries, I assume? You should assume nothing, Comandante, Zakharov warned. Or if I am discovered, I will assume that you told them, and if I survive, I will be coming after you. He paused, then murmured, They have some things in Amarillo that belong to me, and I want them back. Perhaps I can be of assistance, Fuerza said. I have excellent contacts throughout Texas, and of course I do a great deal of business there. We will see how good your information is in Arizona first, Zakharov said. But perhaps you can be of help to me later on. We will talk, Colonel, Fuerza said. If it is money you want, I can get it for you. Keep your end of the bargain, and don't try to screw me, Fuerza, and then you can talk to me all you want. He got on a small walkie-talkie, checked in with his security detail to be sure the way was clear, and departed. As soon as the Russian departed, Fuerza ordered, Keep an eye on them. I do not want those bastards coming back for this money. They have enough weapons now to lay waste to this entire county. No confío en el Russo, Comandante, one of Fuerza's men said. I think he would turn us into the federales in an instant. Concordado, Fuerza said. He nodded toward the duffel bag filled with money. Zakharov thinks he has bought our cooperation as well as those weapons. But we do not need his help. We will use him as much as possible, then dispose of him. He went into the living room, moved a couch, a rug, and several pieces of plywood, revealing a hidden door. He carefully removed a tripwire on the handle to deactivate a booby-trap explosive device, then opened the door. One by one, he started handing out kilo bags of white powder, securely wrapped in duct tape, and more bundles of cash. "Guns and missiles are good," Fuerza said, as he handed the bags out to his men. "But they are a dime a dozen in this country. Get control of the money, and you get the real power." He held up 2 bags of cocaine, worth several $1,000s each. "This is a real currency in the United States of America, not guns, and certainly not nationalism or revolution. Get the money, and you get the power." FBI Field Office, San Diego, California. The next morning. "Getting fired seems to be part of your regular routine now, eh, Jason?" FBI Director Kelsey Delane said, with only just a hint of humor in her voice. With her was her assistant, Special Agent Janice Perkins, a friendly and rather demure blonde who was very quick with a smile and a handshake, and who, armed with a seemingly endless array of PDAs and smart cell phones, always seemed to have any person or every bit of information requested of her instantly at her fingertips. They were approaching the FBI's San Diego Field Office headquarters north of San Diego near Montgomery Field Airport on a bright, clear California morning. "I don't see the humor in it, Kel," Jason said somberly. With him was Ariadna Vega, looking beautiful as always, although she dressed down in a plain pantsuit and casual jacket against the chill of the gradually lifting morning marine layer, still visible to the west toward San Diego's Pacific coastline. "What are we doing here anyway? We've been debriefing you guys for the past 18 hours already." "I have some folks I want you to meet," Kelsey said. "What for? We're not part of Operation Rampart anymore." "And you shouldn't be. You said so yourself," Kelsey said. "For once I agree with you. As you said, you need to be out in the field chasing down the bad guys, not waiting for them to come to you." She looked at Jason earnestly and added, "And frankly, I think Task Force Talon was a great success. The FBI can sure put your capabilities to good use." Jason made a show of clearing out his ears, as if he hadn't heard her correctly. "Kiss my ass, Major. I still think you're a loose cannon, but Task Force Talon is for sure the future of special operations and high-risk law enforcement." "I'm touched by your concern for me, Kel." "It's nothing personal, Jason. Some men can lead, others can't," Kelsey said matter-of-factly. "Don't hold back, friend. Tell me how you really feel." "Your training, education, and background have been in research and development, not leadership. You've always come through in the end, but usually at the expense of 1 or 2 of your best people. To me, that's not true leadership." Kelsey's last comment hurt. Frank Falcone's horrifying suicide was just a couple of days earlier, and he and Ariadna had been grilled about it and all the events leading up to the riot at Rampart 1 for most of yesterday. "So you want to take over?" Jason asked bitterly. "You want to make Talon a big bad FBI terrorist hunting force?" "As FBI director, I'm in a great position to see to it that Talon gets the funding, equipment, support, and taskings that can quickly turn it into the world's most high-tech and fearsome security, interdiction, and law enforcement team," Kelsey said. "I'm not trying to cut you out. There'll always be a place for you on Talon, just not as commander, right? As technical team leaders, designing, building, and deploying the latest weapons and technology. There's no one that can replace you and Ariadna. As tacticians and field commanders, you think we suck. I think you need to learn how to build a fighting team, rather than slap on the armor yourself and rush out into the middle of a firestorm. Or worse, creating a firestorm," Kelsey said. "I think I can do that. Now that I understand better how your technology works and what it's capable of, I think I have the organizational skills to take Talon to a much higher level." "And that would sure make you look good, in or out of the FBI, wouldn't it?" "I'm not doing this to make myself look good," Kelsey snapped. "Sure, it would be a great legacy for me to bring that force up to full operational status as quickly as possible before I leave the Bureau. But I really believe in Task Force Talon, too. I think it can be as big and as important as the U.S. Marshals. Heck, I think it could eventually replace the U.S. Marshals." Jason had to admit to himself that he had never thought of Talon in that way before. Talon becoming its own federal law enforcement agency. He had only thought of it as a tool of the FBI or the armed forces, like choosing a different gun or vehicle to do a specific task. "Are you willing to take the added scrutiny?" he asked. "Scrutiny? I call it universal condemnation," Kelsey said, only half joking. "But to answer your question, yes, I'm willing to take it. To tell the obvious truth, I'm already tainted by my actions with Talon. I'm not long for the directorship. I was nominated because of what I did to help hunt down the consortium, but I don't play well with Congress, the Attorney General, or the Washington bureaucracy, the three players that you need to win in that town. So I might as well help Talon hunt down whoever is invading America now, then take my retirement and head off to a nice comfy private sector consulting job." She took off her sunglasses and looked around. "And this would be a nice place to base my consulting firm," she added. "Nice weather year-round, far enough away from the ocean to avoid the fog, but close enough to still enjoy the coast. Great airport, great facilities. Nothing against Clovis, New Mexico, but this area puts it to shame. I'm surprised to hear you talking like this. About getting out of the government service and hanging out a shingle?" Jason remarked. "Doesn't sound like you." "I can read the handwriting on the wall, Jason. My honeymoon with Washington is just about over. They'll want a more experienced, hard-nosed man in the directorship soon. I think it's smart to make plans. If you're smart, you'll do the same." She looked at him carefully and added, "Maybe even join my team. You and I, working together?" "I didn't say that. It's my firm. You'd be working for me." That, Jason thought, was the no-nonsense, plain-talking Kelsey Delane he knew. He saw the surreptitious glance that Ariadne gave him and knew that she was thinking the same thing. "But I'd put your real talents to good use, and I'd guarantee the pay, benefits, and perks would be well worth it." "Sounds like you have it all worked out, Kel." "Times change. You got to change with them," Kelsey said. "Think about it." As she stepped ahead to greet the woman standing just outside the FBI field office, Ariadne walked up to him and said under her breath, "You in a suit and tie, working for her?" "Times change. You got to change with them," Jason parroted. "I'd rather go back to Fort Polk and eat crawdads." "Now you're making me hungry." Kelsey was met by the special agent in charge of the San Diego field office, Angelica Pierce, a tall and striking brunette with bright blue eyes and an unmistakable upstate New York accent. "Welcome to San Diego, Miss Director," Pierce said, shaking first Kelsey's hand, then greeting the others. "I understand you'll be heading out right away, and I know you've had a long night. Everything's ready. Coffee's waiting." "Thanks, Angelica," Kelsey said. "I appreciate your office's hustle on this. Your support has been outstanding." "Thank you, ma'am," Pierce responded. Her tone became much more serious. Pleasantries were over. Time to get down to business. "We're at full security posture, as you know, which is why you had to park so far away from the building. We won't be bypassing entry security either. Sorry in advance for the delay." They surrendered their ID cards before entering the building, then entered an entrapment area together, while low-power X-ray scanners scanned for weapons and explosives, then entered the inspection area one at a time, where they were hand-wanded with metal detectors to locate their weapons. Everyone but Jason and Kelsey were surprised that Ariadne was carrying a weapon, her standard Sig Sauer P220 .45 caliber semi-automatic pistol. But everyone but Kelsey was surprised as they watched cheerful, friendly, smiling Janice Perkins go through security. She was carrying no less than 3 guns, including a remarkably small Heckler & Koch .40 caliber UMP submachine gun on a shoulder rig under her coat. "Sheesh, I never would have guessed," Jason remarked. "Wonder how well armed your bodyguards would be." "Janice is my bodyguard," Kelsey said. "She can take dictation, type 80 words a minute, can make any computer turn cartwheels, and can put 30 rounds inside a 12-inch diameter target at 60 feet on full auto. She's also an attorney. She was a JAG in the U.S. Marines before joining the Bureau." They took an elevator down one level to a detention facility, checked their weapons in with the jailers, then entered an interrogation room with a long metal table bolted to the floor, several chairs, and 2 walls with one-way mirrors on them. Coffee and sandwiches were brought in, which Richter, Vega, and Delane hungrily devoured. A few moments later there was a knock on the door, and an agent brought in an older white male with several days' growth of gray facial hair and unkempt gray hair, wearing an orange prisoner's jumpsuit. The agent made sure the inspection shutter on the door was closed, removed the prisoner's handcuffs, and closed the door behind him on his way out. Special Agent in charge, Pierce, went over and shook the man's hand. "Welcome, Paul," she greeted him. "Hope you don't mind the masquerade. We have too many folks in this facility that might recognize you." "No problem at all, ma'am," the man replied. Pierce turned to the others in the room. "Paul Purdy, this is FBI Director Delane, her assistant Special Agent Perkins, Major Jason Richter of the U.S. Army, and his deputy, Dr. Ariadna Vega. Folks, this is—" "Paul Purdy, the U.S. Border Patrol agent who was reported killed by those terrorists near Blythe?" Kelsey asked. She stepped forward and shook his hand. "Glad to see you're really alive, Agent Purdy." "Well, no one more than me, Miss Director," Purdy said in a rather aw-shucks, down-home southwestern country twang. Not Texas, not Southern California, but somewhere in between. Kelsey was immediately certain Purdy had adopted the accent to make anyone he encountered underestimate him. She had to be careful, she reminded herself, not to do that. "What happened?" "They shot me in the back as I was helping the migrants we caught out of my patrol truck," Purdy said. "Like an idiot. I didn't have a shock plate on the back of my vest like I do in front, and the bullet knocked the wind out of me. I landed face down in a ditch, and I guess they left me for dead. I came to in the hospital." "And you announced to the world that he was killed?" Jason asked. "Why? To keep his family safe?" "Paul was a BORTAC agent and used to do some undercover work in his early years in the Border Patrol, and his Spanish is very good. We thought about having him go undercover again," Pierce said. "BORTAC?" "Border Patrol Tactical Units," Pierce explained. "The top 1% of the Border Patrol chosen to undergo special training in covert surveillance, high-risk captures, hazardous warrant service, assault, and special weapons. They put members of the FBI's hostage rescue teams, U.S. Marshal Special Ops Group, and most big city SWAT units to shame sometimes. Purdy was one of the Border Patrol's top BORTAC agents in the early years of the program. My family's pretty small and spread out, and I'm definitely not made of money. The terrorists should have bigger fish to fry, Major," Purdy said. "I'm not one for hiding out, either. If they want to get to me, let 'em come. I'll be ready for 'em next time." Jason smiled at the guy's tenacity. He was ready to take on the consortium all by himself. Purdy looked at Richter and Vega. "You're the people trying to use those big robot things on the border, aren't you?" "That's right, Agent Purdy," Ariadna replied. Purdy reached out and shook both their hands. "Thank God we're finally getting some firepower to back up our patrol forces," he said. "Every swinging dick on the wire is dead meat otherwise." "I hate to tell you this, but we've just been reassigned," Jason said. "My team's been taken off the project. Just regular Border Patrol units and a few National Guard out there now, although they are better armed and have better surveillance equipment now. That's just because your gadgets scare the living shit out of everyone, especially those pasty-faced pencil pushers in Washington." He paused, looked at Kelsey in embarrassment, then decided he really meant it, and shrugged. "No offense, ma'am." "I think you well deserve to speak your mind, Agent Purdy," Kelsey said. "Tell the Major and Director Delane who you think attacked you, Paul," Pierce prompted the rough-looking Border Patrol veteran. "Russians," the old guy said simply. Kelsey's mouth dropped open in surprise. Jason nodded knowingly. "Expert, well-trained, and stone-cold killers. They popped my partners and the other migrants as casually as if they were squashing cucarachas." "Are you sure, Agent Purdy?" Kelsey asked. "Sure, I'm sure, ma'am. I spent 4 years in Air Force intelligence before I joined the Border Patrol, 2 of them in West Germany. I spoke with plenty of Russians. I learned to speak it pretty well, if I do say so myself. Another one of the terrorists yelled at the one speaking Russian, telling him in Spanish to quit talking Russian." "You were right, Jason," Kelsey said. "It's got to be the consortium, trying to infiltrate back into the country. Except this time, they're sneaking across the border instead of using fake passports." "There's no trying about it, ma'am. I'd say they had at least a dozen, maybe 2 dozen, inside Ernesto Fueres' truck, fully armed and equipped like frontline infantry," Purdy said. "They mowed down their targets as easy as water in the lawn. Who knows how many more of those trucks made it across? We only nab 1 out of 10 pollos on a good day. If 10 more trucks like that one made it across that night, they'd have an entire company of shock troops or Spetsnaz, Russian Special Ops Forces, in the country right now. I didn't see anyone come out of Flores' truck except Hispanics and one other. Fuerza was there? Ariadna Vega interrupted incredulously. Ernesto Fuerza? Are you sure, Agent Purdy? Sure am, Dr. Vega, Purdy said. The one smuggler I've never been able to nab. I'm not sure if I could hold him either, since every civil rights and immigrant rights attorney in the southwestern United States and northern Mexico would sign on to represent him. The Hispanic community thinks he's Mexico's Fidel Castro or Yasser Arafat, and will eventually lead them to a pan-American homeland free of persecution. To me, he's just another coyote. I personally recovered dozens of kilos of drugs during one bust, but he got away. He says he's not a drug smuggler anymore, Ariadna said. Once a drug smuggler, always a drug smuggler, Purdy said. The money is just too good to ignore. I wouldn't make the mistake of giving him the benefit of the doubt if I were you. And now that he's been seen traveling with a bunch of Russian commandos, I'd say he might be into infiltrating terrorists and guns into the U.S., too. I'd love to put that bastard away for good. Purdy smiled at Ariadna's grim expression. Sorry to burst your bubble, Doc, but Fuerza is a serious bad guy. I don't think he's the freedom fighter everyone makes him out to be. He has done some remarkable, important things for the migrant community, Agent Purdy, Ariadna said. I'm not questioning your knowledge and experience, but I'm pointing out that the good he's done can't all be discounted. Oh, yes, it can, Missy, Purdy said. First of all, the good you're talking about, helping foreigners sneak into the country illegally, is against the law. Maybe we should be changing the law to make it easier for workers to come to this country legally. But until it is changed, Fuerza is breaking the laws that I swore to uphold, and I'm going to stop him. Second, maybe back whenever he supposedly renounced his evil days of drug smuggling and switched to migrant smuggling, he did it because he really did want to help his fellow Mexicans find a better life in America. But that was then. These days, he takes on any client and any cargo as long as they got the cash. It looks to me like he brought in terrorists with serious heavy weaponry, and those terrorists used a bunch of migrants as human shields to gun down my buddies. But you didn't see Fuerza shoot anybody, did you? No, but he certainly didn't warn my buddies that they were about to get blown away now, did he? Maybe he didn't know they were going to. Sure, Doc. A guy loads a truck up with a squad of guys in body armor and automatic weapons, and he's just going to take them to the local farm so they can go pick some vegetables. Purdy shot back acidly. His features softened a bit when he saw Vega's expression turn from defiance to hurt and shame. Hey, Doc, I'm not trying to pick a fight with you, okay? A lot of folks all over the world, including some very smart politicians, lawyers, and talking heads on TV, think Fuerza's a hero. I just can't help but notice that I don't see those people out on the wire with me and my guys very often. He smiled reassuringly. But you're out here, Doc, and I respect that. We'll make a good team, and we'll see what we see. Ariadna nodded and tried to smile, but her face looked grim and she averted her eyes and said nothing. What else do you remember about that night, Agent Purdy? Kelsey asked. You mentioned Russians. Can you give us a description? Just one of them, the one that I think came in with Flores. I couldn't ID the military ones that jumped out of Fuerza's truck because they were wearing balaclavas and helmets, Purdy said. Big guy, about 6'2", square and solid, but not fat, shaved head, wearing sunglasses. Zakharov, Jason breathed. It has to be. Zakharov? Igor Zakharov? Purdy asked incredulously. The guy who planned those terrorist attacks on Kingman City, San Francisco, and Washington? He was right in front of me. My God, I actually saw Igor Zakharov. I even got a bead on the motherfucker until his troopers started shooting up the place. Are you sure about your description, Agent Purdy? Kelsey asked. Positive, ma'am. I hit him square on with my lights, and he turned and faced me as soon as I did. Zakharov came with Flores in his Suburban with a small group of migrants, and Fuerza brought the big truckload of terrorists. Wait a minute. You keep on mentioning this Flores. Jason interrupted. Who's Flores? Flores. Victor Flores. He was the second smuggler in the group. He looked questioningly at Special Agent in Charge Pierce. You didn't recover the body of a young kid, 17 or 18 years old, near the shot-up Suburban? No, Pierce said. You never mentioned him. I assumed he was among the dead, Purdy said. There was a young boy killed, maybe 11 or 12, but not a teenager. When I arrived on the scene, I arrested a coyote named Victor Flores. Purdy backtracked excitedly. He was separate from Fuerza. Fuerza brought the big truck with the commandos in it, the one that the 2nd Border Patrol unit rolled up on. I rolled up on Flores in his Suburban. I know the kid. I caught up with him many times but never arrested him. But he was there. I had handcuffed him to the door of his Suburban but cut him loose just after the shooting started. He looked at the others in surprise. He must have gotten away. There's another witness out there, Jason said. Another guy who could positively ID Zakharov. ID him? Hell, I think Flores brought him into the country, Purdy exclaimed. When I rolled up behind Flores before I hit my lights, Zakharov had just finished talking with Flores and was walking with Fuerza toward Fuerza's truck. It looked like a meet. They must have come in separately. Zakharov with Flores and the commandos with Fuerza, Delane said. Good operational security technique. But if you didn't recover Flores' body, he might still be around, Purdy said. We got to find him before Zakharov or Fuerza do. He looked at Pierce and Delane. Give me another chance at them, ma'am. Director, let me out of here. If it's the consortium and they find out you're alive, they'll kill anyone in their way to get to you, Kelsey said. It's too dangerous. I didn't sign up for the Border Patrol to be safe, ma'am, Purdy said. He looked over at Richter and Vega. Put me in with these guys. I'll help them track down Zakharov and whoever is in on this. We've been shut down, Agent Purdy, Ariadna said. We'll open back up again, Purdy said testily, suspicious about all the resistance he was getting from the supposedly gung-ho army guys. Your robots are the only thing that can stop these nutcases from killing more agents. Those Russians are just as well equipped and effective as any U.S. Army light infantry unit I've ever seen, and they're getting stronger every day. They'll blow any Border Patrol agents away easy. He turned to Pierce and said, I can help track those terrorists down. I know the migrant worker community, ma'am. They know who you are. They won't cooperate with you. They know I'm fair and don't try to bust their balls, ma'am, Purdy said. They probably don't know how dangerous those Russians are. If the migrants knew who they were hiding, they might welcome our help in shutting them down. You're still La Migra, Pierce said. If the consortium is living and moving among them, the migrants might just turn you in to ensure safety for themselves and for their families. Do you have anyone in the community who could help you? I might be able to contact some of my informants, Purdy replied. But from his expression, it was obvious he couldn't trust them either. He turned to Ariadna. But Dr. Vega here could help me. She knows the language better than me, and she's a hell of a lot better looking. I'm a second-generation American, Ariadna said uneasily, her eyes lowered apologetically to the floor. I've never been part of the Hispanic community. I'm not sure if I can help you. Besides, I got my hands full with the task force. Hey, Dr. Vega, you look pretty tough to me, he said. And from what I heard you did in Brazil and Egypt, I think you can handle yourself. Besides, the Hispanics usually don't rough up or squeal on the women, even if they're not from their community. It's not very macho to put a lady in danger, even a lady cop. In pretty good Spanish, he added, Ellos no pueden para mi Veracruz y su belleza, señorita. Gracias, señor, Ari said, adding tentatively, but I don't think I can do it. Purdy looked at Ariadna carefully, quietly trying to gauge the real meaning of her response, then shrugged. I'm stuck then, he said. I'll just have to do it the old-fashioned way. Pound the pavement, kick a little ass, and pass around a lot of cash. Give me a couple of Bortax squads, and I'll have enough firepower to handle anyone. He looked wistfully at Jason and added, except the consortium. For them, I'm sure I'll need the Marines or Special Forces if I can't get the robots. It might be too late anyway, Paul, Pierce said. I'm sure Flores has hightailed it back to Mexico by now. He might have, but I don't think so, Purdy said. Flores is not Mexican. He's an angel baby. His parents were Mexican migrant workers, but he was born in the U.S. of A., an instant citizen. From Pierce's expression, she obviously didn't know this bit of information. I'm sorry, ma'am, but you don't show us yours, so we don't show you ours. That's got to change if we hope to get any real work done. Anyway, Flores' parents were migrant farm workers, but he was born in Southern California, Coachella Valley, JFK Hospital, I think. I've seen his jacket. Hell, nowadays more than half of all kids born in Southern California have parents who are illegals. But 17 years ago, that made you special. An angel baby. I'll bet you dollars to donuts he's still in this area. He helps the migrants, but he's 100% American. I don't think he would run to Mexico. He turned again to Jason and Ariadna. Give me these two and their gadgets, and I'll find Victor Flores. I'll guarantee it. Kelsey looked at Jason, then said, There's no way the White House is going to approve using Talon to hunt down one young man, she said. You're the freaking director of the FBI, ma'am. Tell them what you want and what you're planning on, and they'll do it, if they're smart, Purdy said. You meet with the president all the time, right? You used to work for the new Secretary of Homeland Security, and if I'm not mistaken, you reported directly to the new National Security Advisor and that rat bastard Trader Chamberlain when Talon was first stood up, right? Excuse me, man, but what's the question here? You got more insider avenues than Martha Stewart. Talon wasn't designed as an investigative system, Agent Purdy, Jason said. Talon is a high-tech, individual motorized infantry unit, equivalent to a heavy rifle, missile, or mortar squad. It's better if it... You guys are killing me, Purdy said, shaking his head in pure exasperation. You're telling me you have a gazillion-dollar robot and all these fancy unmanned reconnaissance aircraft out there, and you can't help me find one damn kid in an artichoke field in the Coachella Valley? You, he went on, turning to Kelsey, can't requisition these guys to help you track down the one other survivor of a terrorist assassination? The guy that may lead us to the whole gang? He glared at them both. With all due respect, what kind of pansies are you guys? That's all you do all day is whine and tell your subordinates no, no, no? You've never seen a SID unit in action, Agent Purdy. I've seen them on TV enough to know they're a hell of a lot faster, stronger, and tougher than those Russians that shot me in the back, Purdy interjected. Yeah, sure. Robots aren't your typical undercover agent, but that doesn't mean we can't put them and the rest of your stuff to work. It just takes a little imagination and brain power, Major. What's the matter? The Army not issuing creative thought to its field-grade officers anymore? Jason smiled and nodded in surrender. Purdy nodded in satisfaction and turned to Kelsey. And you, Miss Director, I don't want to hear the words no, or I can't do that in my presence, with all due respect. If you don't want to use your power or authority as director of the freaking FBI, hand it over to me. I'll show you how to get the job done. Keep it in check, Agent Purdy, Angelica Pierce warned. No, he's right, Angelica, Kelsey said. She looked at her watch, then at Janice Perkins. Janice? She had her personal digital organizer out before Kelsey asked the question. We'll be taking status reports from the SACs and the foreign bureaus on the flight back to Washington, she said immediately. Meetings in Washington start at 1300 hours. The first one is with the intelligence staff, followed by a meeting with the directors of National Intelligence and Central Intelligence at Langley. We'll have 1 hour after that to prepare briefings and recommendations. We briefed the AG at 1600 hours, the National Security Advisor and Chief of Staff at 1630, which I think will go at least 2 hours, and then we briefed the President. He may ask for it earlier because he has the speech to deliver at Annapolis. That's way too much information, Agent Perkins, Purdy said. No one wants to know how the damn sausage is made, for Christ's sake. Kelsey thought for a moment, then nodded resolutely. Janice, I need you to have the Deputy Director take the status reports and report any unusual or significant activity to you, Janice interjected. making notes on her PDA with amazing speed. "Because you'll be in a strategy meeting with Major Richter, Dr. Vega, and the charming Agent Purdy, preparing a plan to utilize Task Force Talon to apprehend suspected consortium terrorists that you think have infiltrated into the southwestern United States with the use of Mexican human smugglers." "Tell me you can cook, and I'll marry you tonight, sweetheart," Purdy said to Perkins. Janice only winked at the veteran Border Patrol agent in reply, then asked, "Are you going back to Washington, ma'am?" "Back to those damn fool boring-ass meetings?" Purdy mumbled under his breath. "How can she bear to miss any of them?" "I'll be back for the meeting with DNI and DCI," Kelsey said. "The deputy will have to take over all other chores until I return." "That's what assistants are for, ma'am," Purdy said. "Thank you for your insights, Agent Purdy," Kelsey said, letting a little exasperation show in her voice. "I just gave you 1 hour of my time to put together a plan of action to use Task Force Talon and the FBI to assist you in tracking down the terrorists that killed those Border Patrol agents. Now, if you're not all jokes and hot air, you had better start talking to me, and it better be good. Jason, Ari, have a seat. When I get on my plane for Washington, I want a plan in place and all the players tagged and ready to go as soon as I get the word from the White House." Paul Purdy slapped his hands together and rubbed them excitedly. "Now that's what I was waiting to hear, ma'am," he exclaimed. "It won't take 10 minutes to tell you what I want to do to track down those bastards that killed my friends and slaughtered those innocent people. Then you tell me how you can help me do my job. This isn't the Army, my friends. It ain't the FBI. It ain't even the Bureau of Customs and Border Protection." He went on seriously, looking at each one of them in turn, then settling his gaze on Ariadne's worried expression. "I'm talking about the Border Patrol, the real Border Patrol. We've been around a long time, doing our jobs the best we could. We do things a little differently out in the field. You follow my lead and help me do my job, and we'll nail those murderous sons of bitches soonest." He looked Jason up and down with a smile on his face, then slapped him on the shoulder. "You better get busy growing some facial hair, young fella, if you can," he said. "You look way too clean-cut for where we're going." Chapter 5. Coronado National Forest, southeastern Arizona, 2 nights later. Welcome to a very special edition of The Bottom Line, my friends and fellow Americans. I'm Bob O'Rourke, speaking to you from the Coronado National Forest, about 30 miles southwest of Tombstone, Arizona, the site of the infamous gunfight at the OK Corral, and the home of tough-as-nails lawmen like Wyatt Earp and Batten Masterson. This is being taped for broadcast tomorrow morning. My voice may sound weird to you, because I'm speaking into a special microphone mask that muffles my voice so it can't be heard by others, which might reveal our presence. I'll explain why I need this in a moment. I'm here with my sound engineer, Georgie Wayne, who has done stevedore's work helping me haul our gear up these mountain passes tonight. It was quite an exhausting hike for me, and I only carried a light backpack. Georgie carried the rest of our stuff, and I give him all the credit in the world for humping all this gear for me. My tree-hugging producer, Fonda Kent, is back in the studios in Las Vegas. She doesn't have the legs or the stomach for this kind of work. We're way up in the Huachuca Mountains, at about 6,000 to 7,000 feet elevation. It's rocky, with lots of trees and scrub brush, easy to hide in, as countless generations of fugitives, gangsters, Native Americans, and outlaws well know. Nearby Miller's Pass rises to an elevation of over 9,400 feet. The air is cool, even though the daytime temperatures exceed 90 degrees and the air is very still. There's a very thin moon out tonight. It's a perfect night for an ambush. But it's us who will be doing the ambush. I'm here with Alpha Patrol of the American Watchdog Project, the world-famous group of volunteers from all over the United States who've taken it upon themselves to do what the federal government and the military are apparently unwilling or, in the case of the abortive attempt by Task Force Talon in Southern California recently, unable to do: patrol and protect America's borders. We're here tonight Because we have credible, actionable information gleaned from informants and from the watchdog's own network of watchers, both on the ground and in the air, that a large number of illegal migrants will be heading this way to cross into the United States. With me, on a wireless microphone, is the American Watchdog Project's commander, Herman Geitz. Can you hear me okay, Commander?
And loud and clear, Mr. O'Rourke,
Geitz replied. He was almost a foot taller than O'Rourke, with a bushy beard and large, craggy features, wearing camouflage forest hunting clothes, a camelback water bottle in his pack, and a web utility belt with a sidearm holster, flashlight, and other gear. Thank you for allowing the bottom line to accompany you on this mission, Herman. My first question is obvious. If your information is so accurate, where's the Border Patrol? Why aren't they in on this?
Thank you for being here tonight with us, Mr. O'Rourke, Geitz said. To answer your question, the Border Patrol is here. The closest unit is down the trail about 10 miles away at the base of the mountain, probably patrolling Route 83 in the Coronado Trail Road. The Border Patrol has about 30 agents that work in 3 shifts to patrol southwest Cochise County and half of Santa Cruz County, roughly between Nogales and Bisbee up to Interstate 10.
And how much territory is that?
It's about 160 square miles, Bob.
160 square miles of some of the most rugged, inhospitable, and dangerous land in the United States, O'Rourke said. 10 agents, basically 1 agent for every 16 square miles.
It's actually 2 agents per patrol, Geitz corrected him. So it's 5 units plus a roving supervisor per shift for the entire patrol area.
How do they do it, Herman? O'Rourke asked. How is it possible to cover that much territory with only 10 men per shift?
Like most small tactical units, Mr. O'Rourke, the Border Patrol relies on intelligence information and sensors, whether they be ground vibration alarms or helicopter patrols using infrared sensors, Geitz replied. In essence, the patrols position themselves according to the latest information they receive, and they respond to alarms like a private security company patrolling a large gated community. Unfortunately, in this case, the gated community is very large and very rugged, and there are no gates. The illegals can cross the border anywhere within 20 to 30 miles from where we're standing, and if the Border Patrol's not close by when they trip an alarm, they can make it without getting caught.
Sounds like an impossible task.
They're backed up with 2 helicopters assigned to the Tucson Border Patrol sector, and they can call on local law enforcement and even Army soldiers from Fort Huachuca if necessary.
Ever see soldiers out here helping the Border Patrol, Herman?
I've seen 1 Army helicopter used to medevac an agent when he rolled his ram charger, Geitz replied.
How about the Sheriff's Department?
They help transport any detainees and provide the lockup until the Border Patrol transports prisoners to Tucson for processing.
So in essence, it's just 5 patrols and a supervisor to patrol this entire mountainous area.
And the watchdogs, Geitz said proudly. We have almost 100 volunteers out here patrolling the Coronado National Forest tonight. Stand by.
Geitz swung 1 microphone away from his lips, spoke quietly into another headset microphone, then brought O'Rourke's mic back.
One of our patrols has made distant contact with a very large group of individuals moving through the Khyber Pass. Looks like our information is right on.
O'Rourke's voice quivered in excitement. What's the Khyber Pass, Herman?
As you know, Bob, the real Khyber Pass between Pakistan and Afghanistan is an important and well-used route of travel used for centuries as a link between Central Asia and the Indian subcontinent, Geitz said.
O'Rourke nodded impatiently, as if he knew all about what Geitz was saying.
Alexander the Great used the Khyber Pass 300 years before the birth of Christ to invade India. Centuries of traders, soldiers, smugglers, and travelers used that route freely because there was virtually no way to patrol or regulate it. We call this particular trail over the mountains the Khyber Pass because it is by far the busiest route for illegals to travel between the state of Sonora in Mexico and southern Arizona. The watchdogs have made dozens of intercepts on this trail since our formation 2 years ago.
What do the watchdogs do up here, Herman?
We sit, wait, observe, and report, sir, Geitz replied. Nothing more, nothing less.
So you spot someone walking on this trail. There's nothing illegal about that, is there?
No, sir, there isn't. And we don't treat everyone we encounter up here as illegals, Geitz said. Only the ones we would definitely know traveled across the border are classified as illegals.
And how do you do that?
Most times, it's just watching, Geitz said. We station ourselves along the border, which is carefully surveyed and verified, and watch them come across with our own eyes. Sometimes we have Fido observe them coming across.
Fido? What's that?
A dog? Our unmanned reconnaissance drone, Geitz said. It's actually a war surplus Pioneer drone used by the U.S. Navy and Marines during Operation Desert Storm to pick out artillery and shore bombardment targets. The Iraqi soldiers knew the Pioneer drones were used to spot artillery targets and actually surrendered to the drones in very large numbers. It's been invaluable help in telling us where and when a group will come across. When we see activity, we'll go out to make contact.
But when you make contact, you don't actually know for sure they're illegal immigrants, do you? How do you know they're illegals?
Most times, we actually see them cross the border. We have it carefully surveyed and mapped relative to our observation positions, so there's never any doubt, Geitz explained. Anyone who crosses the border at other than a border crossing point is in violation of the law, no matter what their nationality is. Even natural-born Americans can't legally do it. But it's not our job to know or find out if they're illegal or not. Only law enforcement has the right to stop them, ask for identification, and ascertain their citizenship or immigration status. Again, and it's the main point that so many of our critics miss, all the American Watchdog Project does is observe and report. We help the Border Patrol do their job.
So when you come across a group of illegals,
we photograph them with our infrared and low-light cameras, send the images to a relay van down on Route 92 to upload our contact images to the Internet, and have the guys in the van contact the Border Patrol. The control unit will then relay any instructions received from them to us.
Instructions? What do they tell you to do?
They usually tell us to leave the illegal migrants alone, Mr. O'Rourke, Geitz replied.
Leave them alone? Let them just stroll into the United States?
Oh, that's right, sir, Geitz said. We report their location, numbers, general physical description, and any other information we can gather. Sometimes we'll follow them. Many times, if we feel they're dangerous or if we recognize them as repeat offenders, we'll escort them all the way down the mountain and try to have the Border Patrol rendezvous with us.
You said try to have the Border Patrol meet up with you?
They just don't have the manpower to respond to us every time, and frankly, I don't think they always have the desire, Geitz said. Simply put, we make them look bad sometimes. We're a bunch of volunteers to intercept just as many illegals as they do. That doesn't look very good in the press.
So you're out here, doing intercepts and surveillance and reconnaissance. Sounds like a military operation to me, O'Rourke said. You call yourself watchdogs, but you do a lot more than just observe. Bottom line, aren't you all just a bunch of vigilantes?
No more than a neighborhood watch group would be. Our neighborhood just happens to be popular immigrant smuggling routes in the mountains and deserts of America, Geitz replied. Well, vigilantes take the law into their own hands, the entire law. They become the police, prosecutors, judge, jury, and sometimes the executioner. We don't do any of that. Think of us as a neighborhood watch program. We observe and report, nothing more. But this is our home, so we act like neighbors as well. We live here, but this is also public land, and anyone can travel through these parts. Outsiders are not treated like intruders or criminals, unless we observe and know they are breaking the law. Merely walking through this area is not illegal, and we don't treat those we find as illegals. We've offered rides on our four-wheel ATVs in case anyone is injured or having trouble keeping up with the others. We offer water, some food, and first aid, just as we would if we encountered any other hikers on the trail.
What does the Border Patrol do after you give them a report on what you found?
If they have a unit available, they'll meet them down at the end of the trail and detain them, Geitz said. If they don't, they get away.
Get away? Even if you tell the Border Patrol exactly where they are, they still get away.
It's a matter of manpower, sir. If they don't have a unit available, they get away.
What do the watchdogs do in that case?
Nothing, Geitz said. We let them go, too. We'll report their direction of travel, whether or not they're picked up by anyone, and a description of the vehicle, but we let them go. We don't have the power to arrest or detain them unless we actually see them breaking the law. Even then, we tread very lightly.
What do you mean by that?
Well, for example, if we actually observe and record a person crossing the border in this area, we know that's an illegal act because you are only legally allowed to cross the border at a border crossing point. But even if we positively identify the offender and have incontrovertible proof he broke the law, we don't know all the ramifications of why he did what he did.
I don't understand what you mean. What ramifications?
For example, Mr. O'Rourke, you can legally cross the border at other than a border crossing point if you feel your life is in danger or if you are fleeing political persecution, Geitz said. A lot of times I know the migrants claim all that just to hope to avoid deportation. It may or may not be true. Oh, the point is, however, that the watchdogs don't make that call. Everyone is innocent until proven guilty in our eyes, and we strictly enforce that. We simply observe and report. The rest is up to the authorities.
Reports say you try to make citizen arrests on them.
Absolutely not true, Geitz insisted. Although I know they're breaking the law, and I have incontrovertible proof of it, the watchdogs do not make arrests.
But you and your men are armed. I see plenty of shotguns and rifles, and almost everyone I've seen carries a sidearm. If you intercept someone out here in the dark carrying weapons, couldn't that be considered an arrest?
First of all, sir, I must emphasize that everyone who carries a weapon must have the legal right to do so, Geitz said. We do not carry concealed weapons, and we do not brandish weapons, show, operate, or handle them as a means of intimidation or coercion under any circumstances. We conduct firearms safety courses for everyone in our organization. Everyone who carries a weapon is fully trained in gun safety and field procedures, as well as marksmanship. Discharging a weapon, except in self-defense, is strictly prohibited and will result in immediate dismissal and being reported to the sheriff's department.
Self-defense? From animals or human beings?
Anyone or anything that threatens us, Mr. O'Rourke, but mostly animals. Many of our patrols have encountered snakes and other predators out here. Most times using a firearm is not necessary. A bright light, a noisemaker, or simply leaving the area does the trick better than shooting a gun off in the dark that might endanger other patrols. Most folks that carry weapons carry only snake loads, ammunition containing small pellets instead of bullets that are only good at short range and probably wouldn't kill a person, best suited for killing aggressive varmints.
Varmints are one thing, but what about some of the illegals you intercept? O'Rourke pressed. You have arrested illegals before, Herman. I've seen the reports. Have they gotten violent? Have they threatened you? Is that the real reason you and your members carry guns?
As I said, sir, no member of the American Watchdogs may discharge or even brandish a weapon except in self-defense, Geitz said. Whenever we make an intercept and a person unknown to us is carrying a weapon, we order him or her from the cover of darkness to drop the weapon. This is for our safety and the safety of our fellow citizens. That's what some in the media have been calling arrests.
And then what?
If they drop their weapons, we inspect the weapons and search the individuals to make sure they don't have any more weapons, and then we report the contact to the Border Patrol and Sheriff's Department, Geitz said. We comply with whatever instructions we receive from the authorities, which is usually to stop what we're doing and wait for help. If the migrants don't comply with our orders, we don't approach them, but we try to keep them in place until the authorities arrive.
In other words, you arrest them.
We make it clear to them that for our own safety, they will not be able to leave until it is safe for us to allow it, Geitz said. They don't have to attack us first for us to be fearful for our lives. We won't let a stranger with a machete just walk away from us with the thing still in his hand. That wouldn't be too smart. And if that's what the media calls an arrest, so be it.
What if they're carrying guns?
We don't allow them to take any firearms, Geitz said firmly. Absolutely not. That's too dangerous for everyone involved. We confiscate all dangerous weapons and turn them over to the Border Patrol or the Sheriff's Office. We've turned in hundreds of weapons, everything from swords to bombs to machine guns.
But what about their protection from animals and predators?
Mr. O'Rourke, I'm more concerned about the safety of my members. This is our home. An unidentified, alleged illegal immigrant carrying a firearm or any other dangerous weapon near my men and women will not be tolerated. I may not have the legal right to take away another man's freedom or weapon on public property, but I am legally permitted to defend myself if I feel my life or property is threatened, and I will do so without hesitation.
I commend your bravery and honesty, Commander Geitz.
Fortunately, we haven't run into too many illegals with firearms, Geitz said, and the ones that do have them, surrender them to us without incident. The sheriff tells me that if I take any kind of possession whatsoever, a backpack, knife, handgun, bazooka, or even a nuclear bomb from anyone, that person has the right to swear out an arrest warrant for armed robbery and assault and have me thrown in jail. But so far, no one has done that, he added with a satisfied chuckle.
But what if some human rights, civil liberty, or migrant advocacy group goes after you with an army of their attorneys?
I'm not too concerned with what an illegal or their lawyers might do to me, Geitz said confidently. Frankly, I welcome a day in court. We have nothing to hide here, and we're doing a public service. We document every second of every intercept with both video and audio, beamed to our relay unit and digitally recorded before it's uploaded to our website. We use GPS technology to pinpoint our location, so there's no... Geitz froze, listened in his headset, then said, "Time to get ready, Mr. O'Rourke. They're almost here." Bob O'Rourke was quivering with excitement as he dropped the microphone mask and stowed his gear. Now remember, our men have tiny blinking red identification lights on the back of our belts, so you should be able to follow us in the dark if you stay close, Geitz said into his whisper mic. In case you do get separated, all you have to do is stay put wherever you are and wait for us to come back for you. He pulled several plastic tubes from a utility belt pouch, bent them almost in half, shook them vigorously, then handed them to both O'Rourke and Wayne. "Put these around your neck. They're identification chem lights." "Mine's not working." "You can't see the light unless you're wearing night vision goggles, as all of the watchdogs are," Geitz said. "But we can see you as clearly as if you were carrying a flashlight." O'Rourke held his chem light up to his face, as if looking closer would allow him to see the light, but he couldn't see a thing in the darkness. He could hear the sounds of men getting ready to move all around him, and he could barely contain himself.
"Damn," he muttered. "Now I have to take a piss."
"It happens all the time, the excitement of the hunt," Geitz said gleefully, like a kid getting ready to get on the rope swing for the first time. "You have to hold it until we make the intercept and take control of the targets. Don't be embarrassed to piss in your pants if it gets too uncomfortable. You wouldn't be the first one to do it, I guarantee it."
"It won't be long now.
They're coming right at us."
The thought of any of these rough, tough watchdogs seeing him, big-time radio celebrity Bob O'Rourke, with urine-stained pants was unthinkable, and he strained harder to hold it in. In a sudden flurry of activity, the watchdogs ran into the darkness for several dozen yards, then stopped suddenly. I'm following Commander Herman Geitz of the American Watchdogs as best I can. They're moving quickly down a path that is completely invisible to me. O'Rourke spoke into his microphone mask, trying but failing not to breathe too heavily and reveal how completely out of shape he really was. My legs feel as if they've been bullwhipped by running through the scrub brush. Good, we stopped. He whispered for Geitz, who turned back to O'Rourke. Why did we have to run all of a sudden like that, Commander?
A little confusion, sir, Geitz whispered, raising his night vision goggles away from his eyes. He pulled a small GPS map device from a pouch and checked it. Our lookouts initially reported the migrants' position on one trail, but Fido positively identified the migrants on a different trail, so we had to move quickly to intercept.
O'Rourke looked skyward, as if expecting to see the drone watching him. He felt somewhat reassured that the electronic eyes were watching them, although it still didn't prevent things from getting a bit chaotic. So we have 2 groups of migrants out here tonight? He asked nervously.
It appears so,
Geitz said, a bit of concern evident in his voice.
More than likely the first group split up, but the group we're headed for is very large. The tactical reconnaissance operators in the mobile control van count at least 20 individuals on foot. As soon as we intercept the first group, we'll turn our attention to the others.
Shouldn't you order your second unit to intercept the other group? O'Rourke asked. He noticed the worry in Geitz's voice, which made him doubly concerned. What if they get away? They could be the smugglers.
We'll use Fido to keep an eye on the smaller group.
Geitz turned back to his radios, leaving O'Rourke alone with his fears. This just wasn't smelling right. Thankfully, they were apparently in the right position, because they didn't have to run off again. In just a few minutes, the night got very still again. All O'Rourke could see in the total blackness was a tiny, blinking red light on Geitz's belt. Staring at it seemed to make it revolve in slow, clockwise circles, which was starting to make him a little nauseous. He felt his canteen on his hip, the one filled with bourbon, not water, and thought about reaching for it when he heard voices. He froze. They were right in front of him, O'Rourke realized with shock. He could hear their feet scraping the rough earth, hear their anxious voices, hear someone spit, hear another stumble and curse. They sounded rather workmanlike, like you would hear a group of factory workers or farmers walking together on their way to the entry gates or the barns, getting ready for a hard day ahead. O'Rourke had expected them to sound like guerrilla fighters carrying machine guns and ammo discovered by special forces along the Ho Chi Minh Trail, not worker bees carrying their lunch pails and thermos bottles. I can hear them, O'Rourke spoke into his microphone mask. I can't see them, but I can hear them. Commander, you're using night vision goggles. What do you see? It's a group of, I count, 23 individuals, Geitz whispered, his strained voice barely audible. I can make out 2 women. Those on the internet will be able to view our night vision images on our website in just a few minutes. I see the usual assortment of backpacks, garbage bags, numerous 1-gallon jugs of water and rucksacks the migrants carry while traveling. It's hard to tell their ages, but they look pretty young. I don't see any children this time. What about calling the Border Patrol? O'Rourke asked nervously.
Our tactical control van is relaying the information now, Geitz said. We haven't heard a response about whether or not they'll head up here yet.
Are they carrying any weapons? This sounds very dangerous, Commander.
I don't see any weapons, but I see several persons carrying suspicious bags that could contain weapons. So we'll have to confront these individuals and do a citizen search of their belongings for weapons.
Geitz swung O'Rourke's microphone away and spoke into his tactical radio. Commander Geitz is relaying instructions to his teams, O'Rourke said. Geitz reached behind him and touched O'Rourke's arm, telling him to be quiet. I've been told to be quiet, O'Rourke whispered into the mask. I don't know if they can see us, but I'm sure as soon as Commander Geitz judges it safe, I'm sure he'll...
Attention! This is the American Watchdog Project. You are surrounded! Geitz suddenly shouted, using a bullhorn. Then in stilted but understandable Spanish, he ordered, Levante sus manos y no harán daño a usted de ningún modo. Powerful flashlights popped on, illuminating 30 or 40 feet of the trail. The men and women blinked at the lights in confusion and slowly raised their hands. The coyote in the lead of the column of migrants had 2 cloth pouches over his shoulders. Drop those pouches, senor, Geitz ordered. Deje caer todas sus posesiones. The Poyos started to comply, looping their backpacks and trash bags off their shoulders. This is incredible, O'Rourke said, switching from his microphone mask to a regular handheld mic. We've just burst out of the darkness and surrounded this group of migrants. We have 8 men, plus Georgie and myself, Geitz's Alpha team, plus the Bravo team on the other side of the trail, just carrying flashlights. We're not showing any weapons, none at all, but the migrants are giving up. They're stopping and raising their hands in surrender. The coyote was a little more defiant. Hey, whoever you are, viete la mierda, he shouted. We don't answer to you or nobody. I'm Commander Herman Geitz of the American Watchdog Project, Geitz said over the bullhorn. Your presence is being reported to the U.S. Border Patrol right now. There is no use running. La permanencia y nosotros y daremos el alimento, el agua y la medicina. More migrants began to find a place to sit on the rocky trail. It was obvious they had had enough. If you try to travel north into the United States, we will track you and continue to report your whereabouts to the U.S. Border Patrol. And if you do not leave us alone, Hideputa, you will feel the wrath of Comandante Veracruz and all who honor freedom, the smuggler shouted back. Now get out of here. Leave us alone. Alpha Team, this is Fido Control, came a message from the Pioneer Unmanned Observation Plane's control team. How copy, Alpha? Stand by, Fido, Geitz radioed back. Just be advised, Alpha. Video is intermittent from Fido. Repeat, we're losing video. Very strong interference. We'll advise when it's back online. Commander Geitz has just offered the migrants food, water, and medicine if they give up and wait for the Border Patrol, Bob O'Rourke said, after getting a translation from Georgie Wayne. The leader of this group is a young man with long dark hair, what looks like a green military-style fatigue cap, a red bandana around his neck, and military-looking boots, probably in his early to mid-20s. He's carrying 2 canvas satchels, and he hasn't dropped them yet, like most of the migrants have done. He is obviously the coyote, the smuggler, but he is quickly losing control of his clients. Commander Geitz seems very nervous about this young man, mostly because he's still got those satchels and they look like they could hold a lot of guns and ammo. The situation appears to be getting very tense now. Déjenos en paz, the smuggler shouted. Veracruz de Comandante dice que estamos en el suelo mexicano. What did he say? O'Rourke asked. Something about someone called Commander of Veracruz saying he is on Mexican soil, Georgie replied. Is he high? Is he crazy? This is America, not Mexico, O'Rourke said acidly. This Veracruz guy is nothing but a rabble-rouser and a drug dealer who thinks he's some hot-shot Mexican version of George Washington. I'll say again, drop those bags immediately, Geitz said over the loudspeaker, ignoring the radio call from his observation team. Usted no será dañado, prometo. You'll be allowed to pass after we have searched your possessions for weapons. Screw you, gringo, the smuggler shouted. You don't have no right to do this. Alpha Team, this is Fido. Be advised, we've lost our video downlink, but we saw 2 separate contacts approaching east and west of your position. Range less than 30 meters. Recommend you use caution. Repeat, we lost the downlink. Do you copy, Alpha? I said drop those bags, cagado, Geitz shouted, shining his flashlight directly into the young man's eyes to try to disorient him. I think Commander Geitz just called that guy a coward, boss, Georgie Wayne said. He ain't gonna like that. Me cago en la leche, te quemamaste, the coyote shouted angrily, and he reached into the right satchel. He's reaching for a gun, O'Rourke screamed, his voice rising several octaves in pure terror. Watch out, he's got a gun! Everything was a blur of motion at that moment. Georgie Wayne was right beside O'Rourke with his left hand on his shoulder, trying to get his attention. And when the first shots rang out, he immediately pulled the radio personality to the ground and lay on top of him. Men were screaming all around them. The gunshots sounded like firecrackers, punctuated occasionally by a loud boom from a heavy-caliber gun. It seemed like the shooting lasted an hour, but in reality, it was only seconds. O'Rourke waited until all the shooting had subsided. Then, with all the courage he could muster, said to Wayne in a low voice, "Get off me, damn it!" "Stay down, boss." "We're not here to hide like chickens, Georgie. Get off me!" Georgie reluctantly slid off him. O'Rourke found himself committed now to get up, even though his legs were shaking so badly that he might not have been able to make it. "What happened? Did the smugglers open fire?" He looked up and saw Herman Geitz walking beside him, with his sidearm still smoking in his right hand. "Geitz, what happened? Were we attacked by the smugglers?" Geitz looked down at O'Rourke and opened his mouth as if he was going to reply. But instead, a torrent of blood rushed from his open mouth. His eyes rolled up into his head, and the man pitched over and landed face first on the rocky ground. "Oh, my God!" O'Rourke gasped. Years of experience taught him to never say a word unless he had a switched-on microphone in his hand, and the flood of emotions that came forth were all caught on tape. "Jesus! Commander Geitz has been killed, shot in the head. God, the whole back of his head is gone. It's just one big, massive, bloody hole. The smell of gunpowder is unbelievable, almost overpowering. Georgie, are you okay? Are you all right?" "Yes, boss, yes," Wayne responded. "I'm going to see if anyone else needs help." "No!" O'Rourke blurted out, a lot more fearfully than he intended. "Don't leave me. I mean, the smugglers could still be out there. Stay down." But Georgie had already taken his recording gear off and was low-crawling along the trail. The members of the American watchdogs were standing around in dumbfounded shock and disbelief, weapons smoking in their hands, flashlight beams jerking and darting aimlessly in all directions. Wayne moved carefully, not wanting to startle them in case they might start shooting again. He didn't move very far before he discovered a body. "Oh, Christ!" One of the migrants. A woman, shot in the belly. Another migrant. Jesus, looks like they're all dead, every one of the migrants. This is unbelievable," O'Rourke repeated hoarsely into his microphone. "There's been a massacre on this trail tonight, my friends and listeners. A massacre on an enormous scale. 8 members of the American Watchdog Project, volunteers, men who risked their lives to help patrol this remote and dangerous border region have apparently shot and killed a group of about 20 migrants on this trail. When Commander Herman Geitz ordered the migrants to put down their bags so they could be searched, one of the migrants apparently opened fire, and the watchdogs returned fire. More shots rang out. Shotguns, handguns. The noise and confusion was horrifying. It is just plain impossible to put into words. Now, just moments later, it appears that all the migrants on this trail are dead. 20 or so illegal immigrants who sneaked across the border and were attempting to infiltrate into the United States of America have been killed, along with the commander of the American Watchdog Project. The smuggler leading this group was afraid of being caught with weapons, afraid of what the Border Patrol might do to them after the horrible assassinations near Blythe, California, just a few days ago, afraid of being sent to prison instead of just being released again into Mexico a few days from now, and they were determined not to be taken into custody. So he pulled out a weapon and began firing, and in the confusion, the watchdogs returned fire, and now, my God, the migrants all appeared to be dead, every one of them.
Rampart 1 Forward Operating Base, Ocotillo, California. The next morning. The Mexican Army forces stationed on the border south of Rampart 1 had just raised their flag, played the Himno Nacional Mexicano, and were now policing up their encampment when the new unit arrived. An additional 6 M11 ULT RAV armored reconnaissance vehicles and HWK-11 armored personnel carriers and 33 infantrymen pulled up to the encampment in a cloud of gray dust and noise. The commander of the new unit, Major Gerardo Azueta, dismounted from his American-made Humvee and stretched his aching legs. Azueta was way too tall and thin to comfortably ride in the bumpy, creaky Humvee, but any opportunity to get out of the garrison and into the field was welcome, especially on a low-risk, cushy, and high-visibility assignment such as this. The current unit commander greeted him with a salute. "Welcome, Major," Lieutenant Salinas said, introducing himself. "Lieutenant Ignacio Salinas, commander of this detail. Good to see you again, sir." All officers in the Mexican Armed Forces were graduates at Chapultepec, the Mexican military academy in Mexico City. The officer cadre was very small, and officers in the same state knew and saw each other often. "How was your trip from Mexicali?" "A nightmare, as usual," Azueta replied, brushing dust off his olive green uniform. "General Cardenas did not want to send any more companies from state headquarters, so we had to move almost the entire force from Ensenada. It took all day. The regimental commander there said he could not spare any infantry to go along with the vehicles, so he rounded up a bunch of Rural Defense Force militia to accompany us. They are worse than conscripts. We have several in my detail, sir. They shape up quickly when they are away from the garrison. I know you and your men are anxious to get home, Lieutenant, but I am afraid these militiamen are going to go berserk if there is any trouble," Azueta said. "It will only be for a few days, a week at the most." Salinas had already received the notification from his company commander. Most men liked duty in the garrisons, but Salinas was young and liked assignments that took him away from town, no matter how trivial or menial the task. He motioned to a nearby tent and offered the senior officer a canvas camp chair and a plastic bottle of water, which Azueta accepted eagerly. "No problem at all, sir. We are happy to assist." "Thank you, Lieutenant. The status report, please." "Things have calmed down considerably these past couple of days, sir," Salinas began. "I am sure you are aware of the recent incident in Arizona?" "Yes, a bloody act of murder, plain and simple. The American government is entirely to blame, allowing those vigilantes to operate in the border region." "I agree completely, sir," Salinas said. "I hope the President does not let up on her pressure on the Americans to stop this campaign of violence. Fortunately, despite that brutal incident, the situation is quiet here. The American military presence is all but non-existent, as far as we can tell from our position and from American news reports. They are making some attempts to repair and rebuild the facility, but it does not look like the base has been fortified, and there has been no sign of those manned robots. We see the reconnaissance airships and unmanned drones on occasion, and we must assume they and the regular Border Patrol units are operational." "In the media?" "They haven't been back since yesterday," Salinas responded, "although I would expect them to return for comments on the murders in Arizona." "Let me handle the media now, Lieutenant." "With pleasure, sir." "What about smuggler activity?" "None in our entire patrol sector, sir," Salinas said, "which was expected. Having smugglers push all the way to remote sections of Arizona was fully expected, and after the incident here, I would expect much American vigilante activity. Of course, Mexico will be blamed for what has happened here and in Arizona. It was only a matter of time before someone else got killed by vigilantes or right-wing extremists," Azueta agreed. "The Americans are not stopping the level of violence whatsoever. That will be our biggest challenge, keeping the violence down until the politicians get off their fat asses and come to some sort of agreement." Salinas nodded. "Let us go inspect the camp, and then we will inspect the border area. Maybe I will even get to meet one of those infamous robots." Salinas recalled the armored personnel carrier patrols, so Azueta could meet every one of the men in the detail. He was tough, but not as tough as in the garrison. He understood the need for discipline and demanded it, but he also knew they were in the field, and certain things, like keeping boots perfectly polished or uniforms perfectly spotless, was going to be difficult at best.
He loudly and harshly admonished the non-commissioned officers and men for missing equipment, dirty weapons, or men sleeping at their posts. But he was careful not to openly criticize anyone for not shaving or for rolling up their sleeves in the desert heat. There would be time enough for that back at base. After the equipment inspection, they got back into the Humvee again and began to drive toward the border area. They hadn't gone very far when Azueta ordered the driver to stop. He immediately got out of the vehicle, stood on the hood, and peered north. "Lieutenant, when was the last time you did a tactical map of the border and scouted out all of the American patrol units and emplacements?" he asked. "We redo the map every 3 hours, sir," Salinas responded. "The last one should have been done an hour ago." "Either your men are liars, or they thought they were going to be relieved and did not do it," Azueta said. "Get up here and take a look." Salinas did as he was told, and although Azueta handed him his binoculars, he didn't need them to see the change. 2, 3. I count 3 Humvees to the west, Salinas breathed. "My God, they were not here at daybreak, sir." "I count 2 more to the east, spread out about 1 kilometer apart," Azueta said. "They appear to be up-armored scout vehicles with 50-caliber machine guns mounted on the—" "And tow missiles, sir," Salinas interjected excitedly. "It appears every other unit to the west has tow missile launchers on the gun turrets." "That explains their deployment. They are spread out just far enough to have overlapping fields of fire for their TOWs," Azueta said. "It is the same to the east." He lowered his binoculars. Well, the Americans have raised the stakes out here. We have a report to make to Mexico City, Lieutenant." Chapter 6. The Oval Office, the White House, Washington, D.C. A short time later. "Mr. President, I must protest this latest move of your military," President Carmen Maravilloso of Mexico's voice cried over the speakerphone, echoing throughout the historic room. Even the usually unflappable National Security Advisor, Raymond Jefferson, was startled when he heard the voice as he entered. "Again, you have put armed military forces on our border without consulting or even notifying us beforehand. This is not right, sir. This is not the action of a good and peaceful neighbor, sir." "Madam President, as you well know, the United States is not obligated to report the movement of its military forces to Mexico or anyone else, no matter how close to the border." U.S. President Samuel Conrad responded as calmly as he could. He had been expecting this phone call since issuing the order to Secretary of Defense Russell Collier minutes after receiving the report of the massacre in the Coronado National Forest in Arizona, and he had his cabinet and their staffs working since then to bring him up to speed on the myriad of treaties and agreements regarding military and police action on the U.S.-Mexico border. This troop movement is in direct response to the murders of 23 Mexican nationals in the— "I am very well aware of what has occurred, sir," Maravilloso interrupted, still refusing to use President Conrad's official title. "But I would have expected an investigation by the local sheriff's office, perhaps assisted by the FBI or the Arizona State Police, not the American Army National Guard, and certainly not in California. What do you intend to do, sir? Invade Mexico with the California National Guard? Those troops on our border have missile launchers. Missile launchers! What will be next? Ballistic missiles and stealth bombers?" "Madam President, the United States intends on pursuing all legal options available to us to ensure the safety and security of our citizens, our nation, and any who are here legally." "Do you intend on using the National Guard to hunt down Mexican citizens whose only goal is to do the work that Americans do not want to do themselves?" the fiery Mexican president asked. "That is a hateful and brutal policy, sir, akin to totalitarian regimes in North Korea or Myanmar. The people of Mexico are honest, hard-working, non-violent, and law-abiding people. True, a very few, have been corrupted by drug dealers to carry drugs. Others respond to abuses by gangsters, white supremacists, and corrupt law enforcement officials by arming themselves. Will you condemn them all just for the actions of a few?" "Madam President, a horrible crime has been committed in Arizona last night," the president said. With him in the Oval Office was his chief of staff, Thomas Kinsley, the Secretaries of Defense, State, and Homeland Security, the President's National Security Advisor, and the one-star general in charge of deploying those National Guard forces to the southern border, all listening on a listen-only speakerphone. It was broadcast around the world on the Internet. Nearly 24 persons were horribly murdered by unknown assailants. The only evidence we have so far is the American Watchdog Project's own web broadcast. Do you refer to the right-wing radio instigator Bob O'Rourke and his lackey? Maravilloso asked incredulously. Surely you would not for a moment consider them credible witnesses, sir? Bob O'Rourke is one of the world's most well-known and well-documented racists, a man who has been calling for the elimination of all non-whites from the border region on his radio show for years. I am positive that he orchestrated this entire murder campaign in order to stir up a campaign of hate against all persons of color. I don't think that's an accurate characterization of his opinions, madam. You agree with this racist? You support his contention that all Mexicans should be hunted down and forcibly removed from the United States? That's not what he... Obviously you do, because you are doing precisely what Bob O'Rourke has been calling for, putting the military on the border, repealing posse comitatus, and removing all Mexicans from the United States. You, sir, are following his hysterical, xenophobic, fascist ranting to the letter. Please, Mr. President, I urge you, get control of this situation quickly before it gets out of hand. Madam President, I assure you, I'm doing all I can to defuse the growing crisis and deal with the illegal immigration problem, Comrade said. Placing National Guard forces on the border is a temporary measure until Congress approves a more comprehensive immigration reform package. Sir, Mexico is here to assist you any way we can, Maravilloso said. But it is hard to support you and your government when you make bold, radical moves such as this without consulting us first. You can help me help you by conferring with us beforehand. Good day to you, Mr. Conrad. The connection terminated abruptly. Who does she think she is, speaking to another foreign leader like that? Thomas Kinsley said, as he deactivated the listen-only receiver he had been using to monitor the call. She's using these circumstances to full political advantage, that's what, the president said, rubbing his eyes wearily. I'm getting hammered and she's looking like a tiger. She's taken the complete moral high ground here, and there's not a damn thing I can do about it. Why not let state handle her calls from now on, Mr. President? Because heads of state talk to each other, not to the bureaucracy, the president replied. I'll handle her calls just fine. She's looking for anything I say to use against me. If I didn't talk to her, no matter how rude she becomes, I'll be the coward who didn't take her call. Kinsley had no response. The president turned to Attorney General Wentworth. What do you have on the investigation, George? The FBI is still collecting evidence, Wentworth said. But it appears that the migrants were shot by the watchdogs. The caliber of the weapons used matches the ones the watchdogs were carrying. Oh, Christ. Has there been an actual match with the weapons, Mr. Wentworth? National Security Advisor Ray Jefferson asked. Not yet. Those results will be in later today. He looked at Jefferson closely. The caliber matched the weapons the watchdogs were carrying. Why do you want an exact match? Those weapons could have been planted. Come on, Sergeant Major, that's overly far-fetched, especially for you, Kinsley said. Let's stick to the facts, shall we? He turned to the president. We got to keep this quiet. If word gets out that the watchdogs slaughtered those migrants, all hell will break loose. But the video was tracking another group of unknowns, Jefferson said. Guys said they were more migrants, part of the original large group that just split up. What if they weren't migrants? Who then? Kinsley paused, then rolled his eyes. Oh, you think it was a consortium, right? I think it's not just possible. I think it's probable, Jefferson said. He raised a message form he held in his hands. I have an important report from Task Force Talent Commander Richter. He's not still out in the field, is he, Sergeant Major? Chief of Staff Thomas Kinsley groaned. Major Richter met with FBI Director Delane yesterday in San Diego. after being debriefed by the FBI and Justice Department after the incident at Rampart 1. They spoke with a survivor of that attack on the Border Patrol agents. "See again, Sergeant Major?" the President remarked. "There was a survivor?" "A veteran Border Patrol agent shot in the back by the terrorists," Jefferson said. "Name's Paul Purdy. He had the wind knocked out of him and fell into a ditch where he was left for dead. But he's positive that he heard some of his assailants speaking Russian, and he identified two of the individuals at the scene of the shooting. The Mexican insurgent known as Ernesto Fuerza and Igor Zakharov." There were a few moments of stunned silence. Then, "Is he positive, Sergeant Major?" the President asked. "Not 100% sure, but close. It was dark, and he saw them only at a distance. But Purdy is a reliable, trained eyewitness." "It's not enough to link Mexican insurgents with the consortium," Chief of Staff Kinsley said, shaking his head. "It doesn't prove anything." "There is another survivor, the smuggler that brought one of the terrorists across the border, the one identified as Victor Flores," Jefferson said. "Director Delane wants to go after that smuggler. Purdy thinks he still might be in the United States, where he was born, possibly somewhere in the agricultural region of Southern California. If they find the smuggler, he may be able to gather information on where the others were heading." "What does Richter have to do with any of this?" Attorney General Wentworth exclaimed. "He shouldn't be involved in this operation any further." "Director Delane has requested Task Force Talon's assistance in hunting down Flores and the ones that were smuggled into Southern California," Jefferson said. "She wants full authority over Talon to provide the high-tech surveillance support and firepower she needs to take on the terrorists." "Those robots in the hands of the FBI?" Kinsley retorted. "No way, Jefferson." "The FBI has plenty of firepower of its own already," Wentworth said. "They don't need Talon. Talon was designed for military operations." "Talon was designed to replace a light armored cavalry unit or special ops platoon with a single, highly mobile, highly effective weapon system, General Wentworth," Jefferson said. "The FBI's hostage rescue teams are the best of the best, but they don't have nearly the capabilities of a cybernetic infantry device. Judging by what we've seen in Southern California and now in Southern Arizona, I think SID is exactly what we need. And if the Russians Purdy identified turned out to be Zakharov and consortium terrorists, we're going to need all the firepower we can get out there." He turned to the President. This episode in Arizona could have been one massive setup. The consortium had plenty of time to plan this ambush in order to make it look like the watchdogs killed those migrants. They could have even jammed the transmission from the unmanned aerial vehicle the watchdogs used to monitor their operation. "That's really stretching credibility, Sergeant Major," Kinsley said. "No use in speculating until we get more information from the FBI." "Until then, we need to prepare in case the word does get out and it does precipitate unrest," the President said. He turned to the one-star Army general standing in the center of the Oval Office. "General Lopez, I'm impressed you were able to deploy those troops so quickly." "Thank you, sir," the commander of Operation Rampart replied. "I had 7 Army National Guard units standing by with orders to deploy on short notice. They were all units previously tasked for border protection duties with Customs and Border Protection. I just put them on a higher readiness level. The California unit was on the highest readiness level and was able to roll within 2 hours of the incident in Arizona. The Arizona Guard units are rolling now. We'll have 2 additional Guard companies on the border in California and Arizona within 8 hours, and another 7 units in place in all of the border states within 72 hours. Outline the plan for me, General." "Yes, sir. The plan is simple. Reinforce Border Patrol sectors with Army National Guard infantry, reconnaissance, intelligence, and light armored cavalry forces as quickly as possible in order to better patrol the U.S.-Mexico border," Lopez said. "Our goal is to assign 1 National Guard company to each sector within the next 72 hours. Each company is generally comprised of between 70 and 100 soldiers, which on average is an increase in manpower of 10 to 20% in each sector, dedicated solely to field operations. Each company fields between 6 and 12 vehicles. To save on cost and increase maintainability, we rely mostly on reconnaissance and light mechanized infantry units that use the M998 series Humvees. Each Humvee has 2 soldiers on board, although for special missions or situations it can have as many as 6. They're lightly armed, mostly with infantry weapons such as rifles and sidearms. Their job is to observe, report, and act as directed by the Border Patrol sector commanders. What missiles was Maravilloso talking about, General? Lopez looked down at his spit-shine tanker boots for a moment, then stood straight as he replied. My decision was to beef up the El Centro Border Patrol sector that has those Mexican armored vehicles stationed on the border near Rampart 1, sir. I sent in a platoon of Humvees with tow anti-tank missiles on board. I thought it was important to counterbalance the Mexican force quickly and effectively, but not raise the ante too much. Christ, no wonder she's pissed, Kinsley breathed. That's a major provocation. I don't hear anyone accusing the Mexican army of a major provocation by sending in armored vehicles across from Rampart 1, Mr. Kinsley, Secretary of Defense Collier said, scowling at the President's Chief of Staff. General Lopez did recommend sending Humvees with tow missiles on them, and I approve the idea, Mr. President. I was more concerned about evening the odds than what Maravilloso or the media might think. Rotate the tow missile vehicles out of there as soon as possible, General, the President said. We're not trying to start a war here. The Mexican army isn't going to attack us. Machine guns and rifles are okay. Lopez shuffled uncomfortably and glanced at Collier. The Secretary of Defense stepped closer to the President. Sam, do you think it's a good idea to second-guess your field generals at this early stage of the game? He asked in a low voice. You think I'm micromanaging this thing now, Russ? That's what it sounds like to me, yes, sir. Telling a one-star general which guns his infantrymen can carry. I'm responsible for what happens out there, Russ. Trust your general, sir. If Lopez thinks we need tows on the border to put the fear of God into the Mexican army, let him. You put Lopez in charge. Let him be in charge. Conrad thought for a moment, then shook his head. This whole operation is controversial enough, Russ. I don't want to complicate it further by putting major offensive weapons on the damn border. I'm taking enough heat by approving those robots out there. I'm not going to repeat the mistake by putting guided anti-tank missiles out there. Pull them out, quietly, but get it done. Collier nodded and stepped back. General, what's your next move? Sir, my staff and I feel that the activity at Rampart 1 has forced smugglers east into the Arizona deserts, Lopez replied. So we're going to concentrate our next deployments in western and central Arizona. The Border Patrol will intensify patrols at the most well-known trails and watering holes, and the National Guard will start patrolling the border region itself. Watering holes? Are you talking about bars and taverns? Sources of drinking water, sir, Lopez explained. There are hundreds of watering holes throughout the deserts, in the American South and Southwest. Some are over 100 years old, set up by miners, ranchers, and conservationists. Some are deep year-round wells, others are a little more than mud holes. Over the years, various human rights or immigrant rights groups have set up solar-powered wells and portable water tanks to assist immigrants traveling through the deserts. Since they are obvious destinations for immigrants and smugglers, the Border Patrol watches those locations carefully. As a result, human rights groups move the tanks from time to time to throw off La Migra, what the illegals call the Border Patrol. The groups pass the word on the new locations through the migrant information grapevine. The President shook his head in frustration. It's damned hard to try to put a cap on illegal immigration when citizens in your own country are helping the ones we're trying to control. We'll deploy 3 companies, 9 platoons, of Arizona National Guard mobile troops to this next operating area, along with unmanned aerial reconnaissance aircraft and support forces, Lopez went on. Each platoon is responsible for patrolling roughly 100 square miles of the border region. It's not much. That equates to just 1 Humvee, 2 men patrolling that acreage on each 8-hour shift, with the other units in ready position. Seems like an impossible task, General. We'll concentrate on known trails and rely on UAVs to spot migrants over the horizon, Lopez said. The tone of his voice definitely indicated that he agreed, but he would never admit that to the Commander-in-Chief. The more troops we have, of course, the better. But we think we can do the job at this current manpower level. We have very little choice, sir. We're stretched pretty thin as it is, Ray Jefferson interjected. General Lopez is already talking about 10 National Guard companies, about 1,000 soldiers deployed to the border region. But that's for a maximum of 30 days and a recommended tour of 2 weeks. So we need at least 2,000 soldiers a month at our current manning level, which, as the general said, is only a 10% increase. The president thought for a moment, then looked directly at each of his advisers in the Oval Office. What are the alternatives, gentlemen? He asked. Sergeant Major? In my opinion, sir, General Lopez doesn't have enough of the tools he needs to get the job done, Jefferson said immediately. His plan calls for the use of only 7 National Guard battalions, 2 from California, 3 from Texas, and 1 each from Arizona and New Mexico. Although we'd only be using each company for 2 weeks, and by law we can use these forces for up to 60 days on an emergency basis, they'll be exhausted after just 1 or 2 rotations. We need more troops to maintain even this low level of commitment. So what's your recommendation? My previous recommendations stand, sir. Transfer the Army and Air National Guard bureaus into the Department of Homeland Security instead of the Pentagon. Federalize as many units as the states think they can support, and completely reinforce the northern and southern borders and the coastlines. And I'll renew my disagreement with that recommendation, Mr. President. We can't just yank over 400,000 Army and Air National Guard troops away from the Pentagon, even for something as important as Homeland Security, Secretary of Defense Russell Collier said. It would throw our entire ground military force structure into complete chaos. We're in a declared state of war since the consortium attack, sir. This is the perfect time to make that commitment, Jefferson said. I'm positive we're in a fight against the consortium. But the consortium's activities have switched from attacks against transglobal energy facilities to massive and violent border incursions in order to infiltrate large numbers of men, weapons, and supplies covertly into the United States. There's no evidence yet of any massive incursions, Jefferson, and scant evidence that the consortium is involved, Attorney General George Wentworth interjected. Yes, incursions have become more violent recently, but I believe that's in response to us arming the border. They're still going to try and come across, but now they're arming themselves and shooting back. And that is unacceptable to me, General Wentworth. As it is to me. But adding more fuel to the fire by sending in more troops is not the answer. Then what do you suggest, George? The president asked. Let's hear it. Cancel the National Guard deployments immediately. Stand down the units already in the field. Ask Congress for an immediate appropriation for 10,000 new Border Patrol agents over the next 3 years, plus increased funding for unmanned aerial reconnaissance, electronic monitoring, and support from the Justice Department for more judges and detention facilities. Wentworth responded immediately. We don't need the military to secure our borders. We relied on the Border Patrol to do it for over 80 years. Let's beef them up and support them better, but have them continue their work. We can get congressional approval for such a plan. They'll never buy off on an increased military presence on the borders. The president paused again, then looked at his chief of staff. Tom, putting the military on the border is going to become an increasingly tense and difficult political and foreign relations problem, Mr. President, Kinsley said. With all due respect to the Border Patrol agents that were killed and the Mexican citizens and the American killed last night, I believe we're overreacting by placing troops on the border. As General Lopez and the Sergeant Major have said, even if we fully implement a military response to this crisis, well, we won't be able to completely cut off the flow of illegal migrants. They'll just find another way to get in. There's a societal and cultural dynamic here that we won't be able to solve with government or military intervention. And your recommendation? Kinsley glanced at the Secretary of Defense, then said, politically, we can't afford to stand down those troops already deployed to the border. It'll make us look weak, like we caved in to President Maravilloso's demands. They have to stay at least for a month or two, assuming there are no more serious acts of violence. But after the furor dies down, they should be quickly and quietly withdrawn. No more military forces on the border. He looked directly at the National Security Advisor and added,
and especially not the robots. I believe our policies should concentrate on fully implementing the guest worker visa program and tougher penalties for employers who hire outside it. Kinsley went on quickly. We can continue to build detention facilities in the desert, but make it clear that we will follow the usual immigration and deportation guidelines. We can announce an expanded detention program for the OTMs, the other than Mexicans, the ones from countries all over the world who we usually release with orders to appear but who usually don't. General Wentworth's suggestion of about 10,000 more Border Patrol agents over 3 years is based on a legislative analysis taken not too long ago, indicating a lot of congressional support.
Mr. Kinsley, none of those programs solve the problem of terrorists and killers coming across the border, Ray Jefferson said. We can take on illegal immigration, sovereignty, border security, and anti-terrorism problems all with one move, maintaining a large paramilitary presence on the borders.
We're still not sure if we have a terrorist problem here, Sergeant Major, despite your enlightened guesswork, Kinsley said. With all due respect to the Border Patrol agent that survived and your instincts and hunches, I don't think the United States can afford to mobilize tens of thousands of troops and place them on our borders without concrete evidence.
It was obvious the president was quickly being swayed. He turned to the Secretary of Homeland Security. Jeffrey? Jeffrey Lemke shook his head.
I hate to be so wishy-washy, Mr. President, but I think the Sergeant Major goes too far. And the Chief of Staff and Attorney General don't go far enough, he said. I'd sure like to see all of my border security and immigration bureaus get more manpower and funding, of course, but I don't think putting the National Guard on the borders, except to assist the Border Patrol, is appropriate. And I sure as heck wouldn't want the headaches I foresee with getting 400,000 National Guard troops. Homeland Security took 2 years to finally integrate just 40,000 members of the Coast Guard, and that's still not fully completed. My recommendation is to use the National Guard on a limited basis to assist the Border Patrol, like we do with Customs and the Coast Guard, Lemke went on. My own studies, which I haven't sent out for a congressional opinion, point to the need for funding for 20,000 more Border Patrol agents within 5 years. That's a more appropriate level. That's the same recommendation put forth by General Lopez when he was assigned command of Operation Rampart. And it's a good one. Strategically, without definite, actionable information on a specific threat to the United States, we should try to find a political and legislative solution, rather than adopt a defensive and clearly threatening posture. Many of Mr. Kinsley's suggestions sound good to me. A limited guest worker program, more punishment for violators, no catch and release for OTMs, longer detention stays, more detention facilities. I feel we're overreacting to recent events, and we're in danger of having this situation spin out of control.
He glanced at Jefferson, then added,
I continue to be impressed by the Sergeant Major's SID robots and his ambitious plans to deploy them, and I do believe that Operation Rampart was a victim of a series of unfortunate mishaps and doesn't reflect task force talent's capabilities. But we're hurting, plain and simple, and I see no downside in drawing down the military aspect and steeply ramping up the legislative and political responses. Sir, it sounds to me like we have a meeting of the minds, if not a full consensus,
Chief of Staff Kinsley said to the back of the president's head.
Defense says he can't support a major mobilization or move of the National Guard for border security. Homeland Security doesn't seem to want them anyway, at least not as part of their roster, but suggests some limited assistance. Justice is in favor of increased Border Patrol manpower. I suggest we draft resolutions and start putting together a plan of action to push these resolutions through Congress. In the meantime, we gradually draw down the National Guard forces on the border in order to quiet the tension ratcheting up around here.
I'm in favor of drafting resolutions to support more detention facilities, additional funding for the Border Patrol, a guest worker program, more sanctions against employers who hire undocumented aliens and all the rest, Mr. President, National Security Advisor Jefferson said. But I feel we need to make those moves in an atmosphere of strength and resolve, not weakness. General Lopez's move to put those Guard forces on the border so quickly after the Arizona incident was a bold, audacious, resolute one. We shouldn't lose the advantage of surprise and shock it gave us.
He paused for a moment, then added, "And if FBI Director Delane thinks she can use Task Force Talon to help her track down any terrorist that may have sneaked across the border, I think we should give it to her." "Your loyalty to that group astounds me, Sergeant Major," the President said. "They've done nothing but be a royal pain in the ass to everyone involved ever since that bastard Chamberlain put them together. A move, need I remind you, designed from the beginning to make the government look bad. They've done nothing but look bad since day one." "Sir, they may look bad, but they've been highly successful in their given mission," Jefferson said. "They may not do the job neat and pretty. No truly effective combat unit or special ops team is known for their tidiness, but they get the job done. They took on the consortium and other terrorist groups all around the world, and they caught 300% more illegals crossing the border than the Border Patrol." "Mr. President, I'm not going to try to support or condemn Talon," Kinsley said. "I have to admit they've had some spectacular successes. Unfortunately, their heavy-handed blunders have only served to obscure those successes, at least in a political and public relations sense." He swallowed when he noticed Jefferson's glare, but went on. "Speaking as your chief political advisor, sir, I believe Talon is a much bigger liability than they are an asset, because it makes you appear as if you're not in total control." "Well, sir, I'm not a political advisor," Jefferson said, "but let me try to approach this problem from a political direction. Should Talon be placed in the control of the FBI? Right now, Talon reports directly to me, which means they report to you. If that's too politically distasteful, then putting them under Director Delane's authority might be a good thing. It's an added layer of political insulation from this office." "You sure are sounding like a political advisor, Sergeant Major," the President remarked. "I'm not sure if that's a compliment or an insult, sir," Jefferson said. "It's a warning. Don't get in over your head." "Message received. Loud and clear, sir." Jefferson looked at Kinsley and asked, "Does Director Delane suffer from the same adverse political appearance as Talon?" "My guess is she does not." Kinsley shook his head. "In fact, Director Delane pulls out extremely well with the public, Congress, and the media," Kinsley said. "She's talented, knowledgeable, well-spoken, professional, experienced, articulate, and considered a team player by a majority of respondents." Jefferson rolled his eyes at the mass of polling data being so easily regurgitated by the White House Chief of Staff. He couldn't help worrying if that's what he spoon-fed the President on a daily basis, and how many decisions were made from this office on that basis. "I suppose it doesn't hurt that she's young, good-looking, curvy, and unmarried," Jefferson added sarcastically. The Chief of Staff looked uncomfortable. "In fact, she tested out well in all those areas, too," he admitted. Jefferson shook his head sadly. "Goes to show you what the American public really cares about." "Point taken, Sergeant Major. Now drop it," the President said irritably. "Sorry, sir." The President fell silent again, but only for a few moments this time. "Tom, issue instructions to General Lopez that he should plan for a complete withdrawal of National Guard forces from the border within 60 days, the President ordered. "I'll leave the decision as to which weapons he wants to use to him, but it is my clear desire to use the absolute minimum firepower necessary for self-defense. We're trying to secure the borders from illegal entry, not defend against a massed armored invasion. I want to see a draft resolution for a temporary worker program on my desk by the end of the day today, ready to present to Congress for sponsorship," the President went on. "I want the bill to include tough penalties for employers who hire undocumented workers after the law goes into effect. I also want draft resolutions for emergency funding for 20,000 additional Border Patrol agents, a greater number of detention facilities and judges to hear immigration and deportation cases, and more provisions for detaining more OTMs and making sure they appear for immigration hearings. I'm going to table discussions, for now, on having the Guard transferred to Homeland Security and changing the Constitution to prohibit granting citizenship to children born in the U.S. of illegal immigrants. But you can leak it to the press that the White House is looking into those two topics for near-future legislation." Kinsley had his PDA out
and was wirelessly transmitting notes furiously to his staff.
"Got it, Mr. President,"
he said. The president then turned to Ray Jefferson. "Okay, Sergeant Major, convince me that the FBI needs Talon." "One name, Igor Zakharov," Jefferson responded immediately. "Agent Paul Purdy may not have made an absolutely positive ID, but I believe that's who we're dealing with. I think forensic evidence from the shootings in Arizona will reveal Zakharov's handiwork. As we know, he's an expert marksman, with a rare and easily identifiable Russian sniper rifle as his weapon of choice. If Zakharov and the consortium are still in the U.S., it'll take more than an FBI hostage rescue team or a police SWAT unit to take him down. We'll need either a Delta Force company, an entire SEAL team, a Marine Special Purpose Force platoon, or one cybernetic infantry device." The president paused, looking carefully at Jefferson, studying him, trying to think of another question that the senior Army non-commissioned officer wasn't prepared for, but finally gave up. "Tom, I want a video conference with the Attorney General, FBI Director Delane, and Major Richter as soon as possible."
"Sir, I would advise against that," Kinsley said evenly. "The assaults on the federal officers, the killing of that migrant, and the multiple killings at Rampart 1 are still fresh in people's minds. Now you want to put those robots on the streets and give them an FBI badge?"
"And a judge's warrant," the president added. "That's exactly what I want to do." To Jefferson, he said, "Sergeant Major, I'm not relieving you of responsibility for Task Force Talon. You keep them under tight control, or you bring them in and shut them down. Do I make myself clear?" "Yes, sir," Jefferson replied. At that moment, the president's assistant entered the Oval Office and gave Kinsley a folder. The chief of staff reviewed the cover letter quickly, his eyes widening in concern as he read. "Tom?"
"Transcript of another videotape message by that Comandante Veracruz guy," Kinsley announced, "distributed to several U.S. and international media outlets, reporting details of the killings in Arizona and calling for a general uprising and retaliation against the U.S. government. The cat's out of the bag, Mr. President, and Veracruz announced it before we did. That'll make it look even worse for us."
The Oval Office erupted into sheer bedlam. Kinsley gave the folder to Jefferson, who speed-read through the transcript. "Detailed, accurate account. No doubt in my mind the consortium or Veracruz himself staged the ambush."
"That's absurd," Kinsley said. "We're not going to respond to this horrible incident by stating that Veracruz allowed his own people to be killed, when the evidence so far shows that Americans did it. That's political suicide."
"It's the only explanation, sir," Jefferson said.
"How could Veracruz do it? What did he do? Analyze every weapon those vigilantes carried and used only those same weapons to shoot the migrants?" Kinsley asked. "That's stretching credibility, Jefferson."
"It's no secret what weapons they carry, Mr. Kinsley. It's all on their web broadcast and ops report they publish online, in exact detail," Jefferson said. "It's possible."
"The fact is, Jefferson, that when the tape gets broadcast on TV, everyone will believe what this Veracruz guy says," Kinsley argued. "And the media will broadcast the tape, even if they don't check its authenticity first. The American Watchdog Project will be called racist murderers and will be blamed for allowing them to be out there doing the Border Patrol's job. Or worse, charging that they're working with the Border Patrol to execute illegal migrants."
The president thought for a moment, then turned to Ray Jefferson. "Sergeant Major, get Talon moving out there to find this other eyewitness, so we can prove that Zakharov is still in the country and working with Veracruz."
"But, sir," Kinsley protested, "if the press sees these robots out there, and they're even seen anywhere near the illegal immigrant population, it'll look like we're organizing a government-sponsored vigilante terror campaign against them, first with the watchdogs, and then with Task Force Talon. We'll be roasted alive by the press, and—"
"If it's Zakharov out there attacking the Border Patrol and working with Veracruz to incite violence, we're going to need all the firepower we can get," the president said. "I'm not going to run and hide while some Russian terrorist and some drug smuggler punk create a nationwide race riot in the United States. Task Force Talon may be America's bull in the china shop, but they get the job done.
I just hope they can find Sakharov in Veracruz before it's too late." He turned to Jefferson and jabbed a finger. "But they do it by the book, Ray. That means search warrants and rock-solid evidence before they go into the field. I don't want any repeats of the Rampart 1 fiasco, Sergeant Major. Or the robots get sent to the trash compactor, and you and Richter spend what's left of your military careers distributing deodorant in Djibouti. Get on it." Office of the President of the United Mexican States, Palacio Nacional, Zocalo, Mexico City. That same time. "He dared put the military on the border without consulting me. Twice!" Mexican President Carmen Maravilloso said angrily, nearly tossing the phone on the floor in anger before her aide Pedro could collect it and safely put it out of reach. "How dare that man ignore me? I am the President of the United Mexican States." Women in general, and especially women outside the home, were never very highly regarded in Mexico, and female politicians even less so. But Maravilloso, her given surname was Tamez, but she changed it when she became a national news anchorwoman on Mexico's largest television network years earlier, fought to change that perception. Maravilloso's entire political life had been a struggle, and she used every trick in the book, personal, feminine tricks, as well as political, to get an advantage. After becoming one of Mexico's most popular and recognizable television personalities in both news and variety entertainment shows, she married a young, up-and-coming politician 7 years her junior and helped him ascend from virtual political obscurity to become first the governor of Mexico's largest state, then President of the United Mexican States. Like Jacqueline Kennedy in the United States, Carmen Maravilloso was just as popular as her husband, not just in Mexico but around the world. She liked being around the rich and powerful and could hold her own in just about any forum anywhere in the world, from attending the Little League World Series in Taiwan with Fidel Castro, to a state dinner at the White House, to conducting a surprise guided tour of the presidential palace with 100 astonished visitors. The Mexican Revolutionary Constitution prohibited the president from running for re-election until 6 years after leaving office, And since that law had always been assumed to apply equally to the president's spouse, everyone believed Maravillosa would go back to being a television personality after her husband's 6-year term ended. She had different ideas. Her surprise candidacy was immediately challenged by her political foes, and the question went all the way to the Mexican Supreme Court, where the 25-judge court ruled against her in a hair-thin majority. In order to prevent the establishment of a nepotistic quasi-monarchy, no member of a president's immediate family could run for president within one full term, 6 years, of the president leaving office. But that didn't stop her either. Maravillosa requested and received an annulment of her marriage from the Roman Catholic Church on the grounds that her husband defied the Church's wishes by not wanting children. It was widely thought that the situation was the reverse, but her husband did not contest the pleading. Convinced not to do so, it was rumored, with a secret 8-figure tax-free divorce settlement. In a country that had the 4th lowest divorce rate in the world, in which the Roman Catholic religion was recognized as the official state religion in the Constitution, this shocked the Mexican people, but delighted most of the rest of the world, including women in the United States of America, who saw Maravillosa's candidacy as a boon to women's rights and a slap at the powerful male-dominated macho culture in most of the Third World. Although this development, too, was argued in front of the Mexican Supreme Court, popular opinion in favor of Maravillosa's courage and dedication was loud and insistent, and the court refused to consider the case. Maravillosa won her election in a landslide. She was a woman who was accustomed to getting what she wanted, and no one, especially no male, not even the President of the United States, was going to deny her. Carmen Maravillosa was in her early 50s, but looked younger by at least 10 years, with long flowing black hair, dark eyes usually hidden behind designer sunglasses, and a slender, attractive figure. She was a tough, no-nonsense politician, known for occasionally lighting up a Cuban cigar and letting an expletive or two slip past her full red lips when the opportunity suited her.
"How dare he do this without consulting us?"
Maravillosa screeched. She lit up a Cohiba Exquisito and wielded the thin cigar like a dagger, aiming it at everyone she spoke to. She aimed it first at the Minister of National Defense, General Alberto Rojas.
"I want twice as many soldiers on the border as the Americans have. How many can we send there?"
"Madam President, they have as many troops just in the state of California as we do in our entire army," the general said.
"We cannot outgun them." "They are only National Guard troops."
"I am talking about the National Guard, madame," he said. "California is the most populous state in America and can field a vast number of paramilitary forces. Even though heavily committed around the world, their National Guard outnumbers even our regular military forces in every category. You do not want to escalate a military confrontation, Senora. Then we will take our case to the United Nations Security Council and to the Organization of American States," Minister of Internal Affairs Felix Diaz said, as he breezed through the doors to the president's office. "The situation is becoming an international crisis, Madame President, and we should respond accordingly."
"Minister Diaz!"
Maravillosa exclaimed happily.
"We were afraid you were dead after your stunt the other day, riding around in your helicopter and inciting riots."
"I thank you for your concern, Madam President," Diaz said, smiling and bowing. Tall, young, and impossibly handsome, he hailed from several generations of rich, powerful hacienda owners, dating back to the original Mexican land grants from the royal court in Madrid, Spain. His family had managed to keep the majority of their lands by aligning with whichever side had more power at the time: the military, the Catholic Church, the revolutionaries, the communists, the Spanish, the Bonapartists, even the Americans. Whoever could benefit the Diaz family the most received their political and financial allegiance, until power shifted again. Diaz was educated in the finest private schools in Mexico, attended the military academy at Chapultepec, went to undergraduate flight training in Arizona, then served 4 years in a variety of flying units in the Fuerza Aérea Mexicana, the Mexican Air Force, including 1 year as squadron commander of an air combat squadron of F-5A Freedom Fighter air defense jets and AT-33A propeller trainers modified for counterinsurgency missions. While commanding the 202nd Air Combat Squadron in Santa Lucia, Diaz helped organize and conduct a series of exercises with the Cuban Air Force, where he flew as F-5s against several different models of MiG fighters and fighter bombers. He received considerable attention from generals and defense ministers from around the world for his political as well as his flying skills. He served out his military commitment as the Mexican air attaché to the Caribbean and Latin America, shuttling all over the hemisphere almost on a daily basis on behalf of the Mexican government. Even though he spent 8 successful years in the Mexican armed forces, Felix Diaz was destined for politics almost from birth. For most of the past 80 years, his family were loyal and high-ranking members of the Partido Revolucionario Institucional, or PRI. But Felix Diaz saw something happening that others failed to see: the emergence of a tremendous groundswell of support for a strong-willed, outgoing, hard-working, and hard-charging woman, Carmen Maravilloso, and her young husband. Mexican culture was slowly but surely changing, just as surely as its politics. Diaz knew he had to change with it or be left behind. He switched party allegiance to the Partido Acción Nacional just in time for the surprise ascension of Maravilloso's husband, bringing a considerable amount of money and national prestige along with him, and was offered several positions in the new government as a reward. His personal gamble paid off, as he knew from past generations it would. When Carmen took the office of president, Diaz was immediately appointed Minister of Internal Affairs, the third highest-ranking position in the executive branch of the Mexican government. "I like that idea. Let us go before the Security Council," Maravilloso said. "Amassing those troops on the border is a clear provocation, meant to forcibly imprison Mexican citizens and force unfair and oppressive economic and political terms on a peaceful neighbor. Very good suggestion, Minister Diaz." She turned to another one of her advisers in her office. "General Rojas, I agree that a diplomatic response would be far better than a military one, Madam President." General Alberto Rojas, the silver-haired, grandfatherly-looking Mexican Minister of National Defense, said, "The more military forces the Americans place on the border, the worse it looks for them. Since President Conrad, when asked, did not tell you exactly why he placed all those heavily armed troops on the border, we have every right to demand that the UN and the OAS get an answer. The UN General Assembly will surely be open to—" "No, we will not go to the General Assembly. We will go directly to the Security Council," Maravilloso said, taking a deep drag on her cigar. "This is no mere water, kettle grazing, or cultural exchange issue. With missile-launching vehicles and armed helicopters flying dangerously close to our towns and villages, threatening our people with death or imprisonment, this is certainly an urgent national security issue." The defense and foreign affairs ministers looked at each other worriedly but said nothing. "And I will address the Security Council myself." "I do not believe that is wise, Madam President," Rojas said. "Addresses to the Security Council should be on issues that threaten peace and stability, not just for the states involved, but for the entire world community. This incident, although serious, to be sure, poses no imminent danger to the rest of the—" "I do not care," Maravilloso said. "I want this issue brought up before the Security Council, and I wish to present it myself. Do not tell me what reality for the world or for Mexico is. Soy Mexico! I am Mexico. Now make it happen, and get my speech writers busy drafting up my address to the Council. I want a draft on my desk in 4 hours." Rojas looked at Maravilloso and sighed with obvious exasperation. "I will do as you say, Madam President," he said with a defeated smile. "But I urge you not to use the situation for political or personal ventaja. I know it is in your nature to do so, but let us deal with this situation openly and honestly, not just to appeal to the television cameras." "What do you know of it, you old goat?" Maravilloso asked with an alluring, disarming smile on her face. "You're a good and wise fellow in international geopolitics, Alberto. But what you know about public relations and how to get the world's attention for a worthy and noble cause wouldn't even fill a thimble." "That may be so, Carmen." Rojas stepped over to the beautiful, fiery President of Mexico as she smoked her Cuban cigar and made notes to herself at her desk. "But in my opinion, Mexico will not be served by doing anything just for the publicity value. Mexico already has an international reputation for poverty, crime, and corruption.
More and more of our people are leaving every year, and the workers that leave are sending back less and less of the money they earn. We are losing our best workers, and we get little in return. This is a legitimate concern for Mexico. Let's treat it as such. Do not give so much credit to the United Nations or the Security Council, General Rojas, Felix Diaz said. Do you expect them to do anything about our out-of-control émigré problem? Every industrialized country in the Western world has an immigration problem. The current rotating chairmanship of the Security Council is held by Australia, who has an illegal immigration problem 10 times worse than the United States. They have illegal immigrants from most of Polynesia and half of Asia invading their shores every day. Do you think they will be sympathetic to us? You know as well as I that the United Nations Security Council is nothing but a collection of painted toy bobbleheads that respond only when rapped on the head. Whoever raps hardest gets their nod.
Rojas remained silent, but inwardly he felt a twinge of concern as he looked at this young politician. Diaz was intelligent, but he was also impulsive, and Maravilloso was quite simply enamored with him. It was a dangerous, no, an explosive combination.
I have told you this many times before, Alberto. There are proper channels to follow to get things done, and then there are my channels, Maravilloso went on. I wish to speak before the Security Council because I know my speech will be carried live by half the news outlets in the world. I will be on the covers of 100 magazines and several hundred newspapers around the world. Not just major outlets in political rags, but every kind of publication. Fashion, teens, gossip, human rights, celebrity, even lesbian publications reaching hundreds of millions around the world. With all your education and wisdom, my friend, and with all due respect, do you think you have any chance in hell of getting that kind of coverage?
She took another deep puff of her cigar, her perfume mixing with the smooth aromatic aroma of the cigar, forming a musky, intoxicating potion.
I am not seeking action from the United Nations, Alberto. I am looking for a reaction from the people, Alberto. People? What people? The Mexican people? Perhaps 1% of our people read newspapers or watch television for hard news stories. Who is your target audience? What is your message?
There are millions of wealthy Latinos in North America that want to be told what to do for their motherland, General. And President Maravilloso is the one who should tell them, Diaz said confidently. They or their parents, a relative, or a close friend, managed to escape the crushing poverty and creeping despair of their homelands, and they all feel the guilt of abandoning their motherland. Even if they gave up everything they owned, left their wives and children, sat in a sweltering U-Haul truck or cargo container for days or even weeks, with 36 other refugees, walked across miles of scorching desert with nothing but a jug of water, or floated for days in homemade rafts to reach American shores. They feel the guilt of leaving their brothers and sisters behind. The more money they make in the New World, the guiltier they feel. They are the ones I will reach, Maravilloso chimed in. They are the ones who will help us. Help us? Help us do what? Rojas asked, almost begging. What is it you want to do, Madam President? Induce the American Congress to pass a simple guest worker program, one without onerous conditions, bureaucracy, and requirements, Diaz said. The current program making its way through Congress would require all Mexican citizens to return to Mexico first before applying. If even half of those that wish to comply did so, it would bankrupt this country. Can you imagine the chaos that would erupt if 10 million men, women, and children returned to Mexico over the next 5 years? Rojas glared at Diaz, showing his displeasure at cutting off his conversation with Maravilloso. He was definitely being ganged up on here, and he didn't like it. I agree, Minister, that it would place an enormous burden on our government. And do you think that for 1 minute that the American government will pay for any of it? No way. Maravilloso took another angry puff of her cigar. If the United States wants Mexican workers, they need to pass legislation that will allow them to apply for a guest worker program for wherever they are, which will be working away in farms, factories, kitchen and laundry rooms all across America, doing the work the lazy, pretentious Americans will not do, Diaz said determinedly. The government does not need to uproot families, destroy jobs, drain our economy,
and create a tidal wave of economic and political refugees just to appease the far-right conservative neo-fascists in their country. And if they want to apply for American citizenship, they should be rewarded for their courage and service to America by receiving it automatically. No tests, no classes, no more paperwork. If they work for 5 years, keep their noses clean, pay their taxes, and learn the language, they should not have to do anything more than raise their right hand and swear loyalty to the United States, even though they have already demonstrated their loyalty by sacrificing all to live and work in America. I agree, Minister, I agree. We have had this discussion many times before, Rojas said patiently. We and the citizen groups and the human rights organizations we sponsor have been lobbying the American Congress for many years to pass meaningful, open, fair, and simple guest worker legislation. We cannot do more than what we are already doing. I do not believe that, Diaz said. Even stuffy, old, blowhard American politicians respond to issues that grab headlines and the public's attention. I know the American media, Maravilloso said. I know how the people are riveted to the right controversy or the right personality. Well, you can certainly be that personality, Madam President, Rojas said. But do you think the American people will listen to you? Now, after one of your Council of Government ministers incited a riot in their detention facility? You have seen the polls as well as I, General, Diaz said. The polls indicate that most Americans thought that detention facility was illegal, evil, demeaning, un-American. But those same polls also said that you were wrong to call for those detainees to break free and riot, even though most did not like the sight of immigrants being penned up like animals in the hot desert, Rojas pointed out. A slight majority blame you, Madam President, for our people's deaths and for that soldier's suicide. I am not worried about slight majorities, Maravilloso said, waving her cigar dismissively. The point is, Alberto, Americans are divided and unsure of what should happen. They are afraid of acts of terrorism, and they are certainly paranoid, bigoted, and xenophobic. Even the blacks and other minorities who have suffered under white bigotry and hatred dislike the thought of Mexicans crossing the borders illegally and taking jobs. But then, when the government actually does something about it, like build a detention facility, or put even a very few troops on the border, they strongly condemn it. It is the politically correct thing to oppose any new government excess, especially when it involves imprisoning or even slightly affecting a weaker person's life. This is much more than just political correctness. It is even more than trying to deal with racism and bigotry, Felix Diaz said. I believe the American people want to be led on this issue. They want a person to step forward, speak to them, give them their thoughts and arguments plainly and simply, and have a plan to do something about the matter. Right now, all they have is the government and neo-fascist wackos, like Bob O'Rourke, preaching hate and fear to them. O'Rourke is a powerful personality. It will take someone equally as powerful to get our side of the argument across to the people, preferably someone younger, smarter, and better looking than he. That person will be difficult to find, Rojas said. He looked on nervously as he saw Maravilloso and Diaz silently gaze into each other's eyes. What do you wish to do, Madam President? He asked, trying to break the spell between them. Get out of here and get back to work, you old goats, Maravilloso yelled after him jovially. I wish to speak with Minister Diaz for a few minutes. Have the Chief of Staff report to me then, and find a way to make the damned Americans back off, or I will have your cojones in a jar on my desk, if you still have any. Now you may leave. Before departing, Rojas shot her a warning glare, which he doubted she noticed. The smell of a good Cuban cigar, Diaz said, walking towards Maravilloso. Your husband never smoked cigars except for photo opportunities, as I recall. And he would only smoke Mexican-made cigars, like a good nationalist. I am glad you are a true aficionado. Why do you bring him up, Minister Diaz? The scent of your cigar reminded me that your husband chose never to be alone with you in the presidential office because he was afraid of what the people might think was going on, Diaz said, a mischievous smile on his face. A woman of your beauty, your passion, your energy. He was afraid people might think you and he spent all your time fornicating on the president's desk. He was always so proper, so totally in control of everything. His environment, his image, his words, his emotions. So? Diaz stepped closer to the President of Mexico, slipped his arms around her waist, pulled her closer to him, and kissed her deeply. I am so glad you are not like him, Diaz breathed after their lips parted. I always feel your fire, your passion, your spirit whenever I walk into this room. I could never keep it contained. Felix, would you please just shut up and bring your hard Spanish para over here now, she breathed, and pressed her body tightly against his as they kissed again. They both explored, then used each other's bodies quickly, efficiently, tactically. They were in tune with each other's passion and could tell immediately how the other wanted it and knew exactly how best to get the other to that level. Maravilloso kept the shades drawn and her desk cleared off for exactly that reason. It was polvo, not lovemaking. But they both knew it and both accepted it because to do otherwise would not serve either of their desires or ambitions. They shared what was left of her Cuban cigar afterward, as they straightened their clothing and she fixed her makeup. Did you tell Pedro to give us at least 20 minutes this time before he is to call, darling? Diaz asked. 15. You are quicker than you believe you are, ya tonton. Get a decent sofa and a door that locks from the inside, and I'll be slower, culito. She smiled like a schoolgirl on her first date. He was the only man in the federal district who ever had the nerve to swear and talk dirty in front of her, even before he learned how aroused she got by it. So, Rojas is all worried about the California National Guard, eh? Tell him to stop worrying. The Americans will be gone from the border before you know it. She was disturbed that he knew about her advisor's fears, as if he had been in the meeting with them just now. The politicos are not still bugging my office, are they, Felix? She asked, trying not to make it sound like an accusation. I told you I took all of the politicos' bugs out months ago, my dear, Diaz said. I do not need to bug the general's office to hear what he has to say. A few shots of tequila or glasses of cerveza in the afternoon, and his deputies and aides blab like a housewife on her neighbor's fence. I pretend to be talking on my cell phone in his outer office, and I can hear everything he says quite clearly. Felix Diaz knew a lot about chatty members of the Mexican government. It was the duty of the Minister of Internal Affairs to protect the Republic, Constitution, government, and courts from threats from inside the country, a purposely broad and far-reaching responsibility. Along with overseeing the ministry itself, Diaz had control of several other important bureaus and agencies in the government, including the Federal District Police, Political Police, Border Police, and the Rural Defense Force. Felix Diaz had extraordinary powers of investigation and commanded a large and well-equipped paramilitary force that equaled and, in some areas, exceeded the power of the armed forces. Numbering over 5,000 agents, technicians, and support staff, the political police, or politicos, investigated any possible threats to all Mexican political institutions, including the president, legislature, the judiciary, the treasury, the council of government, political parties, opposition groups, and insurgent or revolutionary groups. Within the political police was a clandestine unit of almost 500 specially trained and equipped agents called the Escuadrilla Especial de las Investigaciones, but known by their nickname Los Sombras, the Shadows, their identities secret to all but Diaz and José Alvarez, Deputy Minister of Internal Affairs. The Sombras could seize any documents they deemed necessary, wiretap any phone, open any door or safe deposit box, access any record, and arrest any person for any reason whatsoever, or for no reason at all. Of course, Carmen Maravilloso knew all this, which is why she first appointed him to the position of Minister of Internal Affairs, and then began sleeping with him. At best, she could keep an eye on him and use her feminine charms on his post-pubescent urges to keep him sympathetic and loyal to her, as much as any man could stay loyal to a woman. At worst, their affair might buy his silence, or at least cause a lot of distrust against him among others in the government. The culture of machismo still existed, even in the highest levels of Latino government. Women, even powerful and influential women, working outside the home were not to be taken advantage of. They could be subdued, embarrassed, even silenced. but a man's power over a woman was assumed to be absolute and universal, and it was in poor taste for a man to abuse his God-given sexual, physical, or anthropological power and authority against the weaker sex. But it turned out that Felix Diaz was a good choice for the post, because he appeared to have no burning vendetta against any person or political party, and didn't seem to have any sort of resentment against a woman being his superior. His extreme wealth and his family's long-standing policy of siding with whoever was in power or soon to be in power left him with few strong enemies. He had personal political aspirations, of course. It was no secret that he wanted to be president of Mexico, a position that no others in his family had ever attained. But typically, politicians in Mexico tried to exploit the least little bit of power they attained, and at least as far as Maravilloso's trained eye could see, Felix Diaz was not acting like a typical Mexican politician. Even so, she was careful to be forever watchful for any signs of a power grab by this man, or any other man close to her. No politician in Mexico could afford to be a nice guy, even nice guys like Felix Diaz. She had made a woman's mistake by letting him take sexual liberties in this, her base of power, that made her vulnerable. If he ever exhibited any desire whatsoever to take advantage of that vulnerability, she would have to squash it immediately. Now, it was time to challenge him, and put him back on the defensive, before he had a chance to even pull up the fly on his pants.